Hey guys, how are all of you beautiful people? Hope all of you are doing fine. And yes, this is the next part of a new Naruto. What if something made Naruto the dead last that everyone sees him as? What if he really wasn't as weak as he seemed? The true Naruto, unleashed upon the shinobi world. Our story starts at Invasion of Konoha arc and continues onwards. So let's start without any delay. Let's start this great series. It had only taken one more day for the Suna party out to collect Gaara, including Kankuro and Tamarai, to make it back to Sunagakure itself. With his own role in stopping Gaara from rushing off to try and rip Amigakure into ruins, Naruto was along for the ride, and thus he bore witness to the devastation that pain was capable of. Buildings were rubble, not a single thing in the valley that the village sat in was untouched. Many shinobi, Chunin rank and higher, had been killed with Pain's one Shinra Tensei. Luckily many civilians were able to reach safe points in the valley walls before the catastrophic attack was launched. There were still a great number that hadn't made it, however, and the death toll had reached upwards of 7,000 and was still climbing as more bodies were being discovered even then. Naruto himself had been helping with the unearthing process and had seen his share of disturbing sights en route, but the sight of several dead children and one Suna genin probably on their way to an evacuation safety point was what that stuck with him for the 3 days he had been in Suna, trying to do what he could for the time being. It hadn't taken too much longer than one day for Konoha to mobilize a relief group to head to their allies' aid to try and assist any way they could. Copious amounts of medic-nin were sent along with a few Doton ninjutsu specialists and a lot of genin to assist in trying to bolster what they could of Suna's defenses in the meantime while things were being sorted out. It had also come with a message for Naruto himself, to get his ass back to Konoha at the earliest convenience so that they could begin preparing for the war appropriately. He would head out in the morning as it was then sundown in the ruined desert village, and he hadn't received his marching orders until that afternoon. He was currently sitting on a crate outside of one of the medical tents that had been set up as a makeshift hospital until the grounds could be cleared and another hospital could be built soon. Inside he could see all of the medics from both Suna and Konoha, including Sakura and Shitsune, both of whom were sent and had been invaluable for their skills in healing injured survivors. Barely paying attention to the footsteps coming his way, Naruto turned his head to see Konohamaru, Mojai, and Udon walking up to him, all three of them frowning deeply and looking rather haggard from the work they had been doing since being dispatched to help. What kind of person could do this, boss? Konohamaru asked. I heard it was done by one guy. Udon chose to follow up on his teammate's statement. From the sky, he squashed everything down here with just his chakra. How are there people like that in the world? They had been around for 2 days and had borne witness to exactly what certain people were capable of. It seemed more like the work of monsters or a sort of divine punishment than the acts of a man. Of course, the fact that they had never personally seen exactly what lengths a ninja's skill could reach also added to this. The fact of the matter was, with enough chakra, the right hand seals, and the appropriate blood running through one's veins, pretty much anything was possible. I wish I could tell you. What was Naruto supposed to say to a bunch of kids about what they were observing firsthand? They weren't him. This was the first any of them were seeing of the actual destruction that could be wrought by a man that was powerful enough. Hearing the stories and seeing them firsthand let them know that most stories of shinobi legends were not exaggeration. Some of us can cut through a bolt of lightning with our jutsu, some of us can create an entire forest with a single move, and then there's things like this. The sorrow on Mojai's face, he wished that he didn't have to see it. But he knew that she wasn't the only one and she wasn't the worst off at all. There were kids her age all over Suna that had 100 times the anguish that she did. What's the point? What did Tsunagakyo ever do to Amigakyo? I wish I could say. Naruto said, his blue eyes gazing straight ahead into the tent in front of him with a 1,000-yard stare. I wish I could say that you're never going to see anything like this again. But I'd be lying to you if I did. You all know that we're going to war, right? All three genin nodded. Unless you get promoted, you're probably not going to see the front lines, but you're going to see battle aftermaths just like this. Worse than this actually. Genin would not be openly used in engagements. It was commonplace because in an actual conflict most genin would be little more than cannon fodder and would cause more deaths than their presence would prevent. Thus those that weren't used to keep things on the home front settled and actually saw the fields of battle were stuck with jobs like rear echelon work unless the line broke, and then all bets were off. At least that was what had been gleaned from Danza's teachings. Maybe protocol changed since the last war, but he doubted it. For all of the advancements in ninja life over the last 20 years, pitched combat in general didn't change much at all, still following the same blueprint that had been laid down in the times of the clan wars from centuries past. Konohamaru's eyes panned down before he looked back up at Naruto, who was still staring listlessly into the medical tents. I want the guy that did this to pay, boss. He said lowly. People can't be allowed to do this for no reason. What about peace? What's so wrong with that? The fact that there's really no such thing. The matter-of-fact, deadpan tone of speech that Naruto used got the kids to stare at him in shock. We're ninja. Our entire job is to fight. It's what we're all taught and trained to do. If there was ever true peace where everyone got along, then where would that leave us? Taking down bandits and random criminals. The entire system is based on war. He had been thinking about it for a long, long time. Ever since he learned of Jiraiya's desire to bring peace to the world, and since he had heard of Pain's ultimate goal of doing the same with his own massively destructive goal. Actual peace would be the end of their way of life. Everything that the ninja world was based on was the prospect of eventual conflict with another village. Every breakthrough meant to give one village a leg up over the other. It was actually funny in a morbid kind of way, the thought of ninja being against actual fighting. He didn't crave combat, but he was far from a pacifist, and that much he had always been aware of. If peace came and all of the shinobi wound up getting along, that would just create a void that would be filled by another enemy. Probably the samurai of Tetsu no Kuni, or maybe all of the daimyo of the nations. Hell, there were other continents out there somewhere, and they would definitely have some kind of standing armed force. Maybe they'd go and fight them. The point was, there was no clean ending. Not as long as the ninja existed. He turned his gaze towards Konohamaru, Mojai, and Udon and saw them looking at him in shock. But, maybe I'm just rambling. This whole thing is probably just all in my head. Being cynical around the kids before the battles ever even began wasn't going to do anyone any good. He stood up from his place on his crate and gave Konohamaru a pat in the head. Just make sure that you're ready when you have to fight, all right, runt? All Konohamaru could do was nod dumbly, getting Naruto to take his hand off of his head and walk away from the scene. Naruto felt he had to go, as he had nothing reassuring to say or anything inspiring to put into their heads. All he could do at the moment was tell them the truth as he saw it, and that wasn't going to drive anyone with their mind set to believe in the war about to be waged. Ever since getting to Suna, he had not seen Gaara, Kankuro, or Tomorai at all, due to all three of them working feverishly to do what they could from the moment they arrived in Suna. He didn't even think they had been sleeping, not that he blamed them for that in the least. Well, for the time being he needed to link up with his escort back to Konoha and let them know that he'd be ready to leave at first light in the morning. In the end there was nothing else he could do for Suna, which was really a whole lot of nothing in the first place. One thing was certain though. While Pain may have had a rather big stick in the form of his Rinnegan and all of his powers, he was going to be stopped one way or another. If Naruto had to fight an entire war to get to him, that was all well and good, because he didn't start it. Pain started it, but the Alliance would finish it. Naruto proceeded to find Sakura sitting by herself on a supply crate outside of one of the other medical tents, taking her time to rest up and get some water to regain some energy after working non-stop for most of the day helping to heal the injuries of the Suna ninja and citizenry. He hadn't really spoken to her since telling her that he had been responsible for killing Sasuke, what with everything that had transpired since the meeting with the Mitsu, Ai, and Kazekage and the attack on Suna for instance. Well, then was as good a time as any since neither of them were going anywhere anytime soon, and who knew when or if they would meet up again. "Hey Sakura," Naruto said as he walked over to her. The pink-haired medic nin had her hair put up in a work ponytail and wore a white garb over her usual clothes. Naruto had called her name while she had been taking a sip from a water bottle and turned her eyes towards him, swallowing her drink as he got close. "Naruto, how's it going?" Not feeling like trying to make a joke or anything with the circumstances they both wound up meeting in Suna Inn, Naruto just took a seat next to his old teammate since she didn't outright seem to want to gouge his heart out for taking Sasuke's life. Honestly, it feels like every time something good happens, there's always something bad to balance it out. Just as recent examples, he beat Deidara, he lost an eye. Sasuke was finally brought forward for deserting and he brokered a deal to ally with Kiri by giving them Kuba Kiribuchou back, but Sasuke was killed in the battle and afterwards Danzo went missing in the desert. He learned Sage Mode and seemed to have a Katsuki reeling, with the Alliance setting up to drive the stake through the criminal organization's heart once and for all. Then Suna got attacked by the only person to decisively defeat him in a true battle in 8 years and a whole war was now set to begin. Sakura nodded, understanding the sentiment in her own way. "I'm sorry." He looked towards her in confusion, getting her to explain further. "On the mission to help you get Kiri's sword back, I hyper-focused on Sasuke and got myself and Teiya hurt, almost killed. I think, if I had been able to support her better we could have stopped him, or at least lasted long enough for your clone to get to us and maybe help." All Naruto could do was shake his head. "Don't apologize for stuff that people are already over. As long as you don't let anything like that ever happen again then it's okay. Teiya-chan's okay with it and I got over it too. So are you still upset with me?" "No," Sakura said, clasping her hands together in her lap as she looked down. "I was never angry to begin with, just shocked. I never wanted anything like that to happen, but he was a missing nin and you weren't, and it was either you or him in the end. You said you didn't try to kill him but things just kept escalating, you showed remorse, and you told us yourself what had happened. If I had really gotten stronger then it wouldn't have even had to happen in the first place, so I'm taking responsibility for it too." The two just sat in silence for a while. After Naruto's unsealing they had become estranged for a while and had only begun to seem to repair a part of their acquaintance after Sakura began training with Tsunade. Things had finally seemed to be fine just before their mission to Yuki no Kuni when Naruto had just become a Jounin, with them hanging out with the other ninja of their generation and having a good time. Despite all of that, the Sasuke episode was supposed to be what had broken it once and for all, and Naruto was fully expecting just that, but Sakura was proving to be stronger than she herself gave her credit for. She wasn't getting into some whole kick on getting him back for Sajuke's sake, and she wasn't making any arguments for why he would have been in the wrong for taking his life. So are we okay? Naruto finally decided to just flat out ask, sick of the tension that neither of them could pinpoint between them, you and me. Upon hearing his question, Sakura gave him a light smile and nudged his side with her elbow. Yeah. I thought that you were the one that might have had a problem with me, but if you don't then yes, we're fine. Good. Naruto heaved a sigh and ran one of his black-gloved hands through his spiky locks, because it would suck if I was on one of Tsunade-bachan's apprentices' bad sides when we're about to go to war. I need a medic nin or two as my best friend right about now. He tried to joke now that the tension had broken. Oh please. Sakura said as she rolled her eyes at the melodramatic statement, if I had a bone to pick with you and tried to kick your ass, Tsunade Shishao would murder me in public and Shitsune Senpai would probably rename me just to do it again herself, and then there would be Teiya. Come to think of it, Hamako wasn't a ninja but she'd probably do some pretty evil shit to her in response for maiming Naruto too. I'm going to get back to work. Both Naruto and Sakura stood up with her break time almost over. I'll see you Sakura. Naruto said as said girl started stretching out to prepare for more medical labor. Help them out okay? You can do more here than I can. Sakura nodded with a smile and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder in good faith. I will. Just be safe on the way home alright. XXX. Konohigakyo no Sato meeting room. Why am I here? Shikamaru whispered to himself, sitting next to his father in the room full of upper-level shinobi set to listen to a briefing with Tsunade on the current situation. I must be out of my mind for wanting to show up here. I could be doing something else right now. Like sleeping. Shikamaru's father Shikaku said, knowing his son's tendencies, listen, I don't know why you decided to come either. The summons was for me, not you. I think you're too young to be sitting in on a meeting like this when you haven't even experienced an actual war yourself. So the invasion that occurred 3 years ago didn't count as a war. Yeah I know, I'm just a brat to all of you old people. Shikamaru said, not really caring who else in the room heard him and possibly took offense to the old people remark, but if we don't try and take things over for ourselves what will that leave for the future? We can't have you all fighting our battles for us forever like we're still kids. That's why I'm here I guess. Nearby from his own seat in the room, Shikamaru's sensei Asuma smiled at hearing Shikamaru declare in his own way that he was going to try and take some sort of responsibility and initiative in the coming days. Way to go kid. I knew your lazy ass had it in you. At that point the doors to the room opened and Tsunade walked in followed by Jiraiya, and the elders Koharu and Homura. Taking a seat at the head of the room she gave time for silence to settle over the room and the chattering of those in attendance to fade out before beginning to speak. As you all have heard by now, Tsunagakyo has been attacked by the leader of Amigakyo. The village was destroyed and reports since the event revealed that Tsuna lost over 30% of their active force from the incident. That's not all though. Jiraiya said, following up with a grim look on his face as he began to explain the situation. We've got trouble on all sides here. It's not just Ame even though that would be bad enough. Now we've got Kusagakyo, Takegakyo, Tanigakyo, Hoshigakyo, Getsugakyo just to name a few, and dozens more bordering us seeing this as their chance. I've gotten word that the same is going on in places all over the map. Mitsu no Kuni is probably the safest from any kind of attack due to being out on the ocean, but them getting forces to the mainland to assist is going to be a problem in itself. One of the Jounin in attendance decided to speak up on what everyone else had been thinking at the moment, So we've got the 2 villages that were just a breath away from being one of the 5 great shinobi villages against us, and pretty much every smaller village in the entire region ready to jump on us like wolves. Another ninja spoke up, damn it, did any of our old allies decided to actually stick around with us? It doesn't seem like it. Asuma said, fighting his own urge to grab a cigarette at the unnerving situation. Not one to sugarcoat seemingly grave situations, Jiraiya decided to follow up that initial hit with another one. Well, Suna's going to have their share of troubles too. Villages that border Kase no Kuni and Sachi no Kuni are going to jump all over this opening. What about Iwagakure? What about them? Shikaku said in an "are you stupid" tone of voice. They are not with us. They aren't even bothering to answer back even now. The smaller villages aren't going to try and provoke one of the villages that don't think they have a stake in this. That would be asinine. Tsunade herself could feel her own ire for the Sushikige's indecisive bullshit increase with every thought she had on the matter. That old fence-sitting bastard is probably going to let things run their course until there's definitely little left of Suna to defend. Then he'll just march his merry ass south and mop up whatever's left for the spoils. On either side, both ours and theirs, he'll just take it all after Suna and the smaller villages sitting between Suna and Iwa tear each other apart. It was an obvious plan of action, and yet there wasn't much anyone could do to stop it other than to divert a significant fighting force to that battlefront, and that would leave Konoha lacking in manpower for their own situation. Surrounded on all sides was not the time you wanted to try and send a relief force to assist a separate nation. Kumo for the most part could handle themselves because they had been the most ready for war to break out, and if that failed then it would be easier for Kiri to assist them than anything else. Still, Kumo decided to keep a delegate in Konoha to keep a voice of sorts in the military affairs of their ally just in case something came up on one front or another. We're going to be stretched thin. Hiruzen's old Kunoichi teammate Koharu said informatively, with Suna reeling, Konoha is the dominating power in not only this region, but theirs as well. This is more complicated than the last war, where the other villages lack our direct ability to deal with the threat we pose. They are defensively dangerous. The terrain will be chosen mostly on their terms and the villages themselves are highly defensible. In the case of villages like Takegakure, the exact location of the village itself was still unknown. Several of the enemy villages gearing up for war had this advantage and would not be sloppy with how they dispatched their forces for combat. Still though, Tsunade had a contingency plan for situations like this, however, one she was fairly confident in after a recent meeting. What about Naruto Uzumaki? Many eyes in the room turned towards the person who had asked the question, what about Naruto? Tsunade said in a way that told the ninja to explain what they meant by bringing up Naruto. Well, isn't he the goal of the Akatsuki, just like the Kazekage or even the delegate that Kumogakure left here? We can't just be thinking of sending him out into the field to fight with that knowledge, are we? Instead of Tsunade speaking up, this time it was Jiraiya. That boy is stronger than me even if he doesn't acknowledge it yet. Each member of Akatsuki that stepped forward to face him hasn't been able to defeat him, and I doubt any of the smaller villages have any other ninja strong enough to face him one-on-one and defeat him. That means that only another member of Akatsuki would be able to defeat him. That or a ninja of that level. And with Pain and Kanon as exceptions, there weren't any ninja that Jiraiya knew of from any smaller village that could beat Naruto. Yeah, he was definitely going to fight. Other than that, if Kumo was going to keep Yujito with them as delegate in a gesture of good faith, then they couldn't keep Naruto off of the battlefield, or else it would look terrible and would more than likely cause a rift in the alliance, something that couldn't be allowed to happen with what was currently taking place. What's the first course of action, Hokage-sama? Hearing another question that seemed more prudent at the moment, Tsunade immediately answered it. While we properly mobilize, we are going to need to send a force to watch as much of High no Kuni's borders as we can. This means that we need a lot of tracking specialists prepared to embark in a hurry. Hyuga, Aburam, and Inuzuka clans should be prepared to send quite a few of their ninja to bolster the rest of the border force. It was foolish to think that there were no enemies already inside of High no Kuni. There were scouts and small squads already on the land from the moment the treacherous bastards knew war would be declared, but they wouldn't be large bodies of troops at first. While they could send information on weak spots in the patrol from behind High no Kuni's borderline, this simply meant that Konoha needed to get their defense and counter-offensive prepared to go. XXX. Ta no Kuni Otogakure base. Kabuto walked through the place as if he hadn't just run out on them a while back after Orochimaru's death. Every ninja that managed to catch sight of him could do nothing but stare at the smirking hooded man as he walked through their halls. He had not planned on coming back, but at the request of Madara he chose to return. The prospect of having his own role to play in the interesting days that lay ahead too much for him to try and ignore. The scattered forces of Otogakure needed to be consolidated in some way, and he was more than dominant to assert his control over the situation. He was the second in command after all, which meant that he was now the official number one of all of them. As he walked past a few men, a pair of them brandished kunai in the dark of the corridor and leapt out to strike at Kabuto for his past transgressions. But faster than any observer of the incident could see, they were cut down, with Kabuto appearing to not even turn back to face them as he kept walking. Instead of addressing the fact that he had just been attacked, Kabuto eventually stopped in the hall and turned to face the packed base with copious amounts of Oto shinobi looking at him. Sorry for that unannounced sabbatical of mine. But with Orochimaru-sama gone, you all know that I'm the one who's in charge, right? With that statement, Kabuto pumped enough killing intent into the room to bring those closest to him to the point of fainting and collapse. He felt quite a measure of satisfaction watching some of the masked Oto ninja hit the ground and begin convulsing just from his presence alone. Needless to say, there was no one that disputed his claim as the remainder all bowed to him. That's good. Even though things had gone pretty much the same for the other several countries he had visited bases in to let them know that he was still in charge, he was slightly dreading one base in particular. Gun's probably going to try and cut a piece out of me for letting Sasuke kill Orochimaru-sama. Oh well. She's necessary for this ship to run, right? XXX. You mean no Kuni? Well. Sujitsu said, sitting in the sand on a beach near a hut as Madara appeared in front of him from his space-time migration technique. I knew you'd come knocking sooner rather than later. So what do you need now? Just a bit of a side mission. Madara said as he saw Karen and Juago heading outside from the hut upon getting sight of him. By the way, how goes your training with the 3 swords you have? A grin came over Sujitsu's face, showing off his shark-like teeth. I already had training with Kubakiri Buchao and Hiramekaya. It was same harder that most of us never got to touch. And the training is going good, very good. Then you can take some more work, was the succinct reply from the masked man as he turned to gaze out at the ocean. The good news is that you can stay here for as long as you feel you need to. But I'm going to need you to do something for me. He turned back towards them as he continued to speak. War is here. A war. Karen didn't exactly see what that had to do with them in particular. Between who? Everyone. That answer put looks of shock on the faces of all 3 members of the cell. What do you mean everyone? Juago asked. How could everyone be fighting? because that idiot Pain has decided that now is the time for the downtrodden hidden villages to rise up against the other great villages. The disdain for Pain's little crusade was evident in Madara's sarcastic way of identifying Pain's side of things. Now he's gone and picked a fight with the alliance of 4 of the 5. All except Iwagakure. That little notion that Pain had of being God was going to come back and bite him in the ass with a vengeance, but not yet. There was still something that could be gained from such a war. There was quite a bit that could be gained indeed. All it would take was a little nudge in the appropriate direction. Sujitsu didn't really care one way or the other though. He simply wanted to get back to the task at hand. What do you want from us? Nothing more than to keep an eye on the seas. Madara said matter-of-factly, I want you to attack any ship that Karen can sense coming from the direction of Mitsu no Kuni. I will procure you some help in this of course. You will not be doing this alone, but the bulk of the work will be done by you 3. He decided to add something to the pot in case Sujitsu didn't care to partake in the mission. You can consider it more training with your weapons and new techniques. With what Sujitsu now knew as a strength of same harder, and his own abilities that made aquatic combat ideal, that was all he needed. An excuse to use his skills that he had been training for the past few weeks within actual combat. Being locked in that tank by Kabuto for so long made him cherish being able to be out and fight to his heart's content, and he hadn't been getting enough of that for his tastes lately. It had also been a while since Juago had killed anyone as well, and his homicidal side would be overdue sooner rather than later. Sujitsu grinned and pointed at Madara, making a gun-like motion with his finger. If that's all you want, then you've got it. XXX. One day later, Kawa no Kuni. The escorts for Naruto to head back to Konoha were Neji and Kiba plus Akamaru, something Naruto was grateful for at a time like that one, some familiar faces in a rather trying time. The 3 fell into a silence as they traveled through Kase no Kuni and Kawa no Kuni, fully expecting to be blindsided at any moment by an enemy ambush. A part of Kiba actually wanted to use the opportunity to scout the country and locate one of the well-hidden ninja villages in the country on the way back, but Neji proceeded to smack him one, and the 2 Jounin, 1 Chunin and Ninja Hound proceeded to travel home. Naruto. Kiba finally said, getting the blonde's attention as they continued to move in formation, Naruto in front, Kiba and Akamaru in the middle, and Neji at the back. That Pain guy that destroyed Suna, do you think you can really beat that? I mean, I've heard how you want to fight him again. He beat you once and you want a rematch. The blonde frontrunner didn't risk looking back, knowing that Kiba's hearing was good enough to hear him even if he wasn't facing him. Yeah, I do. Ero Sennin can't beat him, we already proved that, and now he's crippled. If I don't try, then who's going to? I can beat that guy, I know I can. It won't be like last time, not even close. He smashed a whole village, Naruto. Kiba stated firmly, with Akamaru whimpering at wondering how powerful a person that could do that really was. How are you going to beat that? He didn't get everyone, did he? It wasn't even close to killing everyone in Suna. Neji said before Naruto could give his own answer, not even all of the shinobi out to actively fight the threat directly died in the attack. There is a chance, Kiba. There's always a chance. The abilities of the enemy were getting more and more powerful. In his last 4 real opponents, Naruto found Deidara, who could destroy an entire hidden village with his explosions, Itachi with the ability to burn down an entire forest with unquenchable black flames that he could conjure with the blink of an eye, Sasuke with the ability to destroy an entire massive hill and sturdy fortress meant to endure years of combat with a single bolt of lightning, and Pain with the ability to flatten an entire village in one move. But Naruto's own skills weren't exactly lacking these days with the Raizen Shuriken that could penetrate nearly any defense, not even counting the improvements he had made on it since perfecting Sage Mode, and Raizen Rizki, which could vibrate intensely enough to grind and reduce anything to rubble and subsequently dust. And those were just a few of his attacks. So he was very confident that in a second engagement with Pain he could take him down. Especially knowing what he now knew of the man's abilities from Jiraiya's deduction. Jiraiya had even managed to take down one of his bodies, so he was down one already. There's a town nearby. Naruto's thoughts were disrupted by Neji's report by way of his Bakugan keeping an eye on their surroundings over a distance. It's not the hidden village to Nigakure, is it? Naruto asked, taking note of the excited expression that Kiba had. He'd probably insist on trying to spy on the place if it was. Looking at a map that he had pulled out to determine where they were, Neji shook his head. No, we're close to the border. This is a mining town. Neji's bloodline-activated eyes then narrowed at seeing something else, and they have sensors because they know we're coming. Half a mile out. They already have villages set up for border patrol stations. Kiba said in disbelief. How fast did they mobilize for this war? He then switched gears as he had another thought. Wait, are we actually going to fight the first battle in this thing? The prospect of firing the first shot put a grin on Kiba's face despite himself. He might wind up being a part of a question on an academy exam if that were the case. Not if we can get away. Neji replied, his eye twitching at Kiba's groan of disappointment, but other than that he kept his cool. They outnumber us 12-3 and the number is still growing. They are not going to outrun us and catch up. Naruto said rather heatedly. All three of them were the fastest out of the Konoha 11 and the comparison wasn't even close with the exception of Rock Lee. While stopping and fighting was an option, there would be no point in getting into a fight. He remembered the last time he was chased to the border by someone, it wound up with the Sound 4 catching him and engaging him, ending with Kimimaro scarring his eye with his bone attacks and the tainted chakra of the cursed seal. The trio kicked up their travel speed towards the border and wound up leaving the attempts of the enemy sentries to flank them in the dust. As far as stamina went though, they couldn't keep the quickened pace up for too long due to the fact that Kiba and Neji didn't have Naruto's nigh infinite gas tank and would tire moving at the advanced speed sooner. But before they even got close to reaching the friendly grounds of High no Kuni, Neji got sight of more ninja moving directly towards them from the border. They were able to get a communication with a forward team that turned around to face us and cut us off. The branch house, Hyuga said as he began to sweat at the situation. Are we seriously pinned down behind enemy lines here? Kiba asked as the trio brought themselves to a stop on a tree branch. The damn war isn't even on yet and we're going to be here right off the bat. Akamaru then proceeded to bite Kiba's hand for being so negative. Ow. Damn it boy. Thank you Akamaru. Neji said with a smirk and the dog let go, wagging his tail and panting happily. The moment now done, Neji's face turned grave once more. What is the move we make here? We can keep going and run headlong into a squad 7 deep that will be ready for us, or we can sit here and prepare the area for battle with said squad but risk the team behind us catching up and joining them. So the options were to either jump into an ambush and hope for the best, or to sit and set their own ambush but risk it being overpowered by significant manpower. Both of those options suck so bad I can't pick which one I want. Naruto chimed in, pulling his hitie tightly on his forehead in case it would fall off during the forthcoming skirmish. It's like choosing to be drowned or strangled. A growl came from Kiba's throat as the sense of both sides crashed into his senses unmercifully. We are about to get fucked with no lube here. Please pick one or the other before the choice is taken from us. Flip a coin for fuck's sake. Naruto and Neji both looked at each other before the blonde jounin of the pair spoke up. Best defense is a good offense, he said questioningly, getting a shrug from Neji before all three took off towards the border and the squad meant to cut them off again. This would be a lot more useful if we knew which fucking village we were about to fight. How many are in this country anyway? Kiba asked as he began to mold his chakra for his Shikyaku no Jutsu, 4 legs Jutsu, curious at exactly how many hidden villages could coexist within the same borders. 3. Neji said, tensing and flexing his fingers out to prepare to use his clan Taijutsu in combat. Tanigakyo, village hidden in the valleys, Hayashigakyo, village hidden in the rapids, and Ashigakyo, village hidden in the reeds. Never heard of them, Kiba said with Akamaru barking in agreement. That's because they're minor and they're not allies, Naruto said, debating the merits of drawing his heirloom blade for the battle or not. The only reason he knew of the villages was because Root had done a lot of work in Kawa Kuni due to the country being more rough and tumble than most others. He and Maki had a run-in with Ashigakyo once. Ashi ninja have weird, indirect ninjutsu, so watch out for that if it's them. Incoming, Neji said, as he had the exact locale of the advancing enemy down. Kiba had been ready to go for quite some time and was the first to spring into action. I'm on it. Come on Akamaru. Gatsuaga, Fang passing Fang. Kiba channeled chakra for both himself and his dog as they both leapt at the several enemies ahead. The enemy ninja saw this coming and planned to evade Kiba and Akamaru's attack, but the attacks weren't aimed for them directly. Kiba and Akamaru slammed into the trees they were jumping on hard enough to break out significant pieces of the trunks, felling the trees and forcing the enemy to misstep and fall to the ground below. 3 of the 7 attacking enemy ninja fell to the ground, one of them badly injuring their leg during the fall. The 2 that had fallen as well slogged back to their feet and jumped to their injured comrades' defense as the other 4 waged an attempt to attack Naruto and Neji, 2 Konoha ninja. Neji's sharp eyes took notice of the headband that their attackers were wearing. The insignia on the metal plates had a V with horizontal lines heading out from the peaks of the letters, making it look like a valley. They are from Tanigakyo. Good eyes Hyuga, one of Neji's opponents said as he and his partner brandished a very large and flexible saw between them that they had aiming to cut through Neji. The best, Neji replied as he jumped over the long saw and landed right on the flat of it, driving it into the ground before thrusting both of his hands out in opposite directions at his opponents. Hack Kuushao, 8 trigrams vacuum palm. From Neji's hands he fired an invisible blast that hit both men and blew them off of their feet away from him. The 2 Tani ninja flew away from Neji, reeling from the internal damage dealt, but not done yet as their saw detached at the middle and became a pair of saw blades, 1 per ninja. With their new weaponry in hand they attacked Neji again only to get a smirk out of him. What are you smiling at you? Hack Shaokaitan, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Neji spun around, releasing chakra in a blue swirling dome that defended him from the 2-pronged attack and threw the Tani ninja away violently, both of them bouncing bonelessly off of nearby trees with sickening thuds. With Naruto, his opponents pelted him with kunai and shuriken only for his body to turn into a log signifying a kawarimi. The 2 enemy ninja looked around for him only to eventually look up and see 2 Narutos falling from the sky with their swords brandished. They jumped apart as the 2 Narutos stabbed into the ground and missed them, both detonating in relatively tame explosions to signify an attempted Bunshin Daibakuha. You see that? The ninja with the injured leg said as 2 others tended to him and his wound. We can win even without the god of Ame. Konoha isn't as good as they think they are. God of AME. You're actually calling that jackass Pain God? Naruto's voice echoed out from all around the combat area with no indication of his exact location being given. Come out and fight, you Konoha coward. I thought you were supposed to be the strongest village of the 5 great shinobi nations, but I guess that's an overrated standing. You're the ones that make a big deal out of that title and live and die by it. While Naruto distracted the 5 remaining living Tanigakyo ninja by talking and causing noise in the trees, Kiba took advantage of the distraction and he and Akamaru made the most of their opening, as they too had been skulking around since their first move in the battle. The ground beneath the injured shinobi and the 2 men assisting him began to give way, and they picked him up to jump away towards the other 2 men as Kiba drilled through the topsoil with the Zuaga. Once he surfaced, Kiba glared at the enemy with a growl, holding onto a pair of smoke bombs in his hand. So if you want it so bad, why don't you just come and take it? He let the 2 smoke bombs fly and covered all 5 of the men that had moved closer together due to being corralled by both himself and Naruto. With a smirk, Neji and his active Bakugan charged directly into the smoke cloud with his ability to see that just had him hammering chakra and vital points with mere taps of his fingers, taking 3 lives until the other remaining 2 realized that there was a force in the smoke cutting them down. They're leaving the smoke. Neji shouted in warning to his teammates as witnessed it happening. Of the 2 remaining Tani ninja, one was the man that had injured his knee in the beginning, being helped with his arm over his remaining partner's shoulder. We've got to hook up with the pursuit team. They're still headed this way. In their haste to escape the onslaught of attack that they hadn't expected from 3 ninja, even if they had expected the 3 Konoha ninja to be stronger than Chunin, they were caught unaware by one figure dashing down from the trees behind them, apparently zigzagging on air until it was too late for any kind of appropriate reaction. Rasengan, spiraling sphere. Naruto drove the Rasengan downward and smashed the sphere into the back up the mobile Tanigakyo ninja, sending him into the ground with authority. There wasn't any walking away from that attack. Blood flew up from the point of impact and Naruto knew that his enemy was dead, or at least he hoped he was, for Mercy's sake. He had severed that unfortunate bastard's spine with the Rasengan, and that only left the original wounded man alive. Neji and Kiba walked over to Naruto as he turned his head towards the final ninja. Seeing that he was the last man standing, so to speak, the final Tani ninja drew a kunai and hurriedly tried to wrap an exploding tag around the weapon, but this only ended up with Naruto using the Sennenki no Ken to cleave the hand holding the weapon off. A yell of pain obviously followed as the man clutched the bleeding stump that his hand used to sit at the end of. Naruto grabbed the collar of the man's village flak jacket and jerked him up eye to just glare at him. You just heard my friend say it, and no one else is going to say it any better. Tell your friends if they want our spot, or anyone in the Alliance's spot, they can come and get it. XXX. A short ways behind. The dozen or so pursuit troops weren't about to give up in their pursuit of the intruders that had managed to break the line on the Suna side of things. It hadn't been perceived as vital to build up that side of the border, so there were still gaping holes in areas of more difficult crossing, places where there were no Kuni's natural barriers such as wide, rapid rivers, craggy plain areas set to slow people down. The reason they weren't giving up on the pursuit of the obviously far faster squad that had been leaving them in the dust from the outset was because an advance team meant to watch the border had sent out a response group to try and head them off. That would beget a battle and would provide more than adequate time to catch up. Or at least they had figured until they saw the sight of the very short conflict that had just transpired, complete with the bodies of their deceased comrades. The large squad landed and stopped to survey the scene only to see one survivor among them, one man sitting against a tree with his arm bleeding through a few bandages hastily tied around the stump that was his forearm. His head was low, but they could still see life in his eyes as they all ran over to figure out just what happened. They got through you that fast. The first man to reach his injured comrade said as he dropped down to his knees and began checking him over. His knee was dislocated in addition to his missing right hand. Which way did they go? The blonde kid said. The injured man said softly and sounding slightly confused, "If I saw any of you to say, if you want it come and get it." His eyes turned up towards them full of concern and fear as he reached to slowly unzip his flak jacket, revealing a trio of exploding tags pinned to the inside of it, the kanji for explode staring them all right in the face. "Please get them off," he whispered in a shaky voice. Shock and horror rolled through the eyes of the amassed Tanigakyo ninja as all they could do at that time was try to scatter away from the blast radius of the obviously forthcoming explosion. XXX. With Naruto, Neji, and Kiba. Boom. Kiba's ears picked up the explosion from behind them loud and clear when the tags Naruto planted went off. He had told the man that any move to touch the tags or any loud, abrasive sounds would trigger the explosion prematurely. If it had been Kiba stuck with a scenario like that, he would have just triggered the blast and been done with it instead of holding on to hoping that someone could come and help him. From the amount of time it took for the explosion to go off, he had clearly let the timer of the tag run down to the end, and he had probably taken a few others with him by making that choice. That should slow them down even more, Neji said as they continued to put distance between themselves and the battle site. With the trouble over for now, Kiba let a grin slip onto his face. That was so easy. If the rest of the war is like this, we'll stomp their asses in no time. Maybe if I kick enough ass I'll get sent straight to the Hokage seat, he said hopefully. Unfortunately there was a chance for Naruto to burst Kiba's bubble. "It's not going to be like this for the rest of the war, Kiba." Yeah, that battle was easy because all three of them were talented in direct combat. It was usually how Konoha fought their wars. Thus it was a very important thing that was stressed during a young ninja's development in the village. A lot of others aren't like us to get out of being boxed in like that. They're not stupid enough to take us head to head, so ambushes like that are going to happen a lot. Smaller villages didn't go to war nearly as much, nor did they find themselves in battle with other major village shinobi to the extent that Konoha ninja did. They specialized in other focuses. Each village had their own strength to bring to the table, and the war wouldn't be fought in pitched battlefields for the most part. That kind of a war was for the powerhouses like Konoha, Iwa, or Kumo. There would be a lot more skulking about. A lot more strikes behind Konoha's lines, a lot more sabotage, a lot more indirect conflict until one side was worn down enough to go for a knockout. That wasn't to say that the little villages didn't have heavy hitters. Amigakyo, Kusagakyo, and Takegakyo would more than likely be the direct combatants out on the battlefield in bulk to fight head-on whenever it was set to do so. Other villages would provide fighters to do so as well, and there were a few minor villages that were well known for their powerful direct fighters, but they would be the general shinobi of the conflict in open fighting since they were the closest to breaking through the glass ceiling separating the minor villages from the 5 strongest. Fighting on so many different fronts would be a pain in the neck to say the very least, and the portion where they would have to divert forces to keep Tsunagakyo settled until they could work out their problems enough to watch their own perimeters freely would make this war an all-new challenge for Konoha. Kumo had the easiest part as they could begin their own combat processes whenever ready, especially since most of Kumo's enemies would either have to inevitably march through the isthmus, a land mass surrounded on 2 sides by water, that was Shimo no Kuni. Or they would attack from sea, and Kiri would have their backs in case of a seafaring attack from the east, which meant they only had to look out for the west. Kiri had it somewhat worse off, as well as they would have to ship troops over and land them ashore before they could even take part in the fighting. Though this also meant that they wouldn't be obligated to send as many in the early going and expend so many resources right off the bat transporting bodies and supplies, and all naval battles would be dealt with by them. To hell with that! Kiba protested vehemently. He was not about to believe that there was an actual chance this war would be anything more than a walk's through, and he didn't believe that someone else like his sister or mother couldn't handle what they had just dealt with themselves. Why don't we just walk right up to these fuckers and pop them in the mouth one good time? That'll handle it. Neji rolled his eyes at the brash Inuzuka, but his question warranted an answer, and Neji gave him one in a quite sarcastic manner. Yes, because we certainly know where Takegakyo's village is and how to get inside, or where Tani is. And let's not forget that getting an attack force into Amigakyo with the man that can flatten a village with one jutsu is going to be simple. Kiba had the good grace to look embarrassed at that. Stop believing in our own hype. Yes, we're good, but war is war, and we're going to have to take this seriously. When we get home we have to crack down harder than ever before. At that moment Naruto wondered how Neji would have done en route. Then he tossed that thought aside, because Neji might have ended up like Fua or Torun, being one of Danza's elite pets. Still, he had a good outlook on the whole thing. He didn't believe they would lose for a moment, but he knew he and many others would have to work hard. If he and Neji weren't both Jounin and therefore on the same level of the totem pole, he'd have definitely been requesting him for whatever force Naruto ended up with once he got assigned a duty during the war. Neji and me are probably going to end up leading missions, probably to a bunch of different fronts, and Kibayu and Akamaru are probably going to be ending up getting posted at one of our defensive borders. We've all got our jobs to do, because other people won't have a Hyuga and an Inuzuka in their teams to watch out for ambushes like that one. The thought of someone without an Inuzuka's hearing and smell or a Hyuga's eyes to warn them of an impending sandwich of death from an enemy attack squad brought a scowl back to Kiba's face, definitely. Because that meant that in the end he'd have his own huge responsibilities to the whoever was stationed with him, and he wouldn't let them down. What happened to Suna isn't going to happen to anywhere else again. XXX. Iwagakyo no Sato Sashikij's office. The old Sashikij Onaki, diminutive in stature, sat in his own office going over reports that he had received of tensions in the region, most specifically the affairs going down south of Sachi no Kuni altogether towards Kase no Kuni and Sunagakyo. His thoughts on the matter were cut short as his eyes suddenly darted upwards to see a body come out of an orange swirl that turned out to be a man's mask. The orange swirl masked man had on a black cloak with red clouds and simply stood with his hands sunken into his pockets. Iwagakyo. I don't think I've been in this village for quite some time. Onaki didn't move to immediately smash the intruder, because if he were an assassin he wouldn't have let himself be seen or used his teleportation jutsu right in front of him where it was easy to sense and react accordingly to, and you are Madara Uchiha, but this is not important. Madara said succinctly. Of course it was important that the man was Madara Uchiha. But something felt wrong to Onaki. He had fought Madara Uchiha before in the past, something that still terrified him when thinking of the man's power. He would never forget it, and this man did not carry himself with the same air that Madara had. Even so, the man was someone to be wary of if he had no fear of reprisal for infiltrating his village and his office. Very well then. Onaki said, keeping his head level for the time being until all of the chips were on the table, what is it that you want? I should warn you that it had better be good, or else your efforts to get here were quite foolish," he said with a threatening tint, especially wearing that Akatsuki cloak. "You have quite a bit of nerve showing yourself here after taking Han and Roshi." Madara began to pace around the room before making a flippant hand gesture. "Well, Akatsuki, I guess you could say it is fractured. The one you should blame for that isn't me, but that's something else altogether. I trust you are aware of the events taking place all over the elemental nations." "War," Onaki said, having not had to talk about such a topic in almost 20 years, "a war that Iwa has nothing to do with and no reason to take part. Even with Konoha being involved. What kind of game was this man running? Trying to influence him to enter the fray of the other villages? He had to think he was dealing with some kind of prideful fool. An eye for an eye in this case is not our concern. The best revenge Iwa could take was the refusal to even hear out the alliance of the tree huggers trying to save their own asses and that of their Uzumaki Jinchuriki. Let them burn and lose their own blasted Jinchuriki if they can't hold on to him for themselves, just like our own. I don't think you should so readily dismiss the prospect," Madara said in a chiding tone of voice that could have been taken as condescending, speaking again before Onaki could take offense. "The whole world is at odds and ignoring poor old Iwagakure. An opportunity in my opinion." "An opportunity to what?" Onaki spat, drumming his fingers on his deck, feeling more and more in the right to try and turn that masked fool Madara into dust. Madara turned back towards Onaki and slowly pulled his fingers of his left hand into a fist. "An opportunity to take everything. Everything south of Sachi no Kuni, and beyond." He could see Onaki's eye widen at the thought and felt a sense of satisfaction that one got when a seed of thought was firmly planted and taking root. "I'd personally rather see Iwa stand above the rest. It would certainly make the world more interesting than just seeing the meatheads in Kumo or boring old Konoha do it again just like always. So just think on it, Sashikage-sama. All you have to do is just play every card right, and the entire western region will belong to Iwa and then some." The eye hole of his mask then proceeded to apparently suck his entire body into it, last taking the swirl mask and once again leaving Onaki alone in his office. The look on Onaki's face seemed to be wrestling with just dismissing Madara and thinking about the fact that there just might be an opportunity at hand here to, just as Madara said, take everything. Things began falling in place as far as the Grand Shinobi Alliance, Konoha, Kumo, Kiri, and Suna, went when it came to the opening days and weeks of the international war against the Continental Ninja Federation, AME, Kusa, Taki, and the other minor villages. As the days dragged forward, waking up in his own bed did not have the same calming effect that it usually would have for Naruto. It had been a week since his return along with Kiba and Neji, and it had been a little over 2 weeks since the destruction of the desert village altogether. Since then he had been stuck at home, and while being Kumo dignitary /Jounin Jinchuriki Ujitoni's personal contact for things she needed in Konoha for the duration of her stay was an easygoing responsibility and allowed him to hang out with one of his closest and loveliest friends. He was not particularly considering himself good-fortuned. He felt guiltier than anything else. Konoha had already sent out shinobi to begin keeping the borders locked down tight and to also begin setting traps and choke points in case of an attempt to invade or infiltrate, and there was still the matter of the large task force that already sat in Suna to help them until further notice. Now it was just a matter of a waiting game for him. Every time he woke up he imagined furious knocking on his door or window prior to someone informing him of an emergency window or a message when he went into the village telling him that someone had died in the field. He had yet to truly deal with that yet despite the death of Danza and the fact that Sasuke had died after battle with him. Now it was only a matter of time until it actually did happen. For all he knew it could be him whose life ended miles away from home, away from anyone that would know or care. No way. Not a chance while he had anything to say about it, and as long as he was around none of his friends would die on his watch either. But he didn't have much of a watch as he was. A knock came onto his door. Damn, how did she know he was awake? He hadn't made a single move since opening his eyes. Naruto-sama, breakfast is ready. Well, there was no need to lay there and act like he wasn't already up, and if he didn't get up then Jiraiya would just eat all of the food and then taunt him for being too slow, and then they'd both get to fighting and tear part of the house up, and then Hamako would somehow slap a chakra ceiling tag on both of them and then hit them. How she managed to get that close to the both of them without them feeling it they would never know. He didn't need that drama that early in the morning. He had things to do today. So with that, he hopped out of bed and threw on a pair of pants and a shirt before exiting the room to head to the kitchen. Once there he found his food set out with Jiraiya and Hamako already eating their share. Good morning Naruto-sama. Hamako said with a smile after swallowing her bite as he took his seat. Good morning Hamako-chan, and thanks. Naruto returned with a grateful smile that the white-haired girl nodded to. After eating for a bit in silence, Naruto turned towards Jiraiya. It's only a matter of time before Erokyofu has to do something in the field again. He knew Jiraiya was powerful, but he had to think back to when they fought after he mastered Sage Mode. If Jiraiya had both arms available to him he doubted he would have fought to a draw with him. The hellified beatings lain upon him for years before reaching that point were evidence of that. Jiraiya noticed Naruto's eyes locked onto him and grinned wryly at the young man. Hey, I know I'm sexy and I'm your awe-inspiring hero and all geeky, but you might as well have that special eye of yours active if you're going to be looking at me that hard. Apparently Naruto hadn't known how hard he was staring because he blinked and turned his gaze down to his food at that point. You know you're going to be dispatched any day now, don't you? What about you? Naruto asked. He had in fact known that it was only a matter of time. Kiba was already gone with the rest of Team 8 to watch over the northern border of Hai no Kuni, Songkyōinai for some reason. It wasn't particularly Naruto's business, and if it really came down to it he supposed he could find her and ask since she was still in the village. As a matter of fact he hadn't seen her in a while, but that was neither here nor there. There's no way Tsunade-chan is sending you out like you are, or is she? Jiraiya frowned and lifted his single remaining arm as a method of showing, even with one arm I'm still enough to whip you kid. You know that. And I'm going out by my own choice. Tsunade actually tried to coerce him into staying and Jiraiya said he would under one condition. The condition wound up with him getting kicked halfway across the village. But that was by design. Even if Tsunade told him to stay in reserve he still wouldn't have. He wasn't some damn genin that needed to be protected, and there really wasn't anyone in the entire village that could honestly force Jiraiya to do anything he didn't want to. But he was not going to deliberately piss off his Tsunade in such a blatant manner. He would stay, he'd stay until it was prudent that he leave to reinforce somewhere. There wasn't a need to let Naruto know that though. The kid worked better when he didn't think he had a safety net in waiting. What about Hamako-chan? Are you really going to leave her here alone? I'm depending on you, Erokyofu. Naruto said in an effort to justify Jiraiya staying. A very weak attempt at justification in his opinion. It must have been because he had just woken up that he came up with such a lame reason. And Hamako herself didn't seem to care one way or the other. I will be fine by myself. Really. I have many important things to do around the village anyway, so I won't be too terribly bored or lonely at all. There you go. Jiraiya said with an air of victory about him after getting Naruto's flimsy excuse shot right down out of the sky, and that settles that. You should worry more about yourself at the moment, Naruto-sama. Hamako said, sitting her elbows on the table and resting her chin on her hands. You've never fought a war before, have you? She herself had lived in wartime conditions in the past, but she wasn't a shinobi, so she wasn't able to give him any actual advice, not like Jiraiya could. You should enjoy the time you have, because once it begins in earnest you won't know when you'll get to rest again. It was a good point she made though. Despite the fact that he was no stranger to conflicts of all kind, he had never engaged in open warfare before. It was something that had been avoided for the entirety of his generation. As he thought about that, he wondered just how Root was preparing for the coming days. Maybe I should check in with Sai or Maki when I get the chance again. I know they'll have everything in order. Sai knows how to handle things. Since Sai had been groomed for just this moment to take over the day-to-day running of Root, there probably wasn't that Naruto could do that Sai wouldn't be able to do more efficiently. Naruto's attention was returned to Jiraiya when a piece of food was flicked at him and bounced off of his forehead, eliciting a growl from Naruto as he prepared to wing his entire plate at Jiraiya's head in retaliation. That was until he saw the look of seriousness of Jiraiya's face. I do have a little sliver of advice for you that I don't think I have to tell you. When you do find yourself in a fight, make sure you end it as fast as you possibly can. It might be redundant to say to someone like you, but if there's no need to waste chakra, don't do it. These battles can go long. I'm not sure just what'll change from the last time though. It went without saying that Jiraiya didn't have to tell him not to prolong his fights, but that gave way to another question from Naruto: how will Ame fight? He asked before he began to quickly eat again. A lot of genjutsu, a lot of ambushes, especially around minuscule bodies of water. Jiraiya said, digging through his own memories from the Second Shinobi World War to come up with a good answer. Don't ever take a river crossing, a stream, hell, don't even take crossing a fresh puddle after a rain for granted. They can wait there for days without having to move, and they all know that damn technique that lets them blend into water. As a matter of fact, if you see a dog's dish filled with water in any village you come across, I want you to kick the shit out of it just in case. A joke to end with, or was it? He couldn't even tell anymore. It's not just Amigakure that there is to worry about. Hamako said with a slightly worried expression on her face. Konoha's forces will be spread thin as it is, and we don't even know all of the villages that are prepared to fight this war against us. Jiraiya chewed his food angrily before responding to that. It's even more now. There are 5 more villages that my network dredged up as mobilizing for war while you were away in Suna. They aren't located anywhere near Konoha or Hi-no-Kuni in general though, so that would be a silver lining around this particular cloud. So it was 4, or 3 if one were to count out Sunagakure, against dozens. It was like a bunch of hyenas fighting against a lion. Of course the lions were better equipped for combat and would tear through the hyenas when going 1-on-1 or even 2-on-1, but eventually with a numbers advantage the way it was, the hyenas had an advantage that could not be overlooked. Dangerous enough to do damage on their own, however unable to finish the lion, but with enough numbers they could overcome the superpower. Naruto looked down at his plate to find that he had absently finished his food while thinking things through as best he could. He didn't know why he was thinking about his potential orders and whatnot. He wasn't going to be a general when he fought, even if he was going to be leading missions, so he didn't have much of a place trying to rationalize orders or even try coming up with them. His job was to take whatever mission he was given and finish it. That was it. Shouldn't you get going by now? He had been staring down at his empty plate for long enough to make it weird for the others sitting there. It got to the point where Jiraiya had to prod him verbally to snap him out of things. How long had he been sitting there? All he had in the manner of response was a nod as he got up from his place at the table and started walking back towards his room to get ready for the day. He seemed to be moving like a ghost, and it didn't necessarily sit well with the other two denizens of the house. I don't think I've ever seen Naruto-sama like this. Is he just overthinking this whole scenario again like he did a few months ago? Hamako asked. Jiraiya shook his head. This whole thing wasn't anything like when he was stressing out over how to fight the Akatsuki members. War was a whole different animal, and if nothing else it was clear that Naruto seemed to be aware of that. No, he's fine. It's normal to feel that way when things are calm and he's expecting insanity. It's like the calm before the storm. He's just walking around in a dull fog. He'll snap out of it once he actually fights again or gets a mission. Everyone does. That doesn't sound like such a good thing, to be honest. XXX. Later that day, Teiya had been dispatched to one of the mounting fronts in the northwest, as had Neji and the rest of Team Guy. All of Team 8 was out. Sakura was still in Suna as a part of the relief team. Kakashi had been sent to the obvious hotspot of the western borders of Hinokuni, where the bulk of the fighting was expected to take place, either to the border of Kusa or Ame. Team 10 was in the village because of Shikamaru's mounting responsibilities to wait on base intelligence. He was to later be dispatched with Ino and Chaoji to one of the established fronts once things had been set as to how the war was going to go. So why the hell was he still sitting in the Jounin standby station for hours on end waiting for some kind of order? He didn't want to be that guy that wound up sitting back doing nothing except for specialty missions. He didn't want to say he was necessarily bloodthirsty, but he was getting stir-crazy knowing that his friends could all be fighting at that very moment. It just didn't sit well with him. A tap came on his shoulder from his spot on a couch and Naruto turned to find Sai smiling at him. Sai. He looked around the room, only seeing two other Jounin in the room before returning his attention to his partner. What are you doing here? I'm technically an Anbu-ranked shinobi, Naruto-senpai. Sai said informatively. I can go anywhere I want to. He motioned for Naruto to get up and leave the building with him, which they both did, getting a distance away before he then reached somewhere and grabbed a scroll, handing it to Naruto. Your first war assignment, handed to me by Hokage-sama directly. Naruto raised an eyebrow and received the parcel from Sai, slightly confused. Why didn't she just call me in to give it to me herself? He opened the scroll and looked at it before quickly shutting it with wide eyes and looking at Sai again, alarmed at what he had just read. Are you telling me she knows about? Sai nodded. I felt it was a prudent first step to inform Hokage-sama of the subsistence of our group. She will have an eye on me to make sure our actions are for the benefit of Konoha, but other than that it is business as usual. There's more if you were to just look at it. A deadpan look came over Naruto's face at Sai's urging to keep reading. Just reading that Tsunade knew of his continued relationship with Root wasn't exactly a marching order, and he had just been alarmed by the first portion of the scroll. Smart ace. He muttered before doing as Sai suggested. Okay, it looks like I leave tomorrow to the border with Kusa. No team, and I'm supposed to meet up with the shinobi in charge there for my actual mission. A frown came over his face. No team. Ha, I usually don't run solo. Do you want reinforcements? Sai asked as they continued through the generally deserted streets. There are always 1 or 2 operatives that can be spared if you would like. No, it's fine. Naruto assured Sai casually, keep them for when they need to be sent out. Don't bother wasting manpower on me just to get to the border. There was a very small chance of him being attacked this deeply within the country, and Root were not meant to be bodyguards. That was misappropriation of force. It seemed to be more of an offer for personal reasons other than logical professional reasons. Sai, are you worried I'm going to get killed or something? Not me, it's more for Maki-san than anything else. You know that I don't have any feelings like that. Sai's response got Naruto to roll his eyes. He could only keep on using that tired old excuse for so long. He couldn't keep using Maki as a scapegoat even if it was true. I do see us as friends though, and it would be unlucky if you did die in the field. Wow, what a friendly thing to say. Unlucky for who exactly, and why? Unlucky for himself obviously, since he would be dead, but other than that, how would it have been for Maki-chan? Naruto decided to ask next as they seemed to be making their way back towards Naruto's home. He hadn't even noticed that Sai had been directing them that way. I haven't even seen her in a while. What's going on with her? Is she doing okay? Now that question from Naruto actually elicited a minute laugh from Sai. I believe it isn't my place to say. Ever since stumbling upon Danza's microfilm detailing his plan for all 3 of them, Maki had been acting strange whenever Naruto was brought up. He'd even suggested going to see him at his home since there was nothing keeping her from doing it, but she was skittish over doing so. And Naruto didn't even know why. She's fine though. You might see her sooner than later. Naruto nodded. Good. I need to prepare to leave for my mission and tell Yuji-chan I'm going to be gone for a while, but when I come back, definitely. In the back of his head, he was chomping at the bit to get out and into the action, and he was confident of his chances after the extreme amounts of training he and Jiraiya had been doing since his last big fight. It won't take long for me to get back. Count on it. And if there is ever a time when you need help, remember that we're still there, Naruto-senpai. Hopefully it won't come to that too often. XXX. Amigakyo no Sato Pain's Tower. A rare time of rain not pouring down in the village, and there wasn't even any time to enjoy the happening. Pain had just finished using an astral projection of himself to inform the high-level Amigakyo shinobi of how forces would be distributed across the lands for future combat efforts. This was the chance of AME to get a semblance of payback from villages like Konoha with no chance of later reprisal somewhere down the line. All he needed were the last 4 Jinchu Uriki. He had the Rinnegan. He had the Jidumazu statue with the currently captured Baiju trapped within. Once the war ended, and he didn't even need it to end for his final plan to come to fruition, there wouldn't be any more retaliatory warfare. His ultimate ninjutsu created from the 9 Baiju and their combined chakra would see to that. The Deva Path and Kanon stood in front of a light projection of a map of the elemental nations to survey the scene. Suna is of no consequence to us. The smaller opportunistic villages will use this as their chance to finish them off for good, to take control of the region. Our focus will be mainly on Konoha, and we have several villages not including Kusagakyo in the same frame of mind. Perhaps a joint operation of some sort. Kanon ventured as to how AME would go about dealing with that. It was something to think about if nothing else. As much as she didn't want to contribute to this entire situation, it was still her village and Kanon was still going to go to bat for her people when it came to it. What about when Kirigakyo begins landing ninja to take part in the battle? They will assist Kumo first due to proximity. I have a feeling that will come with issues of its own. Kanan nodded in somewhat agreement. Kirigakyo had been isolated for decades and had not fought in any of the previous great wars since its inception. It mostly had to deal with its own domestic incidents from island to island even before the civil war that had befallen them in the past. Then there was the fact that they would be vulnerable during their landing period. That was a completely different major problem altogether. Our village is the most secure in the elemental nations, Paine said confidently. The fact that the village was surrounded by a massive lake on all sides and had skyscrapers to get a good view of anyone trying to cross would have been daunting enough, but Paine's rain had the ability to find any intruders once he found their chakra signature, and your trump card jutsu is set as well, correct? Yes. In case it is needed, my most powerful technique is prepared, confirmed Kanan. It was something she was rather proud of and would have prevented the village from being invaded by a massive force. Her own way to protect the village she pledged herself to bring peace to, although now it would probably be used for full-fledged war. How ironic. The Deva path of Pain simply accepted what Kanan had told him, knowing that as his most trusted and closest confidant she was perhaps the only person he could know without a doubt was on the ball. Until a moment arises, we will keep annexing territory around AME to shore up our defensive borders. Traps and team ambushes should be the bulk of our combat until an opening is found. Kusa will be more aggressive with their approach. They were among the most self-assured that they could compete against the larger villages and had a body of work over the last 20 years to stack up to that thought. Let them, Paine said with finality as he walked towards the balcony to look out on his village. Perhaps they will be the ones to bring about the opening we are looking for. It was sunny outside for once, if only for a moment or so. XXX. 2 days later, northwest border of High no Kuni. This was the nicest base camp that Naruto could have ever figured he'd see. It looked like a whole miniature village on its own. A little bustling town thrown up at the border with wooden homes that looked like they belonged there. The only thing that would have let him know that it was the base of operations was that the guards had Konoha hitiet on their foreheads and Konoha flak jackets on. It reminded Naruto that he had yet to put his on. Maybe later if he felt the need for it. His curiosity of where the hell all of the buildings came from gave way to a bit of joy when he spotted a familiar face stationed at the desk of the armory, issuing basic weapons to those that did not have their full supply, Taeya-chan. The redhead's bored brown eyes panned in the direction of Naruto's voice, thinking that she finally found something to do in the form of her verbally tearing into one of the meatheads running around the base for using her name with such a suffix. She didn't know them. But she did indeed know the person that she saw walking over to her desk, Uzumaki. Well, what do you know? I thought they were going to keep you on lockdown in the village until the shit hit the fan. You're stationed here too, she said with a toothy grin. For now, until my mission is done, Naruto said with a shrug as he made it over to the desk and leaned against it. When I'm done with whatever mission I have here, I have to stay here as if I were a part of the division until I get assigned something else. That was how quite a few ninja would be operating. Not many in the grand scheme, but Naruto's situation wasn't that different from others, so it wasn't outlandish. Well, due to being bored as hell because I'm doing a job that doesn't need 4 people working the fucking supply desk while everyone's fully furnished, I'm taking it upon myself to show you around the Northwest Command Post. Taeya hopped over the desk and smoothed her purple skirt out. She wore her full-body mesh suit, hat, and skirt like the last time he had seen her, but she had on her flak jacket instead of her tan top. Let's roll then. Where are you looking for exactly? Wherever the division commander is. As Teiya began leading him around, Naruto fell in step with the shorter girl. His eyes panned about and saw a lot of tension on the faces of the shinobi he could see outside of the buildings. So how are things around here? Anything gone wrong yet? Teiya shook her head with a frown adorning it. It's one of those fucking glass half full / half empty things. There's a river not too much further west of here. That's basically no man's land. Nothing much ever happens as far as attacks go over here, but if you set one foot in view of the other side then you're fucked. That's where the forest that we're used to ends and where the weird forests begin. Weird forests. Yep. Teiya said, intentionally popping her lips for added effect. Weird as hell. Different from anything you see in High no Kuni, ever. Forests made completely of bamboo and mushrooms, shit like that. Then there are ones made of tall grass that are completely impassable. You can't see shit in those fucking things. Those are the worst. They're fucking death traps. Naruto raised an eyebrow. All those are just across the river. That sounds like a whole country full of terrain to me. That point being given, Teiya stopped walking and blushed as she rubbed the back of her neck sheepishly. Oh, well it is. I kind of know the rest of them because Oto had a base in this country back in the day. The only one that's right across the ravine and the river is one made of bamboo. You can see it as clear as day if you go to the cliff side of the ravine. I wouldn't get that close though. So we can't even get a force across the river. I think we can. Teiya continued as they kept walking through the base camp, but it is just not worth it. They have sensors, awesome sensors. Any time we tried to get an expedition force across they were repelled with big losses before they could even get up the other side of the ravine, no matter how we tried to cover them. Anything that gets across would be totally ineffective and wiped out altogether. We just stopped trying and are holding the line here for now. Stalemate style. Everyone's pissed. There was a good reason for being pissed. Kyuza wasn't trying to fight them directly, they just had the border covered well. So there would be no direct approach, but the border was mostly comprised of the ravine and river that cut through it. It was deep all the way through and there were only 2 good bridges that had ever been constructed to cross. One of them had been destroyed during the last war. Eventually Teiya led him to one of the smallest buildings around and began to lead him up to the guards at the door. Here's the place that you want. The commander's inside. Come on. The guards let Teiya past and Naruto as well without any hassle. There was only one room in the small place and at a desk was the man that Naruto perceived to be the commander, Tenzo. Naruto said questioningly as he and Teiya walked up to the desk. I told you to call me Yamato from now on, Naruto. The wood-manipulating shinobi said as he looked up from the multiple maps on his desk. So you finally made it out here, I see. Welcome to Deadlocked Hell. Both Naruto and Teiya pulled up a chair to Yamato's desk and took a seat. You called for me to come out here? Naruto asked, getting a firm nod from Yamato, so that means that you think you needed me. What's up? Yamato beckoned both Naruto and Teiya forward to get a better look at the map on the table that had his main attention before they had come in, the river and the ravine. We can't cross that thing. No one can. We've tried in multiple places and we just can't. I can't even construct a bridge across. Anytime I try they bombard the hell of our side once they find us. Teiya felt it prudent to point out one particular time for illustration purposes. You did get close that one time. Remember when you set up that little one that let us try to get a few across to hold the area until you had time to make a bigger bridge? I'd rather not remember that incident. Yamato said with a grimace before explaining to Naruto, they blew up my smaller bridge and trapped the force on the other side of the ravine. It was like a school of piranha, 25 men died that night. He narrowed his eyes angrily before sighing and rubbing his temple, and they have control of the only constructed bridge that would readily be available for use. Tenchi Bridge. He then pointed that spot out on the map, and at the other end of that bridge they have a fortress close enough to retaliate against any crossing attempts. Teiya smirked at that point though, they can't blow it up to cut us off though. We won't let the fuckers get a demolition team near it and we just keep fighting over it. No one has any claim over it at the moment. Yamato stroked his chin and pointed at a different border a little further north. They'll probably look to head through the land held by Takegakyo to try and flank us and rush us from the north. It's pretty obvious, but they have a chance at getting us and dealing some damage. And then their force over the bridge could attack us from there and we'd have double trouble to deal with. Naruto looked between the map and Yamato and scratched his cheek. Now what do you want from me? Placing his finger on the point where the camp was, Yamato dragged his finger to the northern border held by Takegakyo. I want you to get into Kyuza's land holdings through the three-way border shared by us, them, and Takegakyo. From there I want you to move back southwest towards the bridge and the fortress. Take it down and we can cross the bridge to get a foothold into their ground. Walk back behind enemy lines and take down the fortress by himself. Teiya said with a dry look on her face, is that all you want from him or do you want him to march straight to Kyuza and make the higher-ups surrender as well? How about a souvenir? She then blinked and remembered who she was talking to. Sir. Yamato blocked a quirk of his lips that would have made an amused smile and instead glowered at Teiya with a creepy expression on his face. Is that a touch of insubordination I hear from you, Teiya? He felt a touch of satisfaction when he saw both Teiya and Naruto both stiffen in alarm. Teiya shook her head rapidly and readjusted her disheveled hat back onto her head properly. Good. And Naruto can handle it. Trust me, I've seen him walk into total rat's nests and get out. He has an entire border to work with now. The entire final reason that he was promoted earlier in the year to Jounin came due to the long-term mission he had been dispatched on to assist in the location and eradication of as many Otogakyo bases as possible. This was just like that, only there would be way tighter security around the fortress. If he screwed it up he was going to have one hell of a time getting himself out. I can do it. Naruto said with conviction, let me go for it. I'll get in, blow it up, and get out. That'll get rid of the fortifications around the Tenchi Bridge keeping us from getting across it, right? Teiya gave Naruto an incredulous look that he seemed to be okay with such a mission. Are you out of your fucking gourd? It would take you 4 days to get up and around traveling at normal speed, and now you have to be careful of getting caught up in patrols and not to mention the fucking three-way border to boot. You need a whole goddamned squad just to have a fighting chance at getting to the other side. Are you volunteering? That got Teiya to blink suddenly for the second time in the conversation, this time in confusion. Ha! Unlike the first time, this time Yamato's amusement couldn't really be hidden as he managed to crack a small smile. You heard me. Are you volunteering to assist Naruto on this mission? Well, not really. Teiya responded, not knowing exactly how to respond to that. She turned towards Naruto in a demure manner that was unlike her usual guise. Do you actually want the help, Uzumaki? Naruto looked at Teiya and thought on it. He hadn't planned on getting help and she didn't sound 100% convinced that the mission was worth taking with such a small group, namely him. Before he could finish thinking on it, the voice in his head chimed in, she's scared. The Kyuubi seemed to sound amused at the fact. Isn't this the same girl that stormed into Konoha and left with the Uchiha, only having her other 3 teammates to help him? But that was after the invasion when Konoha was relatively weakened. Sasuke came with them willingly, and it wasn't a wartime state around the countryside. This was nothing like that, and even then she had experience with terrible things befalling her when the mission went to hell. She was the only one that survived that clusterfuck. He wasn't going to take her since he wasn't even sure how things would go. No, he was enough to accomplish the objective. Just because he felt comfortable playing with his own life didn't mean he felt alright with doing it using his friends' lives. Naruto shook his head and put a hand on Teiya's shoulder. I don't need the help, Teiya-chan. You don't have to go. I can pull this off just fine. I wasn't going to let her go anyway. Yamato suddenly chimed in, letting the two have their little moment so that he could possibly tease one or the other later. He had to take what he could get as far as amusement at a time like this. He ignored the incredulous looks on both Naruto and Teiya's faces at that revelation. Teiya is the leading genjutsu specialist of the division, both in casting and breaking them. She's stopped several night raids from the bridge area basically on her own because of this already. Teiya grit her teeth and glared at Yamato heavily. Then why'd you just let us go through all of the beating around the bush bullshit we just going through doing about the whole giving him backup thing? Well, because I need something to mess with you both about later, little Miss Smitten. Naruto, tightening his grip on Teiya's shoulder to hold her back, kept her from trying to do something hothead to their division commander. Geez, I might as well be sitting in front of Kakashi-sensei if this is what Yamato Taichou's going to do. Right, well I guess I'll head out tonight if it'll take 4 days to get up and around to the other side. Yamato nodded. Good. You should get some sleep if you're going to be traveling at night. Head to the barracks and grab an empty space to rest up until sundown. That's when I'll give you the lay of the land along our side of the line. Naruto stood up and proceeded to leave the office, Teiya following him on the way out. Good luck. XXX. Seas between Kaminari no Kuni and Mitsu no Kuni. Incoming vessels, sir. On board one of a series of ships carrying the first of the Kirigakure forces towards the mainland to assist their allies in the war, a man in the crow's nest yelled down to his captain once said vessels came into his sight. The lead shinobi of that ship took a pair of binoculars and looked out towards the horizon where the ships were coming towards them. Which village's colors are they flying? He wanted to know which particular village was planning on trying to cut them off with a naval battle. There were quite a few villages on smaller islands between Mitsu no Kuni and the main continent of the elemental nations. They don't have any village markings on the ship anywhere at all. That got the main ninja's attention as he looked up to the crow's nest in disbelief prior to looking back out through his binoculars. Are you telling me that we're getting attacked by pirates? What kind of pirates would be attacking them outright, and why? As a matter of fact, how did they even find their exact location with enough warning to prepare a fleet of ships? XXX. On board a pirate ship. An evil-looking man with a goatee, dark messy hair that could be seen under a red captain's hat and 3 red markings on his face, one under each eye and one going down the bridge of his nose, stood out observing the forthcoming Kiri ships with a grin on his face. He wore a red captain's coat, brown pants, grey gloves, and had a rapier tucked into the sash around his waist. So what's to stop me from taking all of the money that masked person paid me with and killing the 3 of you right here? Sujitsu sat on the deck of the ship leaning against a crate while Karen sat on the very same crate and Juago stood off to the side. The fact that we'll just kill you instead if you try it and destroy all of your ships except one, or do I need to give you more of a demonstration like we did on Battleship Island? He stood up and cracked his neck. Listen up, Gaetaro. You can take the money and whatever loot you can salvage from what's left of the ships. I just want the practice. Before he made his move he turned towards Karen. Are those ships all that are coming? Karen nodded and adjusted her glasses on her face. Yeah. Those are the only ones on their way at the moment. Good. Sujitsu said as he unsealed Same Harder from its scroll and held the violent weapon in his hands. Juago, stay with Karen, and if any of these idiots even look at her wrong you can kill everyone on the ship. I'll be right back. With that, he jumped over the side of the ship and into the water. The ship's pirate captain Gaetaro watched Sujitsu jump into the water and shook his head. What's that fool doing? We were about to prepare for battle and he just jumps overboard. You don't know that much about what ninja are capable of, do you? Karen commented in a bored manner with her hand in her cheek before pointing out at the Kiri ships that were coming closer. This is the worst place possible for anyone to try and fight someone like Sujitsu. Sutan, Oni Sakana, water release, demon fish. A titanic tidal wave rose up from the water in front of Gaetaro's fleet of ships and pushed them backwards as it rose high up over the surface of the water and took the form of a demonic fish with an open mouth and sharp teeth. The wall of water was enough to encompass the entire width of the path the Kiri ships were on. It then proceeded to smash the smaller vessels into scraps in one forceful crash that carried the debris and the men that had been on board away, allowing the water to calm once more as if nothing had ever happened. The only signs of the swift violence that had occurred was the wreckage of the ships and the motionless bodies floating on top of the water. As the entire pirate crew looked on in shock and horror at the entire group of Kiri ships being taken down in one move, Sujitsu scared the living hell out of them by blasting right out of the water and landing back on the deck. So how'd that look? He asked Karen and Juago as he grinned with his sharp, shark-like teeth. Karen chuckled slightly before answering, Same Harder is bolstering your chakra reserves after not even 2 months. It's amazing. It made her wonder just how deep were Kaizame's reserves before his death, having hauled that blade around for well over a decade. Are you even tired yet? Not even close. Sujitsu said, laughing to himself as he held Same Harder in the air. 3 of the swords made me this strong. I can't wait until I get the other 4. I'll be the strongest sword-using shinobi that ever lived. And then we kill Naruto Uzumaki, right? Karen's voice sounded dark and hateful as she referenced Naruto. A person she had never met or even seen before elicited such anger and hate from her. It was inconceivable. Sure. Sujitsu said in order to appease her, though he was indeed going to help her achieve her goal. He would never admit it out loud, but Juago's bouts of insanity and Karen's bossy personality had grown on him. The masked boss man will come and get us soon enough when we're ready. Until then we keep these waterways good and shaken up. It's just damn good training too. XXX. Northwest border of Hino Kuni Konohigakyo Northwestern Front Command Post Nightfall. Are you all ready to go? Teiya asked him, her hands adjusting his root top as they both stood outside of the security fence around the camp. She hadn't particularly left his side all day since he had shown up, and she seemed to be fussing nervously over him. She even slept with him in his bedroll and scared off anyone that would have bothered waking him up just to chat with the Jinchuriki of Konoha while he was in the field with them. You've got everything, you're not hungry, and you're sure you can do this by yourself, right? It was kind of funny to see her mothering him. Maybe being in an active war for the 2nd time since the invasion of Konoha scared her more than she originally let on. It wasn't like it was a one-and-done attack the way that one was. There were plenty of chances of someone close to her getting killed. All it took was a sliver of dumb luck in this sort of situation, and Taeya actually had friends and people to care for now. Yes. I'm as ready as I'm going to get. Naruto grabbed Taeya's wrists to keep her from messing with his clothes or equipment anymore, a smile on his face when he saw the lost look she gave him. It's going to be fine. I'll be back here before anyone even misses me. A wry look came over the flute-wielding Kunoichi's face. I'm thinking about the experience that I have with you sneaking into bases and into enemy lines 8 years ago. You fucking got caught and chased to the border. You can't get away with that shit this time. It wasn't my fault and I was there for months before I got caught. Naruto defended prior to just standing there, leaning against the fence with the closest friend he had at that base. The seemingly comfortable silence that sat between the two came when Taeya turned her eyes towards him. I really don't trust this bullshit mission, Uzumaki. Why would Yamato Taichou call for just you to do this? There was just something about this whole thing that Taeya did not like. It was like she spent the entire day trying to wrap her head around the whole situation. He didn't like seeing her like that. I can do it, Taeya-chan, just trust me. Naruto said, not getting much of a reaction before he continued to speak. Well, how about this? It'll take 4 days for me to get up and around to the other side with the route I'm taking. Give me 5 days. If you don't see or hear about me running across that bridge from the other side back towards our camp, then you have permission to beat the crap out of me when you see me again. If you die, I'm going to find a way to bring you back just to make sure you make good on that and let me kick the shit out of you. It hadn't escaped Naruto's notice that when he had let go of Taeya's wrists, she hadn't let go of him and had been holding both of his hands. She eventually sighed and let go of him. Yeah, get the fuck out of here already. You're going to stop all of that cursing around me one day. Bite me. Already did. Taeya gave him a hard punch in the shoulder and took a step back to let Naruto begin to walk away. Once he moved past her though, she grabbed a hold of his forearm and quickly turned him around. Before he could even register a question to ask her as to what else was up, Taeya grabbed his collar and pulled him into a rather rough kiss. A sober Taeya had never initiated a kiss with him, and the only time Naruto had ever felt comfortable doing so himself were the few times when he and the girl had sex. It was just what he did to assure her that he cared and that his attention was firmly on her and her alone, and she never seemed like she enjoyed them. But now she had attacked his mouth with her own with complete abandon, and her tongue was pushing his around in a rather one-sided duel. He was too stunned to kiss her back for the 10 seconds that it managed to last when she roughly shoved him back and gave him a look that showed she was quite pleased with herself once she saw his stunned look. Well, did you see that coming? Naruto opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, trying to think of something to retort with, but came up with nothing. I didn't. I thought you hated kissing. I did. I still kind of do actually. Taeya said with a shrug, but I used to hate you too. Do you think I still do now? A smile broke out between the two of them before she then shooed him away. Now go on and get moving, jackass, you're burning moonlight. Giving her one last wave, Naruto turned and took off, heading away from the base to his northern destination to reach the three-way border. Still feeling quite pleased at throwing Naruto off with her actions, Taeya leaned against the gate and stayed there until she couldn't feel his presence in the area any longer. Once she actually started to make her way back into the camp, she heard the sound of slow clapping and saw a cheerful-looking Anko sitting nearby on top of the fence lining the outside of the base. Ooh, how cute! Just wait until I tell everyone how adorable little Teiya was out here having her little romantic moment with her hero. She then rolled backwards off of the fence to dodge projectile snakes that were sent flying at her from Teiya's mesh sleeve. "You're so dead, bitch." Teiya jumped over the fence, foregoing the usual method of entering through the gate so that she could pursue the madly cackling Anko angrily. "And just who the fuck told you it was cool to watch?" "But I like to watch. XXX. One day later, Keisuke no Mori landmark. After one full night and morning of traveling, sleeping during the light afternoon hours and beginning again at sundown, Naruto made it to the place that marked the triple border of Hai no Kuni and the lands held by Kyuza and Taki respectively. The Keisuke no Mori, petrified forest, that served as the natural barrier between the three would be Naruto's point of infiltration. Large and fossilized trees and other assorted plants stood over the landscape and would have made passing through difficult during the day due to the astute guards, but due to the fact that it was wartime, and even in peace the place was watched over by all three hidden villages that held a claim of some sort over the land, things didn't change much at all. It was actually projected to be the mellowest front due to the fact that armed hostility was the status quo for the region and the sentries were like hawks anyway. Now things had changed since Taki and Kyuza were working towards the same goal of winning the war, so instead of watching each other they could both look in the same direction towards Hai no Kuni and any moves made by Konoha. Nothing was supposed to be able to get through. Not a significant attack force anyway. A significant attack force did not mean one person, it meant an entire platoon or even a company intent on taking that particular land. There was a catch when it came to Kyuza and Taki's defensive measures. They could keep an eye out for an attack force or an ambush easily enough, but looking for one person within that forest was like looking for a gnat flying around in one's kitchen, especially when you had no idea that the person was even there. This was what Naruto was taking advantage of when he slipped through this place in the dead of night and began heading back south, this time on Kusagaku's side of the borderline. That was way too easy. Naruto thought to himself as he ran, using the branchless petrified trees as points to move to and from to obscure his movements from anyone that might have somehow spotted him. But that kind of system is supposed to be able to stop groups of ninja though, not one person. For one person to try moving and surviving behind enemy lines in wartime was suicide. Henge was useless for trying infiltration or sabotage missions in villages and towns due to the fact that any half-decent sensor could detect a transformation. But this was simply Naruto making tracks to the Tenchi Bridge as fast as he could and blowing it up. It was no real infiltration. There would be no espionage here. It was a hurried demolition mission and he needed to finish it before his trail could be picked up on. And someone was already suspicious. Naruto had not been discovered, but there was some suspicion. He could feel the stillness of the dead forest broken by not only his movements but by the movements of others coming his way. He wished he had a sensor ninja of some kind with him because he may have picked up on such a thing sooner. Okay, let's fight and get this over with. With that thought, Naruto stopped and drew his sword, anticipating the time it would take for the enemy to catch up with him. It turned out to be far faster than he thought. I need to make this fast. I don't care if these people see it. None of them are surviving this to tell the story anyway. Channeling chakra to his right eye, Naruto activated his implanted Sharingan to see dozens of shuriken flying his way from directly in front of himself. With the ability of the eye to slow down what Naruto was seeing, he was able to use his sword to block all of the shuriken with his sword before jumping into action in the direction they came from. Quick as a flash, Naruto cut down one of the attacking shinobi, a man larger than him with a blade head, a strange light purple flak jacket, and a purple hittiette with a star on it. Hoshigakyo, what the hell? Is anyone not going to try and take us down? With a glare, Naruto turned to face the 9 other remaining ninja in the vicinity. It's a Konoha ninja. Take him down. At the shout of one of the men, all of the ninja made the bird hand seal and initiated their jutsu, Kujaku Myohao, mystical peacock method. Naruto didn't wait to see what the jutsu did, not even allowing 3 of the 9 Hoshigakyo ninja to begin their technique, as he formed 8 Kichibunshin to help him kill them before they could even finish the jutsu and take advantage of it. Of the 8 remaining, only 5 were able to finish the jutsu fast enough to defend themselves from Naruto's clones, dispelling the ones they fought against. All 5 remaining Hoshi adversaries had purple chakra emitting from their body, with the appearance of peacock feathers billowing from behind them. He can't take us all down, we're all down in here. Naruto's 3 clones returned to his side as they all faced off with their opponents. So am I. But that's the thing. All Jounin aren't created equal. Naruto antagonized them all into attacking his clone force head-on while he jumped out of the fray to observe as best he could. With his eye he could see clearly just what constituted their strange chakra, that is not natural in any way. Kujaku Myohao, Kemono, mysterious peacock method, beast. The purple chakra radiating off of their bodies all formed some sort of 4-legged animal that dispelled Naruto's clones. They tried to cut through the chakra beasts, but there was nothing doing on that front for the clones. Surrender or die here, Konoha ninja. Better idea. Naruto said, making a series of hand seals ending in the half-tiger seal. Let's test a little something out. Fuuka Hoin, Kai. Fire sealing method, release. As the black flames of Amaterasu came from his glowing seal tattoo and covered his left forearm, Kyuubi, turn it on. At Naruto's behest, the great chakra beast began drawing upon nature chakra and Naruto siphoned it to enter sage mode. Let's finish this. Gladly. Kujaku Myohao, Gu, mysterious peacock method, join. All of the 5 chakra beasts that had been created by the Hoshigakyo ninja joined into one demi-summon-looking creature that was the size of a house. Still Naruto merely narrowed his orange pigment dyes and did not cower or falter in his own belief of his chances. He then shut his eyes and took a deep breath before setting himself in a stance and making a half-tiger seal with his right hand, cocking his left flame-covered one back for a strike. Senpu, Yami en no Ryua, Sage Art, Dragon of the Darkness Flame. Naruto heaved a haymaker of a punch and used his control over his entire body's chakra and anything chakra-related that was in contact with him to form a massive dragon from the Amaterasu flames. Naruto's first successful result of training with what he had managed to absorb from Itachi Uchiha's attack on him. It took sage mode and the malleability of nature chakra for him to be able to mold the flames in the ways he needed them to for any kind of ranged attack. It was smaller than the conjoined chakra beast ninjutsu of his enemies, but Naruto's dragon was absurdly stronger as it punched right through the center of it and forced the purple chakra to burn into nothing. The jutsu continued on and hit the stunned, frightened, and screaming Hoshigakyo ninja, incinerating them in a matter of 30 seconds as the immediate petrified forest was engulfed in black flames. That was awesome. Naruto yelled, though his voice didn't get any louder than the crackling and harshly burning black flames. He then quickly formed his hand seals and retook the Amaterasu fire into his left arm, Fuuka Hoin, fire sealing method. Once all of the flames had been taken from the petrified trees, Naruto was glad that the wood was so tough and that he could take Amaterasu back into himself, or else it would be the charcoal forest. He figured that the battle was quick and low-key enough for him to leave since there weren't even corpses remaining of his enemies on the dead forest floor. No harm no foul, since nobody would know which way he went by the time they discovered the scene of the battle, at morning by the earliest. It was rather impressive, Naruto-senpai. Before Naruto began to run off again, he heard the familiar voice, and in a swirl of leaves appeared his raven-haired, grey-eyed childhood partner Maki, kneeling on the ground with a smirk on her face. Maki touched the ashes of the Hoshigakyo ninja on the ground and let them fall between her gloved fingers before standing up as she dusted her hands off. You can control the fire you sealed into your arm now. You must have been training hard when you were in Kumo. Naruto looked around in the now quiet night before settling on Maki as his sage mode faded. Not that it's not good to see you here, or anyone that won't kill me for that matter, but what are you doing all the way out here? I came to back you up, Maki said, shifting the tanto that she had on her back to a more comfortable position. Neither Sai or I were really comfortable with what this mission entailed. So I came to catch up with you. I've been following you since you left the Northwestern Front command post. Naruto nodded before thinking about something. Wait, that means you were around when I was sleeping. Why didn't you show yourself then? Maki was not about to tell him that she had also seen Teiya kiss him and that she was angry at it, which was why she did not reveal herself sooner, instead choosing to follow him until she managed to cool down. Watching him fight and handle the Hoshigakyo ninja without even needing her help did just that to calm her down. It's not like I'm supposed to be here at all. Root may be known of by Hokage-sama, but if we're actually caught in progress with our Black Op missions, then she can and will deny any knowledge of us or our activities. We're not sanctioned. You stopped at 3 different Konoha encampments on the way to your sneak point. Naruto gave her a deadpan stare before letting out a sigh. Okay, you've got a point. But now you don't have to worry about being seen by any Konoha ninja anymore, because the next people that would see us will be from Kusa or some other CNF village. He then pointed in the direction they were to be moving in as he began running deeper into enemy territory. As Naruto ran off to continue moving before the sun came up, Maki looked after him with a twitching eye due to his last comment and took off running after him to follow. That isn't a very reassuring point at all, Naruto-senpai, she said as she began tailing him. It took another day after leaving the camp on the Konoha side of the Tenchi Bridge for Naruto to reach the other side. Well within the country he planned on assisting the Northwestern troops with getting through, Maki tagging along to make sure he didn't die namelessly somewhere along the line. The company was definitely nice though, and Maki kept up with him throughout the trip despite the murderous pace he was cutting to reach the fortress guarding the Kusa side of the bridge before the stalemate could be any further set. Naruto-senpai, Maki eventually said as they were traversing through the wild territory a few miles past the enemy side of the ever-widening and deepening river that separated Konoha's line from the side held by Kusa and the other smaller villages of the region. I was wondering if we could take a rest for a short bit. She sounded quite a bit out of breath, but it was the afternoon and they had been running since she had revealed herself to him the previous night. Naruto drew them to a stop in a decent little spot within the vast bamboo forest and allowed Maki to take a knee to catch her breath. Yeah, it's okay, he said, taking that moment to double-check his supplies as he heard her let out a sigh. We should make it there before sunset anyway and we'll scope it out until dawn tomorrow. That sounded right to her. The travel times that had been established to most places were set with a normal person's traveling pace in mind, not the pace of a Jinchuriki physically conditioned to never tire without even tapping into their demon's chakra. If Maki was visibly breathing hard, that was the equivalent of a normal person huffing and puffing on one's hands and knees, since she was never supposed to show a thing. Sitting down next to her, Naruto put a hand on his formulative training partner's back in a soothing manner, letting her know that he was aware of just how rough the entire trip from the three-way border had been on her. Turning her grey eyes towards him, she saw Naruto give her a small smile that she couldn't help but return. Naruto-senpai would be a good leader. He was able to convey thanks towards a subordinate's efforts without even saying a word. It was those eyes of his. Naruto's eyes were the most expressive part of him. When he was ready to get down to business of the gravest of natures, you could see it. It was like you were drowning in that stare, head held full on under the water with no relief. When he was excited or happy, even if he was amused, if it didn't show on his face, which he would still do often, those eyes still lit up. They always did, even back in the dimly lit training facilities that had populated their youth. Why was she fangirling? She was past that years ago. Then again, that was when he wasn't around. Damn you, Danza-sama. Maki thought to herself, quelling a blush back. You knew what you were doing this entire time. It had to be inappropriate for her to feel that way about her captain, but it was hard to help. A children's crush she never quite grew out of, and also factoring into Danza's plans was the fact that Naruto didn't seem to perceive it. Thank goodness for that. She would have died of embarrassment if it had come to that. Root Q no ichi, don't crush on anyone, even when they're supposed to. At that moment, Naruto sneezed as if his body was aware that she was thinking intensely of him, but his mind didn't catch up to the instinct as he instead brought up the mission at hand. All right, Maki-chan. Whenever you feel up to moving again, we're going to go ahead and do this. We'll be attacking by tomorrow at sundown. You mean after sundown, don't you? Maki asked curiously, running a tired hand through her dark hair. Yes, a full day to get down the nighttime guard rotational patterns. That sounds right. Naruto looked befuddled at her question at first. No. We're not attacking at night. We're doing this at sundown, if even that late. That sounded insane. Maki had never done any wet work during the light hours. It was too risky for a root operative to do so, since discretion was the most important thing. Konoha couldn't be linked to the things that they were busy doing. But then again, there was no reason for that kind of operating method here. War was already upon them, and of course Konoha would be the ones held responsible, even if they had never been seen by a soul destroying the fortress on the C.N.F. Continental Ninja Federation side of the line. No other power in the Grand Shinobi Alliance would be able to do so, as Kiri had yet to make a landing to the mainland. Kumo was stuck up in the northeast trying to move down through the countries with multiple lesser villages littering the lands without incurring massive losses, and Suna was in no condition to wage any sort of offensive at all. Why attack in the light? Maki asked him aloud, wondering what his reasoning was. Naruto wasn't the heroic, suicidal type, and even if he was, there was no personal reason to go out into the open and take on a stronghold. Wouldn't attacking at night give us more maneuverability? No matter what, they're probably going to know we're coming anyway. Naruto said, checking the sharpness of his clan heirloom sword and frowning at it. He was going to cut through damn space and time somehow. It was just too much to let go. The applications to such a technique would be incredible. But right now was about the mission and nothing else. Kyuza traditionally has the most kick-ass sensors in the world. Otherwise someone else would have done this mission a long time ago. And I'm a walking throbbing beacon of chakra. That and attacking at the end of a prescribed guard shift meant that they would get the worn down, ragged end of one half of the ninja and the barely woken up, not ready for action half that were meant to take their places on the night shift. That didn't sit well with Maki though. None of what was actually said aloud sounded positive whatsoever to her. Then why did the division commander send you for this mission? You're Konoha's Jinchuriki. You're the village's trump. That's why Yamato asked for me and they sent me. Naruto said with a shrug, I can get to the fortress itself, and if I can't get rid of it without being discovered, I can take the whole place down on the way out and fight my way back to Konoha's side of the bridge. If I knew I could get through that easily, I would have just skywalked over the chasm instead of taking the 2-day way around. But starting a whole big battle without even reaching the fortress would have been too much risk and too bullheaded. The mission was slated as a distance infiltration for a reason. The moment he used his special technique to cross the river, he would have been felt by even the shittiest sensor shinobi, and the entire force would have come right at him before he got even half a mile into their territory. He needed to get close so that he didn't get bogged down fighting his way to the fortress to give them time to reinforce its defenses. This way all he really needed was to take the fortress in one fell swoop, even if they did sense him when they got close. Better to be safe and sure than to be impulsive. It wasn't overthinking it either, it was just standard procedure. If you don't want to come with me, you can go back home, Naruto told Maki, surprising her as he resheathed his sword. When the fortress goes down, they are going to be coming out of the woodwork to get us back for it. It's really going to go south quick. He had done something like that recently when he had been clearing out Orochimaru's bases almost a full year ago. Maki wasn't the clear-cutting type the way he was. You came with me this far and I didn't ask you to, so I can't have you finish the rest of my mission for me too. Maki stood up and drew her tanto from her back before pointing it at Naruto, seemingly offended somewhat by his offer to cut and run. Naruto-senpai, I am not one of your regular friends. I'm Root, and a Root ninja doesn't cop out on their work, even if it's guaranteed to kill them. That's what we're supposed to be used for. Well, you're still my junior, Maki-chan, Naruto said, crossing his arms over his chest and facing her down, not budging. And you don't ever go on a mission thinking you'll die. That's stupid. Always believe you can make it back, it gives you another reason to try harder. I am not having any of my close people die in front of me when I could do something about it. It's not like it'll be any better if you get yourself killed trying to protect me or someone else because you think we can't do it, Maki replied, giving him pause and forcing him to take a moment to think. What do you think I'd feel like if you went and sent me home and did this mission but somehow got killed? It's the same thing. So if you think you can send me home, just remember that you suck at genjutsu and I've got a million of them. The two continued to face off, but with Naruto's will to argue broken by Maki's point, that there was no reason others wouldn't feel the way he did after he died that he would if they died. He had no senseless fight left in him. You've got a lot of bite in you. I'm really glad that Danzajiji let you keep that, because I always did like it. Maki let him see a ghost of a smile as she sheathed her tanto before putting on a plain white root mask and holding up another one for him. Mask? No thanks, Naruto said before pointing at the eye that didn't originally belong to him, concealed by the contact lens. Last time I wore one of those things in a fight, I kind of lost something important. He reached up and took the mask off of Maki's face. I don't think you should wear one either. You don't want me to get hurt because of an equipment malfunction too. That wasn't a useful concern though. Maki was a trained medic and could take care of herself if she needed to. How many times would she fight someone with precision explosives that could turn her mask into deadly shrapnel the way he did anyway? Well, there's that, Naruto said with a shrug before choosing to hook the mask onto his belt just in case, since she brought one for him anyway. But I really just want something pretty to look at before all of this gets ugly. He then had to stop and think about what he had just said. That was so lame. Damn it, living with Jiraiya was messing with his daily banter. And now Maki's face was red. Great. She was going to hit him and the team dynamic was going to be screwed for the next hour or two. Maki's face wasn't red out of anger though, more like embarrassment. But then she realized that there wasn't really anything to be embarrassed about. This was Naruto, the person that the cosmos apparently had slated her to find herself attracted to, and there was no one there but him. She'd be damned if she was going to be all tentative and hesitant about it. That was kid stuff. The intensity she stared at him with kind of unnerved Naruto since he had never seen her look at him like that before. She usually tried to avoid direct eye contact altogether, and it got him to back up until he hit a bamboo tree where she trapped him. "What's the matter, Maki-chan?" he asked her, wondering if inheriting one part of the curse from Jiraiya also meant he could talk his way out of trouble. "How much time do you think we can allot to taking a bit of a break?" Maki's voice was not giving him any tells as to just how upset she was, as was her intent. Her cloudy grey eyes were meant for bluffing, not like his bright blue ones. "As long as we get there by nightfall to start checking things out, it doesn't really matter, I guess." A nod came from the rude Kunoichi, who then let out a sigh of seeming relief. "That's good. This won't take nearly that long then," Maki said, confusing Naruto before she pressed her smaller body against his and kissed him. Over 10 years of pent-up tension around Naruto melted away just like that for her. Maki tried to get up on her tiptoes just to get at him a little bit better as she threw her arms around his neck, and he more than let her do so, pulling her close to him and returning the kiss. Maki was a very pretty girl, and he knew her very well. It wasn't like this was illicit, though couldn't she have picked a more secure time for it? Or somewhere indoors? This was rather new. Lemon start. Maki's heart thumped harshly in her chest as she eventually ended the kiss and pulled back from Naruto, taking his hands from around her to rest one on the zipper of her top that she had him zip down for her. "I'm sick of trying to act like I don't wish for this to happen," she tried to explain to him. "This is my best chance to get you alone, so if it doesn't bother you." She trailed off, letting the top and her sheathed tanto fall to the ground to leave her in her mesh tank top. How would it have bothered him? Maki could have tried to jump him and it probably wouldn't have mattered one way or the other to him. She was still his original Kuhai and she had grown up to be very beautiful. It was evident that she cared about him, and he cared for her too. "Did you seriously think that I'd say no?" Naruto said as he made several Kichibunshin that scattered off to watch the area for them. "Maki-chan, I've got to say that your timing sucks. But it doesn't really matter right now." He kicked his own sandals off and to the side and took off his gloves, placing them in his pockets. That was a yes as Maki saw Naruto begin to take off his sleeveless root issue top and she quickly shimmied out of her pants as if she wasn't a hardened assassin of more than a decade. Before she could get too excited, Naruto kissed her again, this time guiding her to the ground, but instead of laying her on her back, Maki pushed him onto his. There wasn't really any turning back for her now, so there was no reason to be all demure. She had started it and she was going to go all the way with it. It was what she wanted and it was going to be done her way. Her senpai's eyes were fully on her just like she always wished. And he seemed to be waiting on her too, sensing this as he had allowed her to guide his pants and boxers off. Pinning him to the ground, Maki kissed him once again, putting her tongue into play this time as Naruto simultaneously slid her panties off and began to use his fingers to play with her pussy. She bucked towards the feeling slightly and let out a moan into his mouth. Maki grabbed the wrist of the hand that was pleasuring her and forced Naruto to extend another digit to fill her up further. Seeing no reason not to return the favor, Maki began to use her hand to work Naruto's shaft slowly, intent on trying to drive him crazy for her. After a short while she could feel Naruto growl into the kiss at her slow and arduous teasing, and to momentarily placate him she sped up a bit. By this time Maki was downright straddling Naruto's hand as he continued to piston it in and out of her, and she found that her strategy to make him mad in lust was backfiring. She was the one all heated and bothered and wanting more from him, and inexperience was her ultimate downfall. Unlike her, Naruto had had sex in the past, Maki had not. And so far she thoroughly loved what it was about, being as close as possible to the other person, her partner, her Naruto-senpai. Senpai, this isn't enough. Maki whined as Naruto's fingers continued stimulating her pussy. She didn't ask, she didn't simply flat out state it, she whined to Naruto over it. Did Maki really feel that much for him? It was very touching in more ways than one. Can we go further? Please? Naruto gave her a nod and pulled his fingers from her now dripping wet slit. He idly sucked his own fingers clean of Maki's fluids and smirked when her cheeks turned red from embarrassment. What? You taste good, Maki-chan. It's all right. Here. He sat up and gave Maki a deep tongue kiss that almost made her collapse were she not already on her knees, and he gave one of her breasts a good squeeze through her mesh shirt, running his thumb over her pink nipple, rubbing the skin of his finger and the fabric of the shirt against it to get it to perk up. See? He said as he broke the kiss, you like it, right? Maki couldn't help but nod with her eyes closed blissfully as Naruto guided her back on top of him, with her sitting on his pelvis right in front of his fully erect cock. She wondered at first why he didn't just place her on top, her impatience shining through, until she realized that she was a virgin and he was either assuming this or was fully aware of this. How sweet! He didn't wish to introduce her to the shock of popping her cherry without preparing her first. Before he could even say anything, Maki moved herself up and back, taking a short breath before getting the worst of it over with and setting herself down on top of his cock and relieving herself of her own virginity. Instead of letting out any sort of cry of pain of alarm, Maki just focused on breathing steadily while waiting for the discomfort to fade away. Naruto watched her handle the process curiously with his hands on her hips, waiting as she adjusted to the new sensation. Did she pick that up somewhere, or did she just decide to do that all on her own? His tough little Maki-chan was trying not to make it seem like a big deal. She was really trying to impress him by showing that she was more than just a reliable kunoichi. I've been thinking. Maki said as she felt the sharp pain slowly turn to a feeling of warm attachment as she slowly started rocking her hips experimentally, trying to find what she liked out of this position. I think I should tell you what Sai and I have found out recently. Danza-sama had positioned us as children for me to become your wife, or at least the directed kunoichi to bear your heir in the worst case. Naruto cocked his scarred eyebrow and let out a slight chuckle as Maki smiled slightly. So that old man was going to make sure we hooked up when we were old enough and never let us know. Danza-ji's a dirty old bastard. Maki giggled slightly in apparent agreement, running her hands up and down Naruto's chest before placing them firmly in the middle to steady herself as she began to move up and down his full length. Naruto let out a grunt and started assisting her by lifting her up and down. I wouldn't really have had a problem with that either. Neither would I, Maki finally allowed herself to admit with a rather beautiful smile on her face. The prospect of having his autonomy taken from him to be arranged with her didn't bother him that much. They were close then and would have been even closer had he never been forced to leave Root, but I have you now, senpai, and I'm going to enjoy you. With the admittance that being Naruto's previously arranged wife was something she liked thinking about, Maki finally audibly began moaning as Naruto kept bouncing her on top of him. She let a smug smirk cross her face when she heard Naruto let out a moan beneath her. Not missing out on a chance to tease him even while getting off, Maki slowly slid Naruto's cock out of her all the way to the tip and slowly lowered herself down, taking her time with each up and down motion. The slow process of finally reaching her feeling of being filled, while progressively blissful for her, was probably tormenting Naruto. Well, it served him right for getting her this way over him. She saw him glare up at her and started speeding up again before he decided to do something to punish her. She didn't want to know what kind of pace he would set to get her back. Naruto sat up and placed his back against the nearby bamboo tree so that he could comfortably make out with Maki while she continued to vigorously ride him. One of Naruto's return thrusts forced her to arch her back in a soundless scream as it literally took her breath away. With his loss of Maki's lips to kiss, Naruto kissed his way down her neck and collarbone before rolling the bottom of her mesh shirt up and pulling it over her head to gain full access her bare breasts. Maki cradled Naruto's head to her chest possessively the moment she felt his mouth latch onto one of her nipples as Naruto rolled the tip of his tongue over the nub teasingly, making audible sucking noises that got her to grind in Naruto's lap, eliciting a loud groan from the two of them. "My Naruto-senpai, it took long enough." Pulling his mouth away from Maki's bosom, Naruto smirked up at her. "Well, let's make this worth your wait then," he said before moving forward to put Maki's back on the ground with him situated on top of her. Naruto placed Maki's ankles up on his shoulders and leaned on her, getting her to gasp at being completely filled to the brim with his dick. The only thing that kept Maki from crying out at the top of her lungs in pleasure was the fact that they were not in friendly territory, and a loud yell the way she felt like doing might get them discovered somehow even though they were nowhere near any encampments. The risks of an outdoor quickie apparently, and she really kind of liked it. Naruto felt Maki's fingernails digging into his shoulders and picked up the tempo of his fucking her to the point where she was gripping tightly enough to draw blood from his arms. She was such a tight little virgin, and feeling her soft breath pant in tempo on his ear as he mercilessly drilled the petite kunoichi for her previous agonizingly teasing pace was addictive. Maki's toes were curling in her sandals repeatedly with each and every pump he gave her. Capturing Maki's lips again, Naruto pushed the cool metal of his hitie against her forehead as her tongue beckoned for permission to play with his, permission that was granted. It was cute how little Maki knew about kissing, and apparently she was eager to learn as she tried to mimic the motions his tongue made. He found that she was lost when he stopped leading and sucked a gasp right out of her mouth when he renewed his efforts to drill her into the ground from above. A groan came from the blonde Jinchuriki as he felt Maki's pussy clamp down on manhood. Her entire body let off a powerful shudder that caused her to whimper and guided Naruto to his own orgasm, forcing him to shoot his seed inside of Maki with a low growl at the explosive feeling of release. Maki moaned softly as she felt Naruto fill her up and held him close to her when he set her legs back down around his waist where she wrapped them around his body to keep him close. She didn't want him to pull out yet. Not quite yet. "So," Naruto said, still hovering over her and trying to figure out something meaningful to say while they were coming down from their emotional and physical high. "Were you really supposed to hook up with me if I stayed en route?" Maki chuckled a bit and ran a hand over Naruto's whisker-marked cheek fondly. "A Hokage needs a spouse for credibility purposes later down the line. It just helps with the overall image to be in a stable relationship. Being married makes you seem more trustworthy to the masses. Would you have been okay with that?" What did we just get through doing in C.N.F held territory? Does that tell you what you need to know? Nodding in understanding, Naruto grinned down at her as she continued to stroke his cheek softly. You know, we'd have been the coolest looking kid couple ever. I'm not really sure what my mom looked like, but I think we'd have had her and dad beat. You think you're more handsome than the Yondaime Hokage Naruto senpai? Not really handsome. I think I'm more rugged. Now that I've seen him in person, Dad honestly looked kind of girly. Too much of a pretty boy. He should have told him that when he came face to face with his old man's soul imprint inside of his seal, but the deathmatch three-way slaughter fest against the Uchiha brothers kind of held precedence to any kind of witty remark that he happened to miss out on at the time. Damn. The only chance he had at getting that rip-off at Minato now would be using the Shiki Fuyin. But he had to learn it first, and then there was the whole thing about getting trapped inside of the Shinigami's stomach. The Kyuubi within Naruto, which had respectfully been silent and kept to itself while Naruto and Maki had their moment, couldn't help but snicker at hearing Naruto call the blasted man that had sealed him into his current container girly. Despite her best effort to hold it back to keep her stoic root kunoichi composure, Maki's melodic laughter eventually slipped out and filled the forest as she had just heard her Naruto-senpai call the most gifted Hokage on record girly looking out loud. Only him. End lemon. XXX. Tsunegakyo no Sato Far West Front. Everyone that could be up and about in Suna happened to be out trying to reconstruct the village, as the vast majority of the shinobi populace were down to assist, all the way up to many of the jounin that were left after Pain's attack. To help with picking up the slack left by Suna's losses during the grand-scale Shinra Tensei, Konoha had left a division in case no Kuni inside of Tsunegakyo to take over the village's duties of watching its own perimeter just in case of attack from an opportunistic enemy. The large amount of medically trained ninja from Konoha that had been working around the clock to fix up the injured desert-dwelling citizens were by this point utterly exhausted, but were safe to rest by this time with the knowledge of a job well done. Other than routine check-ins by those more gravely wounded initially than others, there were really no more victims that needed healing. That was good, because from that point the focus could be placed on rebuilding. There was a lot of work to do if Suna wished to bring itself back from the sand dunes it had almost been returned to permanently. All of this hard work and camaraderie. Mato Guy said with a shaking fist and manly tears spilling down his face, "It's got my flames of youth burning brightly." Guy shouted at the top of his lungs, actually startling some of the Suna genin that were bringing large loads of building supplies into the village through the front opening in the dome that surrounded the valley village. Lee. We must take it upon ourselves to assist our Tsunegakyo allies in their spirited endeavor to rebuild their home. Yes, Guy-sensei. It is the affable thing to do. Lee agreed, also spilling rivers of tears from his eyes. You are so sensitive to the plight of our friends. It doesn't make you less of a man to be emotive, Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. Guy-sensei. The two met in a hug as a blazing sunset appeared over the horizon of the cliffs of Suna, getting the attention of one of the contracted foremen who were rebuilding the once great village. What the hell's with this sunset? We've got 5 hours until the sun should be going down, we're not losing light today. Tenten walked over and punched the two Taijutsu specializing men in their heads to get them to break apart lest they offset more people than just the young genin and small children of Suna that they were scarring for life with their over-eager actions. In case you two forgot, we're supposed to be heading to the top of the outside walls to keep watch, she said, pointing to the designated area where Neji already was as both Guy and Lee got up off of the round, not moving supplies in and out of the village. Up on the wall in question, Sakura was sitting and looking down, shaking her head at the antics of the namesake of Team Guy. She then turned her attention to the nearby Kakashi, who was with Neji. Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei kind of has a point. Why aren't they letting us help them rebuild their village? We're here to help, and wouldn't a Suna ninja know better how to keep watch over things? Well, we do have Genin doing that, Kakashi said to Sakura in explanation as he walked over to his pink-haired student. And do you think you're going to be any help in rebuilding? You're not exactly spry and ready for full physical labor. He took note of the bags underneath Sakura's eyes and that she was slightly pale. Symptoms of chakra exhaustion and overusage of military rations pills, so first and foremost you need to rest. Choosing to interject, Neji nodded within sight of Sakura. Everything is handled here. Luckily I'm something of a scouting specialist. If anything comes from the side of the wall I'm on, I'll see it before it ever reaches the village. This was why Neji and the other 11 Hyuga clan members dispatched to Suna operated in each cardinal direction on the wall in 3 separate shifts with the teams they usually worked with. Kakashi nodded in Neji's direction and turned back to Sakura, his eye shutting to reveal that he was smiling. You see. So you can let yourself get a bit of sleep. You look like you need it more than anyone here. Despite that, Sakura still looked apprehensive to doing nothing. If you don't get some sleep I'll put you to sleep with a genjutsu. Don't lie to me and tell me you have the energy to fight one off right now. This is a direct order from a Jounin. 2 of them, Neji added, his Bakugan eyes scanning the sea of sand before him. All right, Sakura said, standing up to walk herself away from the top of the wall, swaying slightly on her feet and giving more credence to Kakashi's point. I'm going back to the barracks. But the second I wake back up I'm coming out here again. She finished as she walked away, trying to make it seem as if she had some kind of autonomy over the whole situation. As they watched Sakura walk away, Kakashi commented to Neji with a sigh, "Ma. Not even my student anymore, and she's still giving me headaches, just like the other one." Apparently Tsunade-sama passes down being stubborn to her apprentices as well. But that would mean that Jiraiya-sama passes down. He let out a small giggle but shook it off, saving such a thought for later when he had free time to read. Neji's eyes seemed to squint as he picked up something on the horizon. I believe 2 Tsunagakyo shinobi are on their way back from a patrol. 2 Suna shinobi. That wasn't right. At the time, every outgoing squad sent to do anything C rank or over would have 2 Konoha ninja with them to supplement the force that was lost due to injuries, death, and rebuilding purposes of the village. There's no one from Konoha with them. No. Neji said, feeling the same sinking feeling in his gut that he assumed Kakashi felt as well, and they seem to be very injured. We should summon some medics to meet them at the entrance. There was a terrible sense of foreboding setting in his heart as Kakashi summoned Pakin to inform the other shinobi on watch of the incoming wounded. XXX. You know Kuni past the northeast border of Hino Kuni Northeast Division front. We're glad you're here, Jiraiya-sama. Genma Shiranue said as he accompanied Jiraiya through the buzzing battalion camp. Konoha ninja were all over, many of them dirty, and a few coming into the camp were covered in dirt and grime and blood. Signs of battle. The dozens of hidden villages in this region had working relationships to keep from stepping on one another's toes for business before the war broke out. A nod came from the grim-faced Jiraiya. I'm aware of that. I've been reporting that for years. It was relevant information, but it had never really applied to Konoha, as the village that these villages had the main problem with was Kumo, whose military might raised tensions in the area due to their never having demilitarized like many others, and that's the major problem here, isn't it? Genma rolled the senbon around in his mouth as something of a nervous tick and took a map from the other shinobi escorting the VIP, the scar-faced raider Namiyashi. He pointed out the stretch of smaller countries between Hai no Kuni and Kaminari no Kuni. The entire region is choked with enemies. This entire battle that we're in as we speak, we're only fighting one village right now. Jiraiya's face twisted in a frown. It was a basic geographical advantage, pure and simple. Once one traveled northeast enough and tried to venture towards Kumo, the amount of land wound up bottlenecking, making passing through more difficult for an army. It was a basic stalling tactic, to use the landscape to keep Konoha from moving north, defending with one smaller portion of their force while the main bulk of the army dealt with the isolated Kumo further north. It was the best choice this portion of the C.N.F. could make while surrounded, and Konoha wouldn't distribute its full force to this front since it held no major threat towards them. The enemy wasn't invading Hai no Kuni, they were dug in well within their own territory, so not only did they have strong defenses right in front of Konoha, the invaders from the south were already in turf that they didn't know as well as the invaded did. For all they knew, there were tons of enemies within the territory that they held in order to sabotage them behind the front line. Raider sighed and ran a grimy hand through his hair in exasperation. Fuck, I wish Kiri would make a landing already. We're stretched thin enough as it is and we could use the extra firepower. What's taking them so long? The first landings should have occurred 2 weeks ago, but nothing was happening from the coast. Logistics across the ocean were a pain in the ass. We can't worry about that right now, Jiraiya said, leaning against the outside of a medic tent. All we can worry about until we're told to do otherwise is our own situation here. Trust our allies to come through, and be prepared, because if something is wrong, trust me, we'll know soon enough. Now tell me what's happening elsewhere other than at the front line. It's pretty self-explanatory there. Genma nodded and pointed back somewhat towards the west. The back of the line is getting pestered. Supply routes being jumped with some ninja being captured or killed. Guerrilla ambush style. We thought it was maybe Taki, Kyuza, or even Hoshi, but in one raid they were able to procure a body before the enemy could retrieve it and retreat or just destroy it on the spot. It's Oto, sir. An explosion rocked the ground, but no one really paid it any mind. Blasts from a ways out were routine signs that the battle was still raging. Shimogakure and Yumigakure were holding that line fiercely, and invading the latter village was going to be a pain and a half. But Orochimaru was dead and there wasn't a real hierarchy of command established past him. That was something that was well noted by Jiraiya and the strike force that had taken down so many bases in search of Orochimaru himself. There were no strong enough leader personalities to take control of the cluster of rat's nest bases the Snake Man liked to refer to as villages. The best that could have occurred were several ninjas stepping up and calling themselves leader, leading to infighting between the different factions. Either that or Otogakure would simply be scattered to the winds. But this didn't seem to be the case. And whatever this turned out to be did not look to be very promising for Konoha's northeastern front. Not only did they need to deal with the sniping shots coming at the division's infrastructure from Oto, they would need to break this line to get north and assist Kumo, or vice versa to get assistance from Kumo. I'm getting too old for this crap, Jiraiya said, using his one available arm to rub his temple. He'd much rather be a few miles behind the lines, back in the tourist village Yugakure, soaking in a nice hot spring being attended to by a bevy of beautiful ladies, but here he was leading this division, currently the most embattled one out of all of Konoha's fronts. Damn him and his sense of patriotism. XXX. With Naruto and Maki one day later late afternoon northwest front behind Kusagakyo's main line. Naruto and Maki couldn't safely get any closer to the fortress without possibly alerting any attentive ninja with sensing ability. They had to take their chances staying in the booby-trap-laden woods surrounding the stronghold, out of view of any sentries until it was time to launch the attack. They had to make it count too, as there were sounds of battle coming from the east. It sounded like there was a full-scale battle taking place across the river. So did that mean that Taki had sent reinforcements to flank Konoha from the north the way Yamato had said it had been anticipated to be? The cost of getting bogged down, you're left a sitting duck for counterattack. And it was too valuable a position to just move and give up to the enemy. Domination of that river meant domination of the northwestern front. With a hold on that river and with a strong foothold into Kusagakyo-held lands, Konoha could funnel feeler forces south into land held by the ringleader village to all of the chaos, Amigakyo, and they could continue advancing west towards Kusa to knock them out of the war. That all wouldn't happen if the back of the Northwestern Division was broken in this battle and they were forced to fall back into Hino-Kuni. That was too much open land to give to the CNF, who would just spread out across country and attack deeper into the country from different angles. So far the only two of the four members of the GSA that seemed to be fighting the bulk of the war seemed to be Konoha and Kumo, who both seemed to be fending off the barbarians from the gates. Well, it was time for a little change as far as that went. The fronts were established. It was clear who Konoha would be fighting and where the battles would occur. It was time they stopped playing rope-a-dope and started hammering away and letting these bastards know just who they were messing with in case they forgot over the last 17 years. To say the least, it was time to scare the hell out of these clowns. People used to be afraid of Konoha. No one set foot over Hino-Kuni's borders without looking over their shoulder every 7 seconds. Because Konoha had people that you were legitimately afraid of. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Sakumo Hatake, Danzo Shimura, Itachi Uchiha, and the entire damn Uchiha clan that everyone seemed wary of, to say the least, abroad, not even counting the might that the respective Hokages all had to their names. And Kumo had terrifying legends of their own. But in times of peace people thought that Konoha was soft. Untrue. There were just as many twisted bastards in Konoha in peacetime as there were in times of war. There was just no need for them. War actually made other countries aware of these particular psychopaths. Well, by the time the sun set on this day, Naruto would be one of these psychopaths. An outright devil among the living to his enemy, a hero to his homeland. That was what a Hokage boiled down to being. So how are we doing this, Naruto-senpai? Maki asked Naruto as they sat in the branches of a normal tree half a mile away from the fortress. Your small-toed summons brought us the intel on enemy movements during shifts, and we've got the battle on the Konoha-held side of the river to keep full attention away from keeping watch over the fortress. It won't matter. We aren't sneaking in without a fight, Naruto said, hand to his chin as he weighed their options. They could try sneaking onto the premises, but the second they crossed the fence line all bets would be off. It didn't take much to fix a proximity barrier the way Konoha had around it, so there would be no sneaking in either above or beneath ground. So a preemptive strike from the outside was a decent bet. Do something else that was bigger than the Takegakyo-centric battle across the river to draw attention away from two simple ninja that you may or may not be seeing trying to use that as an excuse to sneak into your fortress. It had to be something that one simply could not ignore as well, or else it wouldn't work. I've got an idea. Naruto said aloud to Maki, we need a massive distraction. Something that'll make these guys panic. So all I've got to do is choose a move to make, because I've got like 5 different things I can do right now to do that. No Raisin Shuriken. Maki told him with a stern finger, maybe Raisin Rizki though. I need your arms intact. I fixed the Raisin Shuriken thing the last time I trained with Ero Kyofu. Naruto responded, rolling his eyes. But he wasn't about to launch a Game Breaker Kinjutsu. He needed something that could and would let them know just how screwed they were. With one of his Rasengan improvements they'd barely have time to register what happened. No, he needed something more than just a flash of violence. He needed something PTSD-inducing. And just what could cause more mental trauma and night terrors than a toad the size of a Baiju terrorizing and attacking you and your comrades full tilt. Naruto stood up from where they were sitting and motioned for Maki to follow him as they got a bit closer. Close enough to get full sight of the fortress. It was a large stone structure surrounded by tents that were probably supply facilities. People were bustling around well within sight of the 2 Konoha ninja while Maki brushed Naruto's elbow to get his attention. What is our plan for getting in going to be? Make them shit their pants after they see this. Naruto said, biting his thumb and rolling through the hand seals for a summoning. You'd better stay close to me and hold on, Maki-chan. Naruto advised her, giving her time to grab a hold of him before he slammed his hand onto the ground. Kukiyo's no jutsu, summoning jutsu. From a massive puff of smoke, out stepped a massive magenta horned toad in a black kimono with a Sazumata in its hand and a large shield on its back. Both Naruto and Maki were on top of his head, though Naruto stood next to a larger than him Gamekichi and Maki was sitting on Gamekichi's back. Naruto-ni, what's up? Gamekichi asked Naruto, glad to see his familiar before noticing that he was standing on Gameken's head, and there was a human woman on his head, and underneath Gameken there were tons of shinobi freaking out at the sight of him. What did you just summon us into? A fight? Naruto said, patting the orange toad on the side of the head. Are you and Gameken ready to get down to business? I'm counting on you guys. Gameken heard Naruto's voice and addressed the newest master of Sage Mode, Naruto-san. You require our assistance? He asked the young blonde man. Yeah. Naruto said, pointing down at the fortress and everything surrounding it. We're destroying that, then we're heading east, and we've got to raise hell the entire way. You're up for that, right? Gameken nodded and readied his weapon and his shield, prepared for battle and focused on the coming combat. Meanwhile Gamekichi's eye was twitching. So you want me to go down there and fight all of those ninja right now? You'd better treat me to one hell of a drink after this is over. Just pretend that it's like the forest of death and the spiders. Naruto told him before pointing to Maki, who was peeking over the top of Gamekichi's head, and Maki-chan's a genjutsu user, so she can confuse the hell out of them while we're cutting them down. I hate fighting those stupid spiders. Gamekichi grumbled in return as from inside of his vest he pulled out a tanto, resigning himself to helping Naruto out with his battle. He didn't want to grow all apathetic and grouchy like Gamabunter did every time he was summoned. He then noticed the girl sitting on him and noticed that she smelled faintly like Naruto, putting a smirk on the toad's face. Go Aniki. Shut up. Naruto said, shutting his eyes to look inward, so to speak. We've got to make this one fast, Kyuubi. Do you have my back for this one, or am I on my own? Yes, I'm on it, you hairless monkey. Kyuubi growled, channeling nature chakra in Naruto's stead to transfer it to him. Make it quick so I can go back to sleep. Trust me, I don't want to be here any longer than I have to either. Naruto thought to himself as his eyes took on Sage Mode trays and he allowed his Sharingan eye to come into use from behind the contact lens. Maki-chan, stay on Kichi and do your genjutsu thing to screw these guys up. We're going to be clear-cutting. Gamekan, just flat out raise hell and stay with us. Got it? You can count on me. Gamekan said, driving his shield into the ground to smash the enemies below and stir up trouble. Go now, Naruto-san. His body reinforced by Sage Mode, Naruto jumped directly down from the top of Gamekan's head, not even using Harisusagan to slow or stop his fall, but instead forming a massive Rasengan in his right hand. Senpu, Odama Rasengan, Sage Art, Great Ball Rasengan. Landing right in the middle of fleeing and retreating ninja trying to scramble back to the fortress, Naruto pulverized them and the ground around them with his greatly enhanced Rasengan. The smoke cleared, but before it ever even could, he was already out faster than they could keep up with, cutting them down with the Sennenki no Ken. From up on Gamekan's head, Gamekichi and Maki looked down at Naruto cutting a path of wanton carnage through the hapless Kyuubi ninja who were finally reacting to the smaller ninja's presence instead of just Gamekan's, not knowing which was the bigger threat but still assuming it was Gamekan. So you and Naruto ni ha? Gamekichi said teasingly. Maki just placed her white porcelain mask over her face so that the toad didn't see her reaction to him bringing such a topic up. Let's go already. Naruto-senpai could use the help to make sure he doesn't get blindsided. A poor excuse. With his awareness and reflexes in Sage Mode combined with the perception of the Sharingan eye, she really doubted there was anyone here that could catch him off guard without using a genjutsu, and even then with the eye active he could see through it. She had to save face with Naruto's favorite summon though. Okay. Hold on tight then. Gamekichi warned her as he jumped off of Gamekan's head to follow in Naruto's wake as he continued to bulldoze his way through the Kyuubi shinobi with practiced ease. Just like fighting the spiders, only people were smarter. Why aren't you using your Kichibunshin, Naruto ni? Gamekichi asked as he cleaved through 3 Kyuubi shinobi upon landing safely on the ground with his powerful legs. I can only make 5 when I'm in Sage Mode. Naruto said as the fight continued. If I try to overload what Kyuubi can handle, he could lose full control and I'd still turn to stone. 5 isn't enough to make much more of a difference in this case anyway. Oh. Well, do that move of yours that messed that mountaintop up. Shut up. I'm gonna, just give me a second. You shut up. Hey, girl on my back, tell Naruto ni to shut up and fight. Both of you shut up and fight. Maki said, still sitting on Gamekichi's back as the toad continued to fight. Focusing on her own contribution to the battle, Maki made 2 hand seals and held the bird seal, Swayao no Aichao, mournful melody of the weeping willow. As Gamekichi and Naruto eventually stood back to back and started fighting off enemy after enemy as Gamekan advanced on the fortress itself, the dozens of Kyuubi shinobi in the vicinity found themselves bound by what appeared to be weeds appearing from the ground until large trees started growing up to reveal that they were the leaf branchlets of weeping willow trees. While some were merely caught around the ankles and held in place by both arms, some were held around one single wrist and could merely cut themselves free. Others were wrapped up entirely around the body and some around the neck where they were choked lifeless, and some dropped to the ground as if a noose had been tightened around their necks. Man, that was a nasty genjutsu. Kichi, let's mop these clowns up before too many people break it. Naruto said, placing a hand on Gamekichi to channel wind chakra through his partner. Let's not have Maki-chan hold these guys here for nothing. Gamekichi nodded and his cheeks puffed out while Naruto momentarily unsealed the Amaterasu flames in his left arm. The deadly black flames were released in time with Gamekichi releasing a steady jet of toad oil from his mouth that Naruto dropped a spark of the Amaterasu flames onto. Senpu, Yami Game Yendan, Sage Art, Dark Toad Oil Flame Bullet. The jet of oil from Gamekichi's mouth, fueled to spray with more force and speed by way of the wind chakra Naruto had been channeling through him, ignited with the otherworldly black fire that took the oil like the accelerant it was, dousing the enemy in a powerful dark blaze that Gamekichi guided in a complete circle around himself, Naruto, and Maki. The cries of those caught in the flame were those that had been freed from Maki's genjutsu. Too bad there was an even greater pain for them right behind it. At least there was no pain after that point, because their suffering gave way to their deaths. But Naruto-senpai, we're trapped now. Naruto just smirked at Maki and she remembered what he did with the black flames upon seeing her. He could reseal them back into his arm no matter how much he managed to manifest and how much came from the spread of the fire, which he did right in front of her at that moment. Okay, but now what? Naruto looked forward at the fortress and the setting sun in front of them and then behind them towards the east. Gameken. Go east and cross the bridge. I want you to help out the Konoha shinobi that are in battle right now. Gameken stopped his unbeatable rampage on the Kusa shinobi who were trying to dredge up some kind of way to bring the big toad down, as even their powerful ninjutsu would just end up being stopped by his shield. Are you certain? Naruto's response was the formation of two Kichibunshin at his side as he held his right hand above his head. This got Gameken's jaw to drop for a moment before he nodded. Very well. I'll do my best, Naruto-san. And with a great jump he started heading east as directed. As Maki saw Naruto's clones begin to form a wind shell around the Rasengan core in his right hand, she let out a gasp before fully preparing to turn on the medic nin in her to scold him. Naruto-senpai, what did I tell you about using that jutsu? You'll tear your arm up for life. I told you I fixed it already, Maki-chan, it's cool. Naruto shouted back at her just as the wind shuriken-coated Rasengan began letting off its high-pitched whine that showed that it was ready. But he didn't charge forward with it to ram anything the way he did when he fought Atakai and Sasuke. Instead his clones dispelled with their jobs complete and Naruto actually threw it. Fuatan, Rasen Shuriken, Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. It flew through the air smoother and straighter than an actual metal shuriken would have, the wind chakra comprised blade spinning all the way at a speed no less a shinobi could have dodged. And when it touched the wall of the fortress it cut right into it before expanding into its destructive wind sphere, disintegrating the lesser materials of the stronghold and bringing what was left of it down around the foundations. Maki stared in awe at the destruction wrought by a perfected Rasengan variation. And just like Naruto said, there was no damage done to his arm whatsoever. But what was left of the Kusa forces grew a backbone once Gameken left, and seeing Naruto take down their fortress with one jutsu only made them desire his head as compensation. Naruto started blocking projectile weapons with his ninjato after hearing them whistle through the air, and Maki jumped back onto Gamekichi as the toad hopped away from some weapons thrown his own way. Tenchi Bridge? Maki asked, her tanto drawn just in case it was necessary. Bridge/bridge. Naruto and Gamekichi replied, as the blonde made 5 Kichibunshin to surround Gamekichi's backside to make sure he was safe for their retreat back across the bridge. Come on Kichi. The clones and Maki-chan LL have your back. You're with me because we're cutting our way out of here. He barked with authority as he rushed headlong into the enemy barring their path from the east, Gamekichi right on his heels. both human and toad cutting the enemy down before they could even reach any sort of apex with their weapon swings or finish any hand seals for their jutsu. That was going to be one long 2-mile run. XXX. High no Kuni side of Tenchi Bridge. The bridge was in full sight for the currently embattled platoon, as not only were they being attacked by Takegakyo ninja, they were taking it from across the bridge from Kusagakyo as well. Teiya's flute was working overtime as her steady stream of notes gave wordless directions to her 3 large summoned demons who were moving about the forest, assisting the other Konoha ninja in her combat group as best she could. Fucking Yamato Taichou was right. Even setting up measures to stop it didn't do that much. They pushed through our original defensive position north and drove us back. The battle had turned into a team deathmatch in the forest around Tenchi Bridge and on the same bridge, as they were fighting to keep Kusa from destroying the bridge so that they could eventually advance over it after it became known that Naruto had destroyed the fortress on the other side and had crippled Kusa's defensive efforts. In another place, Anko was trying to pick off enemies throughout the forest with weaponry, riding on a large boa constrictor that devoured and smashed anyone that got in its way. Crazy bitch could really fight. And being stuck in a glorified staring contest with the Kusa force across the river for at least the last week or so had her chomping at the bit for some old school bloodshed. Meanwhile Teiya smirked as she saw an Ura clan member capture several Takegakyo shinobi with their shadow technique, allowing her to take advantage and use her doki that possessed the club to deliver sweeping smash that ended their lives in one swing. From behind she heard the sound of metal clanging and turned to see that both Kotetsu and Izumo had her back with their dual kunai blades that were connected by a chain for teamwork fighting. She gave them a nod of acknowledgement that they both returned with smirks as she continued playing her flute, and they all carried on with the fighting. As the battle continued, the ground shook with a thunderous crash. The northern portion of the battlefield forest where Taki reinforcements were slated to continue appearing from wound up being cleared from the earth with a swing of a massive Sajumata that ripped up lots of the actual topsoil to boot. Over the top of the tree line, it was seen that a large magenta toad was there with a vengeance, as it was helping them destroy enemy troops with a vengeance, like it had something to prove. Only 2 fuckers I know summon toads. Teiya thought to herself as the Takegakyo ninja started freely retreating back north and the Kusa ninja started falling back to the Tenchi Bridge to escape to the fortress across the river, and I don't hear any loud ass annoying yelling about how great the awesome toad sage is. So that means that it's the other one. She thought to herself with a smile as she chose to join in with many of the others set on chasing the Kusa attackers back to the bridge, set on turning their retreat into a full-on rout. Upon reaching the bridge and seeing the shinobi that were running away, Teiya smirked at seeing a larger-than-human orange toad fighting off the head of the retreating Kusa force. XXX. With Naruto. Naruto and his 5 clones were busy fighting off a wave of Kusa troops that had come storming across the bridge as if the devil himself were chasing them. Able to see Gamekan terrorizing the enemy a little bit north in the woods, they could tell why they'd be scared with reinforcement like that from Konoha. It wasn't as if either village had a Jinchuriki or a grand summoning contract that could go toe-to-toe with a boss-level summon. Why did your cute partner run away when we got to the bridge, Naruto-ni? Gamekichi asked as he swung his blade with a practiced deadly precision. He'd be better at Kenjutsu than Gamabunta once he got as big as his dad at that rate. Your comrades are right over there. I can see them. Maki-chan isn't supposed to be here, Kichi. Naruto explained, jumping on top of his toad brother's head to throw some shuriken into the sky and form some hand seals to rain down some hell, Raiten, Kaminari shuriken, lightning release, lightning shuriken. Jolts of lightning fell sporadically from the sky, striking at the enemy just as the Konoha contingent reached them, and a pincer attack was waged to eradicate the remainder of the unfortunate enemy ninja. The ones that didn't fall by the hand, blade, or jutsu of Konoha's vicious counter-attack took their chances with spilling over the side of the bridge to fall all the way to the rapidly moving river below. It took less than 5 minutes to finish them. Kyuza didn't allow a single one of themselves to be taken prisoner to their credit, and that meant that no one walked away on the CNF side of the defeat. The wood of the bridge was red and utterly slick with blood by the end as the last dregs of sunlight seemed to be fading towards the west. The other portion of the battle had ended as Konoha had allowed Takegakure to retreat in exchange for rushing full tilt across the bridge and clearing out the forests of that side to assert a solid foothold on Kyuza's land holdings. Gamekan had dispelled in a massive puff of smoke that could be seen for miles. From that point, Gamekichi and Naruto just watched as the division seemingly picked up and moved a significant portion of their operation right across the bridge like clockwork, barely an hour after the bulk of the battle ended. Not a moment was wasted, not a single beat was missed. Efficient as all hell. Danzo would have been smirking at that sight if he were still alive. He knew for certain that the Kyuubi within him approved of the domination shown by its Jinchuriki. Smells like blood, death, and defeat Naruto-ni. Gamekichi commented as he and Naruto started walking past the other ninja heading across the river to advance to the new base point to the command post back on the original Konoha side for some rest. Right, smells like victory. Naruto said. Sage mode long since faded away due to having no further need for it as he rubbed away a stray blood stain on his cheek and noted that his clothes were more or less coated in it. He seriously needed a shower and a change of clothes like nobody's business. I've still got an adrenaline rush, but I'm going to crash like an arrow when this fades. He gave the toad a pat on the back as they kept walking. Now let's go get you that drink, buddy. Don't touch me with those hands until you wash 'em. Gamekichi said, faking disgust as he himself had just as much blood on him that he was going to wash off first thing after taking himself home. Do you know how many people we killed today? It had to be more than 200. If your and Gamekan's kills count as my kills since I summoned you both, I think I killed like 500. Naruto said, remembering the conversation he had with Jiraiya a long time ago about the body counts of the most powerful shinobi of their time. I'm not counting taking down the fortress. I have no idea how many people were in there. Gamekichi let out a low whistle and tried to estimate just what his contribution to the battle had been. I got more than you. My ass, you did. A playing punch to Gamekichi came from Naruto as the two shared a smirk. I saw everything I did in slow motion, remember? Naruto said, pointing at his replacement Sharingan before he allowed the contact lens over it to hide it again before it started significantly draining him, not that it would occur anytime soon. Gamekichi rolled his eyes as the two continued on across the bridge. At the end of the bridge, leaning against one of the main massive beams that held the absurdly large rope suspension bridge up was a battle-weary Teiya who had apparently been waiting on Naruto to come back that way. Seeing her in the growing early darkness of the evening, Naruto gave Gamekichi a pat on his vest-covered back. Hey, go on ahead and get yourself your sake. If they don't already get it for you when you ask, just say that you're with me. I'll catch up in a minute. Not really making Teiya out at that point from that distance away with all of the ninja coming their way to cross the bridge and the fact that he'd seen so many humans with flak jackets on that day that they started blending together for the orange toad, he nodded and hopped off ahead of Naruto as he started lagging a bit behind. Eventually coming to a stop in front of Teiya, the two gave each other a once-over, frowning at what they both saw of the other's haggard-looking appearance and speaking simultaneously. You look like hell /shit. They said at the exact same time, blinking at one another for the comments in stereo. Naruto let out a chuckle and held up one of his black-gloved hands to scratch at his blonde hair that also had blood in it in flex. Wow, I try to be nice and just say hell and you go right for the throat and say I look like shit. Thanks. I needed that. He finished sarcastically, getting a knock to the shoulder for his trouble. I was being nice. I could have said you look like something worse than shit, believe it or not. Teiya said with a toothy grin despite how exhausted she looked otherwise. He honestly had no other choice but to believe her. He had legitimately heard Teiya angry at someone before instead of just how she normally spoke, and her cursing got far more liberal and creative when she found someone to hone in on like a pit bull, I guess. So was this fast enough for you? 3 days instead of 4 like you thought? That's what I call results. I guess so. Teiya replied in a voice of false pondering, still kind of slow though. You really made us work for that one Uzumaki, but at least you showed up for the party altogether. I knew you wouldn't get your ass killed while you were over there. Naruto was able to see that Teiya's body was rather weakened by her lack of useful energy at this point and put her on his back piggyback style as he started walking back to the command post. Oh, you figured I'd be back because nobody's stopping me until I become Hokage like I said, right? Instead of fighting it and telling him she wasn't some fragile bimbo that needed to be carried, Teiya just let it happen and decided that there were worse ways to be treated by someone like Naruto, going along with the ride and wrapping her arms around his neck to hold on. No, that's not it. It's because I thought you'd have made this whole fucking thing work out somehow, even if you had to find a way to tame the goddamn plant life over there to help you out. You're a fucking nutcase, you know that. Naruto just shrugged as if to say so what, as he was already aware of that to a certain extent. Teiya just settled into keeping her hold on him as he walked her back to the base to get some rest. Man, where did Maki-chan go? Did she really just cut out and go home? The mission was done, I guess, and she can't really be caught away from Konoha like this, so I guess it fits. He then turned to the side and had to do a double take as he saw Maki walking next to him. Damn, well there goes that theory. I am not Maki, Naruto-senpai. She locked you in a genjutsu so she could say this to you without anyone seeing her. Please don't speak out loud or someone will think you're crazy or they're under attack. Whoa. She got him with the Sharingan off, damn. Did you know she did that to me? Naruto asked the Kyuubi in his head. Yes, I did. Now shut up and listen to the girl already so I can go back to sleep. All of that hapless slaughter makes me sleepy. Not waiting for a response as she wasn't programmed to respond to remarks, Genjutsu Maki spoke her predetermined words. Root is about to begin their own black ops behind the scenes of this war, and it was made easier for us to begin because of this mission. We'll still be helping you when we think it's prudent, and we might be able to do it freely as well because for the moment we have Hokage-sama's silent blessing to go ahead with our operations at least until the end of the wartime conditions. Naruto's eyes widened, but he nodded to himself almost imperceivably. Good old Tsunade-chan. Yeah, give them a chance. That was good. That was very good. So until we can meet again, Naruto-senpai. I have one more message to give you. Genjutsu Maki said before turning to glare at Teiya on his back and smiling sweetly at him himself. Don't get yourself killed being stupid, and don't you forget about us either. The message was her subtle way of saying, don't forget about me. No problems there. And just like that, the genjutsu ended with Naruto still walking through the forest as if the illusion had never settled over him. Teiya didn't notice, and apparently neither did any of the other ninja walking through the woods towards the bridge and also heading back to the command post. He let himself smile a bit with a short chuckle that got Teiya to stir a bit on his back, wondering what was so funny. XXX. Tsunegakyo no Sato Temporary Command Area. Gaara sat at a table inside of a large tent that had been set up for the Kazekage day-to-day business until the Kazekage mansion could be rebuilt, but that wasn't as important to Gaara as the rest of the village, thus these conditions were fine for the moment. Instead, the news he was hearing from two of his shinobi that had been met at the outskirts of the village were the pressing issue as far as matters of importance went, and you're telling me this for certain? Yes. One of the two turban-wearing Chunin said. Their injuries were light, but their news was very, very grave. Ishigakyo, Tanigakyo, and Amigakyo forces are being led through the desert towards our location at this moment. The other Chunin looked extremely shaken, not just by what they had learned but what it had taken to get back. Those Konoha ninja, when we were discovered by the enemy and were pursued, they held them back for us while we ran here to give you this information. Also in attendance to hear of this news, Kankuro and Tamrai showed a bit of surprise at this news, and you just let them without a fuss. Kankuro said with some discontent. The first of the two Chunin rapidly shook his head. No, we said that they should be the ones to rush to the village since we knew the terrain better than they did and might have been able to fight better even against the numbers. But they said that this was why they should stay behind, because we knew the terrain better and would have made it back here faster. I lost count of how many days we ran for. They said that Suna had lost enough for the time being. The more visibly affected of the two said, and it was 3 days. We had run for 3 days before coming back here. They're coming from the northeast. AME's direction. This is not good. Tamrai said, shaking her head and adjusting her war fan on her back uncomfortably. Gaara. What are we going to do? Instead of giving his older sister a definite answer, Gaara sat in his desk, his hands clasped underneath his chin with his seafoam green eyes hardened in thought. What else do we do? Gaara asked rhetorically. We stop them. This is when we show the world that even weakened as we are, one does not merely invade Tsunegakyo. He stood up from his seat and for the first time in years, everyone in the tent felt a measure of fear when looking at the Jinchu Yuriki of the Ichibi no Shukaku. Send a messenger hawk towards Konoha, but do not prepare as if reinforcements are a definite possibility. For some reason this time though, the fear they felt when looking at Gaara made them all feel good. Maybe it was because this time it wasn't a crazed demon container that despised life. This time it was because it was the Kazekage talking. And he just so happened to be that same demon container. The more things change. A new mission. This had been what Naruto had received barely 1 day following the fall of Tenchi Bridge. For once the Konoha forces were able to sleep easy knowing that as they slept their own side were pouring forces over that bridge and preparing for an all-out offensive on the traitorous Kusagakyo to end their ambitions. While they would need to be prepared for brutal deep forest fighting in order to reach the village, it was nothing that Konoha hadn't already anticipated. Meanwhile Naruto himself would not be taking part. Much like he had been told would be his responsibility during his briefing with a select few shinobi in his shoes, Naruto would be shuttled from front to front, used where he was the most needed and where his presence wouldn't result in him effectively killing himself in the process of completing his mission. Thus he was called away from the Northwestern Command Post and back to Konoha for the specifics of his next mission. The very peaceful trip back across the countryside of Hai no Kuni belied just how intense things were at each border of the nation. The only truly safe border of the country happened to be further towards the southern coast, as everywhere else the nation happened to be surrounded by enemies on all sides. Even the enemies between High no Kuni and K's no Kuni could focus their efforts all on Konoha, because Suna would certainly not be launching any offensives. However, the northwestern theater of the war seemed to be proceeding nicely. With the fall of the Tenchi Bridge, the advance into the wilder territory of Kusagakyo could begin. It would be a grueling campaign, but no matter how hard Kusa fought on their strange and various terrains, they would eventually fall. This Naruto believed with all of his heart. With Yamato there, it was just too much of a benefit to the invading Konoha forces. So he could sincerely focus on whatever his next mission was scheduled to be. After a quick stop at home to replenish his wares and to check in on his lover /servant former Fuwa Injutsu teacher, of course. And he hadn't contacted her to his position through their shared communication seal because he wished to surprise her. What he wasn't expecting upon walking into his Hokage Monument mountainside home was a guest. Actually, that wasn't it at all. It wasn't that he wasn't expecting a guest because Hamako had friends, of course she did, she was a wonderful young woman. It was that the person that was the guest in his home was greatly unexpected. Yujito. Sitting on one of the couches of the living room the moment he walked down the chamber stairs entering the home was the Jinchuriki of the Nibi no Nekomata, Yujito Nii. She was also the representative of Kumo's stake in the alliance with Konoha, and since those two villages were the two primary mainland forces of the Grand Shinobi Alliance, they each had a rep in the other's village. "What are you doing here?" Said young woman was simply calmly sipping a glass of milk and looking at the view of Konoha from Naruto's window. It really was magnificent scenery. How he managed to secure a home like this she would wonder for quite some time. In the meantime though, she found nothing wrong with addressing him. "What am I doing here? And here I thought you would be happy to actually see me after your time in the field." Naruto rolled his eyes and entered the living room, choosing to take a seat on the couch next to the foreign kunoichi. "Don't even be like that. It's kind of weird that I get home for a bit before my next mission and you're right here. You'd be suspicious too, wouldn't you?" "Guilty." Yujito chimed in, continuing to drink the milk she had been provided free access to as a guest in this home. "But for now let's just catch up. So what have you been doing since you left Konoha?" Turning towards her with a deadpan look on his face, Naruto's lips quirked only momentarily in amusement before he answered, "I've been dealing with people trying to kill me. It really isn't that different from any other time yet, except for the fact that I've got to fight more than usual and they usually know I'm coming." "Smart ace," Yujito remarked with a twitching eye before deciding to try and get one over on him. "And here I was going to tell you all you needed to know about your next mission. It looks like you're making that long walk to your Hokage's office to get your next assignment." That put Naruto off a bit, but he then simply stood up and got directly into Yujito's face for effect. "Our villages are allies right now, and we're pretty close, but why in the world would you know what my next mission would be? If you want me to stop being all snooky, you've got to try better than that, pretty kitty." He then stopped when he felt something sharp directly underneath his chin and looked down to see an extended fingernail from Yujito pressing underneath his jaw. "That's new." "Not really," Yujito chirped calmly, satisfied at the thought that she had won that round. "Now, let me finish my drink, then I'm going with you to the tower to get your next mission." She allowed him enough space underneath his chin to nod and then retracted the claw of a nail while Naruto rubbed the underside of his chin, glaring a bit at Yujito. He seriously didn't know she could do that, right? "Well, I'm going to check on Hamako-chan and see how she's doing." I kind of wanted to surprise her with my coming back. You can do that at the tower, Yujito said as he started to head towards the hallway that led to the other rooms of the house, stopping him in his tracks. She's taken up a place in village defense, so she goes for meetings every day now. Naruto mumbled to himself about stupid Tsunade-chan putting Hamako on village defense when she couldn't fight, but accepted this and decided to see if he could grab a bite to eat of something that wasn't rations while he was home. He might as well enjoy what luxuries he could get while not in the field, since it seemed he was going right back there. XXX. Tsunagakyo no Sato. Standing at the opening of the dome that surrounded the outside of his village entrance, Gaara simply stared off into the sands with his arms folded over his chest. He walked out into the desert and pressed his hand into the ground, shutting his eyes. He had sent his own specialized sand out to monitor the area around Suna in preparation for the coming invasion he was told would be coming. Suna no Kanchi, sand sensing. But he couldn't feel anything. A frown was clearly visible on Gaara's face. He had been told an attack was coming. An entire squad was decimated for stumbling upon the attack force in the very direction he had sent the sand, and apparently they weren't close within meddling distance, yet. The attack had to be coming from the direction of Konoha though, because two messenger hawks were not able to reach through and relay this to Konoha. This just meant that the enemy was smarter than most shinobi from the 5 major villages would give them credit for. Being smaller villages, separately they all had to tread lightly around the bigger ones to ensure that they did not step out of bounds and find themselves on the bad side of one of the dominant ones. Of course, this would mean that they would know how to deal with a situation like this. They know better than to get close enough for me to see them, Gaara thought to himself. If they were fool enough to camp within sight of the walls of Suna, they were labeling themselves the ignorant fools out for nothing more than the glory of finishing off a wounded hidden village. If Gaara could see them throughout the endless rolling sands of his desert, he could handle them accordingly. A siege would backfire for this reason. They would be the ones being sieged upon by Gaara's sand, and over the years he had prepared enough of it to distribute around his village to shield it entirely and raise hell of the 9th level to any fool that was seeking to do it harm. Because he was the damn Kazekage for a reason. If that weren't enough, he always had the option of showing them why having a Baiju was ever so important in the growth of the 5 major villages when he would transform into the Shukaku to run roughshod over them. But that was a last resort. His control over Shukaku had improved, but a full-on possession was always at risk when he did that, and Shukaku wouldn't distinguish friend from foe, because it had no friends in Suna. It would probably trample over what was already being rebuilt just for shits and giggles, and he knew this. Kazekage-sama. Gaara, due to his use of his jutsu to sense through the sand, didn't need to turn around to know who it was standing behind him. Kakashi Hatake. I have a dilemma, he said as the masked man in question walked up to his side. Attack or defend? That is my question. If I ventured out on my own, I am quite certain that I could break the back of this invasion in one day. But it would kill me. I am not concerned with this, however. However, my death would leave the gates of Suna open to the enemy. He turned towards the man and stared into his single visible eye. I do not wish to subject my people to more suffering. And the problem with simply defending? Kakashi said, wanting to hear the young man's take on it. This was the Kazekage, of course, but a part of him always liked seeing just how these younger shinobi saw things. He liked watching them develop and grow. You are Gaara, the man with the absolute defense. I'm certain you've got countermeasures for this scenario. Of course, Gaara said with a nod, but it would turn the invasion into a siege. A siege that would inevitably cost lives. Many lives. It has been proven in the past, even now with all of my improvements upon it, that my absolute defense is not as absolute as many believe. But of course you would know this. It would make an already miserable experience of having the village destroyed even more miserable when the citizens and surviving shinobi were faced with hiding and periodically dying off. The older Konoha ninja merely listened intently. As Gaara was the leader of Suna, he himself was the leader of the Konoha forces that had been sent to help Suna out. There were a few Jounin about like Guy or Neji, and quite a few Chunin as would come with any foreign assignment. However, there were many Genin. Genin with experience, but Genin nonetheless. Your village still has a force of around 6,500 shinobi. With the 1,000 that were sent from Konoha to assist, that gives us over 7,500 in all within the walls. 2,500 of which are genin. I know. It was a far cry from the number that it used to be of over 10,000, but it was still most definitely something. Both of them merely stared at each other before turning back to look at the desert as the wind howled. The weather will be on our side for now. This is good. Gaara commented, shutting his eyes and letting the strangely cool air hit his face. Normally it would have been harsh, but it was a cooler front moving their way. A storm is coming. Won't rain make your sand techniques weaker? Gaara's lips quirked in amusement and he turned to begin walking back inside of the village. There was nothing more he needed see out there with the shift in the weather of K's no Kuni's deserts. I never said it was a rainstorm. Kakashi's single visible eye widened, but then he nodded, understanding what Gaara was talking about. Come. With the village the way it is, we should retire to the fortifications until it's over. The desert is quite harsh during windstorms. One does not merely invade Tsunegakyo. XXX. Konohigakyo no Sato Hokage Tower. Naruto walked through the halls with Yujito and Hamako in tow after retrieving the white-haired Fuwa Injutsu expert from where she had been advising Konoha's defensive leaders. About what, Naruto had no idea, but when he was allowed into the chamber they seemed to have been listening to her very closely. You could have told me you were a defense advisor. Naruto grumbled, only getting a bright smile from the chesty servant girl in return. What are you advising them about anyway? You know how to defend a whole village. No. Hamako admitted with no shame in doing so, but there are some things that I am good at. I did live through a previous invasion of a very strong hidden village, even if I didn't see most of it. She didn't really have anything to do with no Naruto to take care of at home, so she needed to do something productive. I'm not as helpless as I seem, Naruto-sama. Well, he knew that much. But in a fight against an actual ninja she would be killed. Hamako didn't know anything about fighting outside of the application of Fuwa Injutsu. She wasn't fast, she wasn't strong, she wasn't combat knowledgeable. She was one step away from being a regular person, she wasn't any kind of soldier. But he was just being paranoid. Even if Konoha was somehow overrun, she wouldn't be on the battlefield. And if she was, he would probably kill the person that allowed her to be there himself once he found out. Just let her do it if that's what she wants. Yujito said, coolly walking on one side of Naruto through the halls towards Tsunade's office. You can't honestly expect to go off to fight a war and have her just sit on her hands to wait for you to come back. I wasn't going to tell her to stop. Naruto defended weakly, panning his eyes between the two women on both sides of him. Hamako's really my servant just because she wouldn't let me turn her down when I brought her to Konoha with me. She can really do whatever she wants. Hamako nodded in agreement. Master's so good to me. Even after the amount of time they had been living together, Naruto still never got used to that. Yujito simply looked amused though. Watching Naruto in his own home village was way more interesting than watching him walk on eggshells in Kumo the way she had been used to seeing him. Naruto-kun's just a sucker for women. No, he was a sucker for women that mothered him. He didn't bend his will for any women or anyone in general other than Tsunade, Shitsune, and Hamako. The first one due to the fact that she was his kid, and if that weren't the case she was still the closest thing to family he had in Konoha, and if that weren't the case she could throw him from the top of Hokage Monument straight over the village gates. The second because she was like an aunt or a sister and disappointing her made him feel terrible for some reason. The third because she had been taking care of him and his home for years and was his closest confidant. There were other reasons that Hamako in particular could get him to do whatever she wanted. Physical reasons, loving reasons that didn't involve threatening him in any way, but that was an entirely different matter altogether. That bringing up in the presence of another lady, as potentially violent as Yujito, would have been frowned upon. Speaking of one of the female devils of his life, the mishmashed trio entered the office of Naruto's mother figure, and overseeing commanding officer Tsunade was sitting, seemingly waiting on him. "You know, I didn't expect you to get back so soon," she told him with a dry look on her face as he entered. "I gave you free rein to return at will because I was hoping you'd take a furlough in Shukuba town." A shrug of Naruto's shoulders elicited a sigh from her. "That's what I would have done, but then again you've got a few screws loose, brat." "Love you too, Tsunade-chan," Naruto remarked as he walked towards the desk and got professional, standing at attention, alertly staring straight ahead. "You have another mission for me, Hokage-sama." In the background Hamako giggled at how quickly he was able to switch over to business mode. Yujito idly realized that this was more akin to the Naruto one would see when he was away from Konoha. Tsunade herself quickly shifted herself to complete Kage mode as well and intertwined her fingers in front of her mouth as she fixed Naruto with a serious stare. "Your next mission is a very important escort assignment. I know it's not what you're expecting as far as a wartime mission, but this one is really important, Naruto. A VIP escort, S rank. If you picked me for it I can't turn it down no matter what it is. You know I wouldn't anyway if you think I'm the man for the job." Naruto replied, crossing his arms over his chest. "So who am I taking and where am I taking them?" "Well, she did say he wouldn't turn it down. I guess that's why she waited for him to come back just so I could send him on this one," Tsunade thought as her eyes bolted towards Yujito. She nodded to the Kumo Jinchuriki as if to give her free rein to take over the briefing. "Which she did. You're taking me home, Naruto-kun," Yujito said, sauntering into Naruto's line of sight between him and Tsunade to get her fellow blonde demon container's attention. "It's time for me to go back to Kumo. There's nothing more I can do here to forge the bond between our two villages any more than the trial of battle can. I need to get back. I'm Kumo's strongest kunoichi. She wanted you for security," Tsunade added on, getting a nod from Yujito to confirm this to Naruto. "I figured it was a good enough idea. There aren't that many jounin in the village and you were to be used for missions of all sorts on many fronts. This one is especially dangerous though, as you will have to go straight through the lines in Kuni held by the enemy. After returning Yujito-san to her people you'll take Konoha's representative home to Konoha." Naruto frowned as he raised an eyebrow in a bit of concern. "That's the worst front, right? The one with no way around except straight through." He had heard that the enemy hadn't even bothered to begin an offensive against Konoha, merely choosing to hold them off with their unflankable positioning as they terrorized Kumo on the other side. Being Pinseirin seemed to be working in this case because the land grew so narrow between the two bodies of water, there was no way for Konoha to advance past the choke point. Yes, that's the one. Tsunade said, knowing full well how horrible that place would be. Are you choosing to reconsider accepting the mission? She had been involved in war. She had seen her lover die in a rat's nest of a battlefield like that. A large part of her did not want to send Naruto off into that hell of a place. The same fate could befall him as well, just as it did Nawaki, just as it did Dan. No, she couldn't think like that. It was a clear insult to Naruto, who had worked his body to the breaking point for the village to prove himself as capable of doing such missions. He wasn't Nawaki, nor was he Dan. Thinking like that was bad luck all around. No, I'm not dropping the mission, Naruto said, sharing a smile with Yujito, who mouthed a thank you to him. But I don't know much about that place other than the rumors I heard at the northwestern front. And nothing he heard was good. Letter to others from the Northeast Division were never full of any good news. If I'm taking Yuji-chan through there, I'm gonna need a good briefing. Nothing less could have been expected. Going through there blind would get a good shinobi killed. It had already more than enough times to feel comfortable with. Volunteers for that battlefront were only the most hardened ninja Konoha had to offer. Nothing less was accepted to be stationed there, enthusiasm of the recruit or not. An enthusiastic rookie tune-in would be an enthusiastic corpse by the end of the week. You'll get all the information on the lay of the land and the enemy at hand that is available, considering who's the division commander, Tsunade said, handing Naruto his mission scroll out of formality. When you get there, tell Jiraiya to keep himself safe. I don't care if he's the leader or not. If he gets killed, I'll bring him back just to wring his neck myself. Naruto's eyes lit up upon hearing that Jiraiya was the man in charge, but his stomach also flipped a bit at thinking of his disabled sensei standing in the middle of a war zone. He then figured that if Jiraiya could hear his thoughts, he'd kick his ass for thinking he was weak just because he was missing an arm. I'll make sure to tell him. Yujito shifted her shoulders and turned around to bow to Tsunade. I think it's time to prepare to leave. Thank you for the hospitality your village showed me for the last few months. I appreciate it. It was no problem. Tsunade returned with an affable smile. Give my regards to Reikage Dorno upon your return. Naruto will get you home without a scratch on you. She turned towards the young man in question, who was still standing ramrod straight. Won't you, Naruto? I do not make promises I can't keep, Naruto thought to himself immediately after, before turning to Yujito and clearing his throat. Yuji-chan. He started, intending to be as straightforward as possible, something that got her full and undivided attention. We are going to get scratches. We are going to get a lot of scratches, and probably a lot worse than scratches. A palm smacked off of Tsunade's forehead of her own volition. Way to make the client feel safe before departure, brat. I just now remembered why I stopped sending you on these. She then waved Naruto off with a dismissive hand gesture. XXX. Ta no Kuni Otogakure hideout. Kabuto-sama. A nameless Otogakure shinobi said from outside the shut and locked doors of a laboratory that had been taken over by the Konoha defector as his main office and place of work. The Konoha forces at the Yuki no Kuni border are aware of our raids against their reinforcements and supply transports. It took them long enough. The hooded, snake-eyed ninja said to himself with a hint of amusement at the report. How many prisoners have we taken just since they've stationed themselves at that border? He mused aloud. Goodness, it had to be around 100 or so. The Konoha ninja came like clockwork to bolster the front line, and his ambush squads were getting better and better. Orders. Until they actually start reacting to our presence, nothing. Kabuto replied flippantly. He didn't care about his underlings. He merely needed them so that he could procure subjects to continue his research. By the time this war ended, he would have achieved the most powerful, perfect ninjutsu that had ever existed. He would surpass Orochimaru's wildest expectations for what a shinobi was capable of, and he would become a legend of the shadows. No one had made a career out of staying out of the crosshairs of others the way Kabuto had. Even Danzo Shimura would have been jealous at the subtle and unannounced ways that Kabuto had gained his power, both politically and in the ninja arts. Orochimaru had been going about this the wrong way entirely. He already had access to every jutsu ever created. No Sharingan was necessary to tediously run them all down and view them to copy them. No need for physical modifications to give one's body the advantage needed to perform certain jutsu. Yet still he could have had every ninjutsu in the world that had ever existed at his command. Then he would never have made an enemy of Akatsuki by going after Itachi Uchiha. Then he never would have died at the hands of his apprentice Sasuke Uchiha. He could have had it all years ago, and he still could have had his perfect immortal body. And now all of those things would belong to Kabuto. Orochimaru-sama, for all your brilliance, you yourself were too short-sighted to realize the answer to your own question. Kabuto said to himself, busy at work at his lab station, a dark grin spreading across his face as everything was seeming to come together. You had the perfect ninjutsu to achieve both of your ambitions in one fell swoop. And now I do as well. Only I have the deduction skills to put the clues together. Orochimaru was too obsessed with the individual jutsu itself. The merits and properties of each individual ninja technique. He never looked at the simple prospect of combining them, but Kabuto had the thought of using two of his most potent ninjutsu together in conjunction. But there was still the matter of Madara Uchiha. Just thinking of that masked man got a laugh out of Kabuto. He believed that he had Kabuto under his thumb. That he had the upper hand in their partnership to ruin the shinobi world. He believed that when the time came to act he could simply take what he wished and that Kabuto would be easy to dispose of. That fool. Kabuto didn't want to ruin the shinobi world. Nor did he want to make it his own. He wanted to be the ultimate catalyst. The catalyst for whatever he wanted. Kabuto wanted to be the man that changed the eras at a whim, the man that brought about the winds of change whenever he felt. The man that could live a lifetime doing nothing more than playing chess using the shinobi of the elemental nations as his pieces, changing the rules of engagement whenever he saw fit. The true orchestrator of chaos. The living embodiment of just what was so dreadfully beautiful and simultaneously atrocious about the shinobi arts. A figure that even Orochimaru himself would have bowed down to and begged to learn from. While Madara thought he was strong enough to keep the demented scientist shinobi in line, in truth he had nothing. He figured that in straight combat, if it came down to it, he could exterminate Kabuto. Well, Kabuto held a trump card over Madara. A trump card he was willing to play if the man got too fresh before his ultimate plan was complete. It would be the trump card he used when his preparations were complete regardless, because afterwards it would all be over even if no one realized it. Because after that point, well, the masked antagonist could try to do whatever he wished. It wouldn't matter at that point. Kabuto would have him and the entire ninja world in checkmate. Because he finally had all the answers to every question. Even the ones he never dreamed of asking. This northeastern front of the war between the Grand Shinobi Alliance and the Continental Ninja Federation would be the perfect testing ground for his new power. The proving area for his brilliance. And much like in everything else he had ever done in his career, no one would know it was him until it was too late to do anything about it. Just the way that Kabuto liked it. Because in war, while glory can be found in battle, it could also be found in complete and total victory. No showing of valor necessary, just cunning and the ability to finish your work. XXX. With Western CNF forces outside of Tsunegakure no Sato. Beneath the ground in Tsunegakure lay many underground chambers meant to house the citizenry for safety in case of invasion, something that seemed to be inevitably forthcoming. At the moment it housed the majority of the genin rank shinobi as well, as only the best volunteers remained above in the few safe houses along the village's outer walls in the raging windstorm above to monitor the scene and keep the village as safe as could be. The intensity of the sunstorm above could tear into flesh and rip right through any flimsy tent set up for temporary housing by the Konoha visitors. This was the reason that Tsunegakure homes were comprised of such tough and hardened material, because twice a month random intense windstorms hit the village as something of a natural defense. It was a reason why this area in the desert was originally chosen for the site of the village, because it was extremely difficult to invade. The enemy waiting out in the deserts of Kase no Kuni were feeling nothing but hell at the moment. At least within the walls of Tsunegakure, the dome structure built around the entrance and the fact that the village sat inside of a valley provided very good protection from the harsh weather. There was no such reprieve in the middle of the desert around Tsuna. However, this also forced their hand. Sitting out the sunstorm would only result in casualties and losses of valuable supplies. Tsuna already knew that they were coming. Thus sitting on their hands and waiting would only hinder the invaders at this point. The three villages that comprised the strike force were Ishigakure, Tanegakure, and Amigakure were not particularly short on manpower, even with the minor villages and the population problem of their shinobi forces compared to the larger ones that were their enemy on this day. Mostly because Ame had the population of one of the 5 major villages. Their overall force numbered out to be just under 8,000, with 2,000 of them being supplied by Tanegakure and Ishigakure and the rest being provided by Ame, thus they were in lead of the operation. There was a stark contrast between Tanegakure and Ishigakure as compared to Ame. The latter had no nerves. As if this was what they had been waiting their entire lives for. And for many of the Amigakure ninja in attendance it was indeed the case. Decades of finding their families torn apart, caught in the crossfire of pitched battles fought between the major villages that seemed to have no concern for them. Their god wouldn't allow them to lose. Not this battle. With many of them using their sturdy weaponized umbrellas as shields against the harsh winds and sand, and their breathers on their faces, they marched forward and led the way to the points they were meant to begin from. Even in the sunstorm that had wounded many of their foreign comrades who did not get ample preparation from their villages, they stood confident. "Comrades!" one of the Ame elites shouted before pointing in the direction of Tsuna. The dome of which could barely be seen through the sand whipping about. "There is the enemy." The job was left incomplete because the god of this new world wanted us to have the closure of walking into one of the 5 sources of our despair ourselves. To shape the world with our own hands. By the time this storm ends it'll be as clear as day that everything changes after today. The raucous and confident cheering from the Amigakure contingent actually managed to catch on with the others, and in a matter of minutes the ranks were rocking and ready to go. Were it not for the howling desert winds drowning out their cries, the sound would have reached Tsunegakure for certain. But as it stood, no one within Tsuna's walls bore witness to the battle cries coming from just outside the view of their walls. With the exception of course of the single very large all-seeing eye hanging directly above the village. High in the air, able to look down through the sands that could not obscure its sight from above, it watched them get into position. XXX. Tsunagakyo no Sato Gaara's command safe house. One entire battalion was about to get a very rude awakening to refresh their memories and remind them just where they were and who was leading the village they were trying to invade. Gaara had to choose wisely though. He would get one shot to cripple the attack force because once the attack began he would never get the chance to rid Suna of this many enemy ninja at once again for the duration of the battle. They would scatter and become far more difficult to direct his attack against. This would lead to a direct battle, but of course he had people for that as well. So in his quiet wartime quarters, Gaara sat calmly with one of his eyes shut, trying to maintain focus from his place as the main giver of orders on the battlefield. His ability to sense with his special sand distributed throughout the desert and his ability to see the battlefield from a bird's eye view even in the sandstorm via his use of Daisen no Mi, third eye, would have made him a commander anyway even if he weren't the Kazekage. Do Kankuro and Kyobazama have the close-range squads in position? Gaara asked aloud to the only other person in the room, his genin sensei Beiki. I fear that now is the best time to thin the enemy ranks in one fell swoop and when I do they will retaliate in kind. He felt that he needed to act now before they finished surrounding the village. The man with a turban and a veil over half of his face nodded in response to his student and superior. They've been in position for 2 hours now, Kazekage-sama. Beiki replied, they're ready to react when the battle begins. Tamrai also has the long-range fighters prepared, and Hatake-san has the Konoha squad ready to act accordingly. We are all waiting on you. Gaara nodded before speaking again to one of his closest village advisors, Beiki-sensei, do you believe I am handling this correctly? The only other option is to surrender, Gaara. A small smile came to Beiki's face as Gaara's expression grimaced at the thought of surrender. Yes. You know exactly what would happen if we surrendered. Even if you turned yourself over to Ame to deter the attack so that Shukaku could be extracted and we stood down, the village would be massacred. It had been clear for Gaara to see that their enemies had a lot of hatred for them. They wanted blood more than they wanted victory. With his optic jutsu above the village, Gaara could firmly see the targets he had chosen to attack first, the ones that had already stopped and were in position, simply waiting for the others to reach their own positions for the attack to begin. No, that wasn't what I meant, Beiki-sensei. Gaara said as he began to use his hands to guide his personal sand around the target battalion that he had selected to attack first. I meant, do you think I should ask for the terms of the enemy's surrender now to prevent so many of them from dying today? Wow, where did that come from? Beiki blinked in surprise at a statement that could be perceived as pure confidence from the calm Kazekage. I don't believe so. What would your terms have been? They would have received no terms. Gaara said as stoically as ever. Complete and total unconditional surrender or suffer total destruction for assaulting our home. While Konoha might have let Suna disengage without pursuit or risk of a rout during their attempted invasion of their village years ago, Suna could not and would not claim to be as merciful. Flattening the village wasn't enough for them, they wanted to come and destroy every other bit of it. That was all well and good. But he'd wish them the best of luck trying to get away in one piece. I don't think that would work too well, Kazekage-sama. Beiki said aloud. A shrug came from Gaara before he returned to focusing on creeping his sand into position. Things were almost ready, just a few more moments. How unfortunate. For them, because to be quite honest he was still stinging from what pain did to his village over a month ago, and as petty as it was he was about to take it back out on a lot of people. You know how much I despise needless violence, he said before clapping his hands together and beginning a chain of hand seals. Saying that 5 years ago would have been funny. Actually, saying it now was still funny, if there was something to laugh at. Remember, if it comes to the point where I am needed on the battlefield itself, Baki, you are in charge. Gaara's hand seals ended with him clapping his hands together one more time to get his sand in position to make its move. Ryuusa Bakurayua, quicksand waterfall flow. XXX. Outside the walls of Tsunegakure no Sato. At first they assumed it was the sandstorm just getting more intense, until the more attentive shinobi in the battalion could feel the ground begin to move their way, and it wasn't the wind doing it. It's the Kazekage. It has to be. He isn't even out here. He can't be. What kind of Kage steps onto the battlefield first? You know what to do. Don't stay stationary. The cries of instructions from the Amigakure ninja that were the de facto leaders of the entire attack force were heeded for the most part, with the exception of a few Tanigakure and Ishigakure shinobi that weren't sure what was happening until they found themselves buried underneath what was a massive tidal wave of sand. Despite being prepared for it better than any others, quite the large amount of Amigakure ninja couldn't escape either. The ones that were able to dodge then bore witness to their trapped comrades being lifted in the air in cocoons of sand by the dozens, by the hundreds. If Gaara's hands were touching the sand that they had been originally trapped in, he could have ended it quicker with less pageantry than what he was about to do. He could have just crushed them beneath the sands of the desert, and that would have been that for the caught enemies. But for visual effect, nothing could really compare to, or scare the living daylights out of the enemy any better than having them watch their fellow shinobi be crushed in midair like grapes, their liquefied remains dropping back down to the ground in a literal rain of blood. Talk about a morale killer. And this was the fate of hundreds of captured ninja. Right before a rain of dozens of kunai spiked the ground and killed / wounded almost everything they hit as far as the distracted enemy went. Welcome to Suna. Kankuro yelled over a distance with a smirk on his face as his puppet Karasu stood right by his side. How are you liking the weather so far? Despite the fact that he stood in front of around 2,000 remaining ninja in this particular area of the battlefield, he didn't seem to be intimidated at all. I mean, it's probably pretty crazy with the sandstorms, the raining blood, and the kunai falling from the sky and everything. But you get used to it. From the dunes of sand came multiple puppets of all kinds of makes and kinds with all sorts of abilities that began rushing forward over the range between Kankuro and the enemy. It was as if the puppets were the soldiers because they came by the hundreds like a mechanical unit. It was a part of the infamous Suna Puppet Brigade. And they weren't alone, as from dunes all over the defending Tsunegakure shinobi that did not know any puppet ninjutsu came out to engage in the battle directly. Metal flew and ninja of different nationalities leapt into battle against each other all over the sand-blasted desert grounds. Every so often to assist in the battle, from a distance Gaara, who could still see everything happening, would force his sand to act against any negligent Ame, Tani, or Ashi ninja that didn't find it prudent to adhere to the previous advice given to keep moving at all times. It was as good a start to the battle in this vicinity as one could have hoped for on the Tsunegakure side of things. Hopefully in Tamri's section of the battlefield and in Kyo's things were going similarly. XXX. With Naruto and Ujito High no Kuni countryside en route to U no Kuni / Shimo no Kuni border. At Hamako's behest and to Naruto and Ujito's quickest approval, both Jinchuriki left Konoha armed to the teeth. While neither of them knew much about the situation at the northeastern front because correspondence from there to the rear line was very sparse in comparison to the northwest, they could only imagine how grave the scenario could be. The story of just how nasty the situation happened to be was the entire reason that Yujito was to go home in the first place. A summons was sent to Konoha via a very special technique to transfer objects over a very long distance, quickly informing Kumo's allies of the situation on their side of the battlefront. Kumo had managed to get into the country of Shimono-kuni from their side, but from there it was a harsh scene. Instead of being held back at the line by natural land formations assisting the enemy the way Konoha happened to be, Kumo was allowed to enter and move through to a certain extent since they were unable to be prevented from doing so. The enemy ninja villages of the CNF in that region had another method of dealing with them. Disciplined, well thought out ambushes using their own knowledge of the terrain to do so. And invading one of the villages in the alliance was a total no-go. Even though they had borne down in the vicinity of the village of Hoshigakure in a side country called Kuma no Kuni, Land of Bears, they couldn't get near the village itself due to its surroundings of a canyon filled with poisonous gas. Hit-and-run tactics to the Kumo ninja stationed nearby were the norm in that area. Either way, Yujito needed to return, and with haste, as she had only been willing to wait for 5 days after the request for her escort was sent out before setting out on her own. Luckily Naruto came back 2 days early, and by her standards they were making fantastic time. At the moment, the two very energetic shinobi were moving swiftly through the trees that populated the vast majority of Hi-no-Kuni's landscape, on the move towards the northwest. How are we going to get through in the first place? Yujito asked Naruto as the two of them kept hopping from branch to branch. I want to get back to my comrades, but if we wind up getting killed trying to get me there, it kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it? Don't worry, Yuji-chan, Naruto said, keeping his eyes on the woods around them. This deep within Hi-no-Kuni there wouldn't be any ambushes. But one could never be too paranoid during wartime conditions. We just have to get to the camp and get briefed, then we can figure it out from there. There has to be something we can do to get past. There always is. No matter how inherently suicidal it would be. Any half-assed censor could find you or me. Yujito replied. It was true though. Both she and Naruto were walking chakra beacons even when they controlled their chakra to suppress it. It was a big shock to find out that one of Naruto's specializations happened to be infiltration. Jinchuriki did not sneak up on people, they bulldozed through them. Even if we find a weak point, how are we going to sneak through the line? Let me worry about that. A smirk slipped onto Naruto's face. One of the sly variety if Yujito had learned his facial expressions by now. Those eyes of his could tell you exactly what he was feeling even if his face didn't, and his eyes were confident. Trust me, it'll be okay. It's not like I'm scared, Naruto-kun. Yujito stated with a deadpan look on her face. My training might have been totally despicable, but it got me ready to handle anything I was needed to do. You don't need to protect me. Well, that's why I'm here. Naruto replied, turning his head towards her with a cheeky grin. It's my mission to keep you safe and get you home, Miss Yujito. Not just because I was told to, but because you're precious to me. Hearing him admit that got her dark eyes to widen substantially, and I remember a certain pretty kitty telling me around a year ago that if you protect something you just don't let it die. So I'll protect you even if you don't want it. Ha! Well, who would have thought that a Konoha ninja would have gotten her heart to jump like that? The bastard. He knew exactly what he was doing. Someone like him saying such sappy things like that. It was like some kind of talent or something. It was a strange way to rouse affection indeed, but damned if it didn't work on her. Naruto himself had no idea that he had picked up Danza's silver tongue, and he also had no idea that it was good for more than simply coercing political action. He had yet to realize that girls liked the verbal influence as well. Below, closer to the forest floor though, while the two continued to move towards the hottest zone of the entire war, a plant-like figure emerged partially from the trunk of a tree, his body half black and half white. Ooh, Tobi's really going to like this one. The white half of Zetsu said, quite amused. Isn't that where he was planning to test out the... Shut up, you idiot. Zetsu's black half interjected, heatedly cutting off his other personality, but you have a point. He already had plans for that part of the continent, but maybe he can add something new to his plans with the two Jinchuriki heading that way. The musing gave way to him sinking back into the tree to return to his masked leader. XXX. Northern side of outskirts of Tsunagakure. Keep supporting the close-range fighters and do not fuck up and hit the wrong people. Tamrai shouted as she swung her fan and kicked up a large amount of wind to cover the advance of the aforementioned close-range fighters. Along with her, spread out a good distance between each other, were other fan users like herself following her orders more directly than even the other Suna shinobi, Kametagai no Jutsu, Sickle Weasel Jutsu. Tamrai launched a cyclone of wind that swept up several enemy ninja inside of it and administered dozens of cuts, carving up their bodies, before they dropped to the ground no longer able to fight, to say the very least. A very large sphere with kunai welded into it and an explosive tag attached flew through the air towards the enemy forces, a little help with that. Blinking at the request, Tamrai did as requested and carried it a bit further with the wind jutsu from her fan, only to watch it detonate on the ground, exploding in a blast that sent out shrapnel and the embedded kunai to take out a good amount of ninja. Next to Tamrai, Tenten kneeled down with a sigh as she wiped her brow. This sandstorm is murder on my aim, she said as she unsealed more of her unconventional weaponry to play distance support. I can't see that far, and I keep getting sand in my eyes. Bet you never thought this would happen, did you? Tamrai said with a grin, you're fighting with me instead of against me like in the exams. How's that feel? Tenten shrugged in confusion, not really knowing how to answer that question as she threw a quartet of kunai. The velocity of the weaponry was enhanced by a swing of Tamrai's fan that sent them out faster to bury them into the chests and heads of more enemies. Actually, I've got to say, it works a lot better for me this way. Konoha Garaki Senpua, Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Like a shadowed green blur, Guy flew towards a group of shinobi and delivered a spinning back kick that took out 5 men with one move before he began laying out others using brutal bone-breaking taijutsu against those that tried to attack him after he finished the motion, thinking it to be a moment of weakness. Wah! 21. Guy shouted as he punched an enemy in the chest with enough force to completely destroy his sternum and propel him backwards like a cannonball. Where's Kakashi? I want to know his score. Today is the day I win yet another challenge between us. Guy-sensei, focus. Tenten scolded as she unsealed yet another piece of her weaponry, a bow and a quiver of arrows. Not the best in case anyone got close, but with who she had with her there wasn't a big chance of that unless they were overrun. Count in your head. Hearing how many people you beat is going to make me tired. Hearing that from his sole female student, Guy pointed over not too far from where they were to where Lee was battering foes much in the same manner as Guy himself would have. It was like looking through a time machine at himself 15 years ago. Not that Guy was saying that he was old or anything, because he wasn't. He was still bursting with much youth. Tired. Guy said questioningly as Lee seemed to be able to fight off 4 attempts of the enemy to overwhelm him at once. Tenton, if something like this tires you out so quickly, I fear that I haven't done my job as your leader. Look at Lee. He could keep at this all day and night. Good for him. Tenton muttered, taking aim at an easy target and picking him off with her bow and arrow, drilling him in the side and watching him fall. Let's see how long he can keep it up when someone gets smart and uses a genjutsu on him. Then she'd have to run over there and break it just like she always did. Crap, look up. Several umbrellas had been hurled into the air and began spinning rapidly to shoot countless senbon all over the battlefield at the Suna and Konoha ninja. Dro senbon, senbon shower. Many of the ninjas shouted as their ninjutsu began working. Tenton quickly unsealed a very large metal shell to take cover underneath as Guy and Lee took refuge along with her. The quick-acting wind fan users reduced casualties by blowing the senbon away and knocking the umbrellas from the sky. Man, that is a seriously dangerous jutsu. One of the fan users said aloud, relieved that they were able to get rid of the attack. Still, over a dozen ninjas suffered from the wide-scale attack. And this man would be the next to suffer, as in the confusion and panic that the previous offensive strategy from the Amigakyo ninja created, he found himself cut down. The hum of the glowing yellow sword in his killer's hand went mostly unheard in the wild winds of the windstorm. A man with chin-length green hair and a sleeveless grey and dark jumpsuit walked over the sands with a yellow, glowing sword in his right hand, the weapon letting out a low hum as it moved through the air. Oh, I've been waiting for this for quite a long time. I'm sure you have. The man stopped and turned towards where he saw perhaps the most famous Konoha ninja stationed at Suna standing in front of him with a hand on his hip in a somewhat nonchalant fashion. Kakashi Hatake. The man spat a bit angrily at the sight of the cool, calm, and collected Jounin. What are you doing all the way out here rutting around with the sand rats? Oh, you know, this and that. Kakashi replied very casually before pointing at the sword in the man's hand. Ah, the Raijin no Ken. You wouldn't mind giving that to me, would you, Aoi? You know, with it being something of a Konoha national treasure and all. The man, Aoi, merely smirked and held the sword up for Kakashi to get a good look at it. Sorry. But the Raijin no Ken is the property of Aoi Rokushou. Has been for a long time. Don't you know? I'm an unbeatable Jounin of Amigakyo with this weapon. It's invincible. I haven't been touched by an opponent in 4 years. A nod came from Kakashi. You know, I've got a lightning blade of my own if you'd like to see it. I think it's pretty effective if I do say so myself. He said as he pulled his headband up and revealed his Sharingan. XXX. Above the skies of the battlefield. A blue-haired figure with paper wings flew overseeing the battle at hand below. Despite being outnumbered, the Tsunagakyo ninja with their Konoha reinforcements were more than holding their own, actually taking control of the battle below. Amigakyo had come prepared for anything, but the other 2 villages simply believed incorrectly that they had been ready for a war with one of the great villages. At this point they were really only good for decoys and shields. Kanan could only imagine what it was like down there. Just thinking about it was enough to almost make her cringe. Wasn't this what they had been trying to keep from happening all along? But Nagato didn't see it that way. He said it was all a means to an end. As long as it led to a world that was free of war, this pain was necessary for the time being. What a contradictory way of thinking. But she still had some faith in her oldest friend and ally. She still believed that Nagato knew what he was doing. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki that she had fought in Amigakyo all those months ago had only been trying to speak philosophically in order to save his own behind from being sacrificed for the greater good. People would say anything to save their own skins. As she continued to look down on the battle below, she refrained from entering the battle. Not yet. Save that morale boost for when the true paradigm shift was near. She would be the omen to mark the end of Suna. Nagato said he was finally back to full strength, and now that his paths were finally back to 6, it was time to remind Suna just who was the most powerful man in the world. What better way to do that than to appear and take their Kazekage and the Jinchuriki of Shukaku right in front of their faces. Above her head a grey cloud started to form that looked full to bursting. This meant that Nagato was on his way. In the desert outside of Tsunagakyo no Sato, the battle between the GSA Grand Shinobi Alliance, Suna forces combined with the Konoha relief teams against the CNF Continental Ninja Federation, invaders, led by Amigakyo, continued to rage across the sands. And currently, one of the more advanced Konoha representatives in the fight found himself going head-to-head with an old acquaintance. The open space for both Kakashi Hatake and Aoi Rokushou wasn't very roomy for the dance number that the two of them were cutting, but with the dangerous electric sword in Aoi's hand, everyone on both sides were giving them a wide berth. Aoi's comrades because they knew he had no problems with cutting them down if they were in his way. Kakashi's comrades because this was Kakashi Hatake they were talking about. He was the very last person that needed help against any opponent. After seeing him thus far in the battle, Suna observers would have to say that for once it was grand to have him on their side instead of against them. Use your famous Sharingan already, Kakashi. Aoi taunted as he slashed away at a dodging Kakashi who didn't even bother having a kunai out to defend himself. If it were hit, it would only serve to electrocute him in some way. If you don't, you won't last even 5 minutes against me. Swaying out of the range of the Raijin no Ken's tip and ducking swings aimed at his head, Kakashi returned verbal fire. You're sort of right about that, because this fight isn't going to last 5 minutes either way. He didn't want to risk breaking out his Sharingan for no reason in that environment either. Savvy combatants like Aoi could play very dirty and take advantage of their environment to gain an advantage. Aside from that, the sandy composition of the area was a liability. Grains of sand could fly into his eye without warning and handicap him. It was just an unnecessary risk all around at the moment. Until it was deemed necessary, he wasn't taking the risk. Having felt as if he had backed up enough from Aoi's assault, Kakashi lashed out with the throwing of several shuriken. Much like he had anticipated, Aoi blocked them with a wave of his sword. I'm insulted, Kakashi. You think that something so simple would beat me while I'm wielding the strongest weapon in the world? A weapon's only as good as the person using it. Kakashi commented before he saw Aoi stab the sword into the sand and unleash a shockwave of electricity along the ground. Get away from him now. He yelled for the benefit of everyone around, not just his own Suna allies if he had to be honest. It mattered not for more than a few on both sides, as Aoi's reckless attack took down more than a few from both sides, something Kakashi found despicable. The silver-haired ninja narrowed his visible eye at Aoi before pulling up his Hitie to reveal his Sharingan eye. If he wanted to be a nuisance that wouldn't just use precise attacks and would thoughtlessly use wide-range ninjutsu at the cost of even his own shinobi, it was high time Kakashi just put him down before he injured more people that weren't even fighting him. A quick motion of 3 hand seals built powerful white lightning chakra in Kakashi's right hand as Aoi was still pumping electrical chakra into the ground, grinning at the mayhem he was causing. He looked up and dropped his grin in exchange for a determined look once he saw Kakashi forming his signature jutsu and beckoned him forward confidently, brandishing the Raijin no Ken once more. Without warning, Kakashi dashed forward, and likewise Aoi timed him and swung his weapon. However, he hadn't accounted for the fact that Kakashi's Sharingan let him see this coming in well enough time to react. Not only did the swing of his sword not work, it ended with Kakashi driving his hand straight through his chest. Reikiri, lightning cutter. Aoi's face twisted in pain as his grip on the Raijin no Ken slipped from his weak and deceased hand. The arc of it flying through the air took longer to hit the ground than Aoi's body did. By the time the hilt of the sword stuck upright in the sand, his blood was already staining it not too far away. The battle continued to rage around it until a feminine hand reached down to pick it up in between drifting towards another fracas. Tenten lifted up the hilt and looked at it curiously before unknowingly activating the yellow glowing blade from it. Her eyes lit up and she quickly put it to work, using it to block two CNF attackers that tried to attack her with kunai. A bad move as they were shocked by the electric blade, allowing Tenten to finish them off. Who in the world dropped this? She asked as she moved towards another fight. Whatever. It doesn't matter because it's mine now. XXX. Western CNF. Forces realign. It was something of a madhouse a ways away from the front lines of the ongoing battle at hand. What happened to Suna being crippled, depleted, and tired? At first things seemed like it would only be a matter of time until the lessened number of defenders would have given up hope after the destruction of their village and the mounting invasion, but not only had the Sunigakure will to fight not faded in the slightest, they were standing strong. And then there was the fact that at random times the ground itself would seem to shift and take down dozens of CNF ninja with extreme prejudice. There wasn't even any time to save those that got caught by the living sand. Thus was the power of one deemed to be Akage, it seemed. Sabaku no Gaara's epithet wasn't just hyperbole. In the desert it seemed that there was none greater, even without him being on the battlefield at all. The med tents are running out of room. What? We brought so many tents though. Are you seriously telling me we can't find and space for our wounded at all? The sandstorm destroyed most of the others that we could have used. Even the ones meant for troop barracks got torn to shreds. An invasion of Suna was a logistical nightmare even before the fighting came into play. The desert was vast. Too vast for supplies to be easily funneled out from the partaking villages. It wasn't that they had wasted their supplies like food and medicine, it was that things like clothing and the shelter of tents, things like that, they wound up being shredded by K's no Kuni's intense seasonal sandstorms. The very cold desert nights and the blazing hot desert days screwed with many a ninja's head even though they all knew most of what to expect, freak sandstorms notwithstanding. But knowing what to expect from a briefing and knowing what to expect from experience were two totally different things, and most of the villages had never partaken in a war. The ones that had done so had only fought within their own borders before. A battle in Sunigakure-held territory was like nothing anywhere else in the elemental nations. It was a big reason why holding the Chunin exams there was never really popular in the past. Losses were of course mounting no matter which side of the battle one looked at, but while the whole thing was for survival on the Suna side of things, thus there was no choice, the invasion didn't seem to be worth the payoff even if the CNF side won. From that point, how would they manage to turn their attention to Konoha after it was over with such a broken fighting force, victorious though they may or may not be by the end of things? This was the way it was starting to be seen as the fight had raged for hours by this point. The only ones with morale that hadn't shaken an inch from where it had been at the rallying outset of the conflict were the Amigakure ninja, diligent in how they sent in more and more of their force, leading by example, assured that they would somehow win. Their reason for never losing heart, they had God on their side. their god. The same reason that the dozens of villages had all united to begin with. A shadow began passing over the heads of the people at the rear line and some looked up. Upon doing so, those of AME origin dropped to the ground in a bow, much to the confusion of the others. Many of them stopped their frantic pace altogether just to bow. The unasked question went answered very quickly by the mumblings of AME ninja, as if their ongoing confidence was finally being returned by this figure flying above them. Angel, she's here. It's finally our time to end this battle. What? Pain Summer is coming. The jaws of many dropped at that declaration, because they all knew exactly who was being referred to. The man himself that was spearheading this whole anti-five great shinobi villages movement. He was actually coming to the battlefield. As the speculation began, the paper angel Kanon herself landed amongst them, looking around at the ragged masses of the embattled fighters with an impassive look in her eyes. Do not falter yet. Keep the pressure going forward. Pain will deliver the blow that will break the backs of the opposition. This I can say with certainty. Her form then burst into many sheets of paper that scattered off around the area. With that, the AME listeners stood up, revitalized that their glorious leader was coming to end everything. With renewed vigor everyone returned to their tasks, be it moving supplies closer to the front, to moving the wounded and dead, to preparing to reinforce their comrades. Everyone wanted to be a part of their soon-to-be monumental victory. XXX. Gates of Tsunagakyo. No one knew where these things came from. First a gigantic orange and black centipede with a large piercing through its head came out of absolutely nowhere and was currently terrorizing the Suna and Konoha forces, and then it was soon followed with a massive giant ox with piercings in it as well. How did these get this far through the line? An embattled Suna ninja yelled in concern as he narrowly avoided being smashed beneath the skittering centipede. Not only was it massive, it could crawl extremely quickly, making it doubly dangerous with its sharp legs and large mandibles. I don't know. Another ninja pointed out the charging advance of the huge ox that was barreling towards the protective dome of Suna. How are we going to stop that thing? Lee. I am with you Gai-sensei. Konoha Zumaji Senpua, tree leaf coiling whirlwind. A pair of swiftly moving green-clad figures rushed towards the ox, dodging the lowering of its head and the plowing of its horns through the sand before getting underneath it and kicking its front legs out from beneath it, stopping it as it crashed face first into a dune. Many people breathed a sigh of relief, even as the beast bellowed and tried to stand back up with the multiple defenders of Suna surrounding it and preparing to subdue it for good, holding it down with dozens of uses of cloth-binding jutsu. As this was occurring, the sharpest and most attentive set of eyes in Konoha were perusing the visible battlefield from his place keeping watch over his portion of the gate. How were outlines almost broken? Neji wondered aloud as he took a moment to activate his Bakugan to see if the defense faltered anywhere else due to the multiple strange and very large pierced summon creatures that came out of nowhere. Enemy forces were nowhere near the location of the gate, but he did see a shimmering life force that had actually not only gotten past the lines, it had not engaged in battle at all. Damn it! How could I have missed that? Come with me. It could have been nothing really, but the chances of that were slim to none and he knew it. Thus he took a small unit of Suna ninja left under his temporary Jounin command as they ran back through the gap in Suna's protective dome to follow the fast-moving figure that Neji's eyes had spotted, crawling along the walls of the massive structure. What do you see, sir? One of the Suna ninja asked him. I'm not sure. Neji responded in kind. But he definitely knew that it was nothing good. Nothing heading back into the village was good. That was only for the wounded that needed to be ferried away for emergency treatment. Well, this invisible creature didn't look anything like a ninja, but it had instincts like one apparently, because it knew it was being pursued and abruptly turned an about face to lash out with something from it. Move. The barking of his order saved the Suna ninja with him along for the ride, but Neji himself got snatched up by an exceedingly long and fast pink tongue that picked him up off of the ground and reeled him in. Neji found himself bound tightly, unable to move as he was held up off of the ground. "Sir!" Neji heard the worried cries of his men but tried to keep a cool head as he was able to get a good look at the creature that had a hold of him. Like the other creatures outside, it had piercings in it and strange ripple pattern eyes. It was a very large chameleon with a snake for a tail. Now that was an interesting summon. It would be even more interesting if it didn't look like it was about to kill him. If I had known that Konoha had been willing to dispatch Hyuga clan members, especially one as talented as yourself, I may have planned my approach differently. That voice sounded somewhat familiar to Neji. But it wasn't one he was inherently familiar with. From within the mouth of the large chameleon, an older-looking man emerged wearing a black cloak with red clouds adorning it. Much like the chameleon, he had ripple pattern eyes and piercings all over his face, but this man had shaggy orange hair and an amigakure headband that was slashed out. The most noticeable trait aside from the eyes and the clothing happened to be an X scar on the man's chin. Now Neji knew full well that Rinnegan meant that this was Pain. He also knew that this was just one of 6 bodies that Pain possessed, as it went hand in hand with the information that Jiraiya returned home with after the mission in AME that nearly killed him, but he never forgot a face, and Neji had seen this man before. He was actually a very powerful Konoha ninja back before his disappearance, which hadn't been too long ago as a matter of fact. Ironically, he had also disappeared on the way to Sunagakure on a mission of diplomacy. Danza Shimura, Neji ventured to say as the tongue of the chameleon squeezed him tightly. Pain took your body and used it for one of his paths. He mused rhetorically. It wasn't like Danza could actually answer the question for himself. He was a reanimated corpse. At least they knew what happened to the man's body now. You know of my abilities. Pain said through the reanimated Danza's body. Well, you know of a few of them anyway. Jiraiya-sensei managed to make a bit of a victory even in his defeat. I'm really regretting not being able to finish him off. That creature is how you got in the first time, isn't it? Neji questioned, still trying to struggle. How you slipped past sentries and got within the limits of the village to wage your attack. Reports said that it was a different body of Pain that managed to deal the damage to Suna though. Animal Path is a very versatile and powerful aspect of my abilities. Pain said. It was still so creepy to hear the man speak through the body of someone that he actually knew, but I'm through talking with you. As am I. Neji said before channeling chakra to his body, expelling it forcefully in one great burst. Juikenpo Ichijikishin, gentle fist art one blow body. It was powerful enough to break the tongue's grip on him, allowing Neji to free himself and fall away. Not willing to get into a fight at this moment apparently, at Pain's direction the chameleon continued to skitter off into the limits of Sunagakure as Neji and his troops continued to pursue until there was no more dome left to run through. They were back at the village itself. What had been rebuilt of it anyway? And even then Pain had to muse that despite anything else these were very determined people to keep going and rebuild after what he had done just over a month and a half ago. But he wasn't here to destroy it directly again anyway, he was here for something more important. Something he needed more firepower for. After jumping off of the chameleon and sending it to deal with the Suna contingent and Neji to keep them from interfering for just a moment longer, a few hand seals later, and the former body of Danza slammed his hand directly on the ground. Kukio's no jutsu, summoning jutsu. Neji dodged a few lashes of the chameleon's tongue before getting sight of Pain's summoning jutsu, and a cold shiver rolled down his back as through the smoke he was able to see not just one, but 6 figures similarly dressed but different in appearance. All with piercings and all with Rinnegan, all 6 paths of Pain. If Jiraiya couldn't beat them, how could he? Especially on his own. He had to try though. With that, Neji allowed his comrades to deal with the summoned chameleon while he brazenly set himself in his clan Taijutsu stance in order to do his best to deal with Pain. All 6 of them can share each other's vision between them, and they all have strange powers that come with the Rinnegan. He thought to himself, trying to drudge up the briefings that had taken place on the most dangerous ninja in the world since the war had begun. The first option given when put in such a situation was to run. Not even to fight. Just to get away, away, away. Not to even think about fighting back. Well, that wasn't a choice when public enemy number 1 was right in the middle of the village of their allies. The same village he had already destroyed once. Well, this is interesting. Pain said from his Deva path. You're still choosing to stand against me even though you know who I am. Is this bravery, or is it just more of the misplaced bravado from Konoha? His tone was one of sarcasm laced with disdain for the idea of facing an enemy from the most hated of villages in his point of view. With that, the large and imposing smiling Asura path, the body with the strange mechanical attachments, the one that had done the crippling damage to Jiraiya, who was one of the finest ninja ever to hold a kunai in his hands, stepped forward to deal with the Taijutsu specialist. The Asura path quickly cast away its black cloak to show 6 arms instead of just 2 different faces on the sides of its head, one impassive and one angry, and a serrated blade around its waist peeking up over its back as a weapon. This inherent danger was not the first threat to Neji's person, however, as the long-haired human path got itself past the Asura path and launched a direct attack against him that he backed out of the way of, slipping a punch and getting himself back out of range as the Asura path launched a strain of missiles from an extension of its arm. Hacked Shaokaitan, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Neji spun around rapidly, simultaneously releasing chakra from his body in a protective dome around his body, defending himself from the explosions that erupted off of the chakra shield. He came to a stop in a small crater that had been carved with the intensity of his chakra spin. You may be able to see me from 6 different perspectives, but there isn't a single angle you can come at me from that I can't see. Hyuga clan members are meant to fight multiple enemies at once. The cry of the Suna fighters that he had with him being felled by the chameleon directed Neji's attention back to the creature as it made to attack him once more as well, its previous job being complete. It charged directly at him and snapped its tongue out to harm him, though he was able to see it clearly despite its invisibility with his Bakugan, and jumped over it on top of the creature's head. Its snake of a tail struck at him but missed and bit the top of its head. Things seemed to be going just swimmingly for the genius of his clan, but Pain was sick of letting Neji struggle. Futile though it may have been, it wasn't amusing to see him fight as though he had some hope. The animal path dispelled the summon and the Deva path made his presence known with one move. I do not have the time to waste to deal with you, Hyuga. Pain said before reaching a grabbing hand out at Neji. Bansho Tenin, heavenly attraction of all of creation. Neji abruptly shot towards the Deva path that had the destructive Asura path standing in front of him, waiting for the incoming enemy with the deadly saw blade poised to run him through and kill him. Before he ever reached the end of the line, however, a plume of sand came between them, catching Neji and preventing the attractive properties of the Deva path from signaling the end of his life at the hands of the 6 paths of pain. While a face full of sand wasn't the most pleasant thing to receive, it was taken as a godsend by Neji as he was lifted over from the part of the village around the entrance where he had been fighting, over to where Gaara was, standing on the roof of the tallest reconstructed building in the village. It was quite the sight as the sky was pretty shaded with the raging wind and sandstorm that the village dome protected Tsunegakyo from. Being set on the ground safely, Neji stood up and stared back over at all of Pain's bodies, something that he could clearly see from where he was with his Bakugan. "Thank you Kazekage-sama," Neji said in regards to being protected. "Shouldn't you be at your safe house? The enemy isn't at the gates any longer," Gaara stated with his arms crossed over his chest. He didn't have a discernible look on his face, but he was wishing nothing but death on the man that had destroyed his village and had the audacity to come right back in. "This is officially my problem to handle personally." "This is good then," Neji said, still fixing Pain with a scrutinizing glance. "We can fight them together. I have my misgivings on dealing with the large one with 6 arms, but with you fighting from a range and me engaging them up close, I believe I can be of quite a bit of help to you." A nod came from Gaara. "Agreed." With that seeming endorsement, Neji prepared for another run-in, until Gaara spoke again. "But you won't be helping me." Ignoring the look of surprise on the Konoha Jounin's face, Gaara kept making his point. "You're going to go to where the medics, the genin, and the villagers are, and you're going to make sure they know of this and are prepared for what is about to happen. It's going to be very loud." Now Neji was well aware that Gaara was the Kazekage, but he still had his doubts that Gaara could handle all 6 bodies of Pain. While he would never say it aloud to the redhead, he saw Jiraiya as a more powerful ninja than the leader of Tsunegakyo, and even Jiraiya was unable to do anything more than defeat one body before succumbing to Pain's overwhelming might that also crushed the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, the good friend of both of them and an exceedingly powerful ninja as well, Naruto Uzumaki. But this was an order from the top, as far from the top as he was going to get an order from without being back in Konoha, and Neji was not going to engage in insubordination during a pitched battle. He could otherwise feel that Gaara was in no mood to joke about or to mess around. He was deadly serious. And he left in a manner that Neji could not follow. "No one is to fight this battle but me. It's too dangerous for anyone else." Using his sand as a platform, Gaara levitated himself away to quickly confront Pain without ever touching the ground. Quietly gnashing his teeth, Neji left to adhere to his order and chose to trust in Gaara's judgment to battle Pain alone. XXX. With Naruto and Ujito no Kuni countryside. After hours and hours of travel, the Jinchuriki pair crossed the border from High no Kuni into the last bastion of calm that one could say there would be heading northward from that point. There wouldn't be any stopping in the hot spring resort that was formerly a hidden village of Ugakyo. Not with things the way they were. At the rate they were going, they would reach the lines by tomorrow morning at the latest. From there they would prepare their approach to get through and return Ujito to her comrades in Kumo per the instructions of Naruto's mission. "Getting tired yet?" Naruto asked Ujito as they continued to jump through the trees. The feline biju-containing blonde woman had been silent for quite a while. It was making an already tense trip all the more stress-inducing. Ujito's eyes flicked towards him before giving Naruto a smirk. "Not a chance. We don't need to stop at all, you should know that. No rest until we reach the camps. I've got to get home in a hurry." She then decided that a chance of topics was in order because she didn't want to think about how nasty the situation was that they were about to walk into. "So that training you did with your sensei, Did it help you to improve your control over the Kyuubi any? It was for something else. Naruto admitted, as he actually hadn't improved any in regards to his Baiju control during the time he had spent learning Sage Mode, but it's something that Kyuubi can help me with in battle. It's a pretty good setup actually, and it makes me way stronger. In Naruto's opinion, Sage Mode was a better option for battle than his potentially unstable chakra connection with the Kyuubi. Too much of that and he could lose control. To use Sage Mode, all he needed to do was maintain a balance that the Kyuubi generated the natural energy for. For a Jinchuriki, you really try fighting as if you aren't one. Yujito commented. She had seen it even back during the fight with Haiden and Kakuzu. He only really used the Kyuubi's chakra to help him power his stronger ninjutsu that needed some extra kick to them. If it works for you, then it works. I'm just saying that it's weird. It wasn't his fault either. The Kyuubi's chakra was too strong for him to safely train with as a child. Otherwise it would have hurt him before a physical tail of chakra had even formed. He only got to use it when he was in physical dire straits in combat. So Danza forced him to work his basics and his conventional ninja arts to death until he got old enough to use the bare minimum of Kyuubi's chakra. From then he was able to train it, but he didn't have much time to before his ceiling. So yes, he was used to fighting straight up even when using the Kyuubi's chakra, allowing it to merely enhance his fighting style's speed and strength. It was just how he was. But it wasn't that simple. Using more than his share of it would make him more barbarous in battle and would cloud his judgment, especially when he used his transformation. Amigakyo could attest to that. So there had always been a give and take, for he would need to sacrifice finesse for force and vice versa. No longer with Sage Mode though. It was his new chosen method of enhancing himself in battle and would be for the foreseeable future. His perfected Sage Mode was devastating. Even Jiraiya said it was better than his own. That was some serious praise. Why do I have to fight like every other Jinchuriki? Naruto asked Yujito. I like to think that the reason I haven't been caught yet is because I don't fight like other Jinchuriki. The only ones left are you, me, Gaara, and Kairabi. And we're all weird except for you, mostly. Between the insomnia, former homicidal tendencies, and sand control in Gaara, the rapping in everyday speech and the 8 swords from Kairabi, and all of the things wrong with Naruto, not even counting the Sharingan, not that any more than a select few knew about that, yeah, they were all weird. Yujito was normal in comparison. For some reason that didn't feel like much of a compliment. Who would have thought it? Not being called weird could have been taken as a compliment. But Yujito ignored it with a frown. The only thing showing the comment had irked her a little bit. She was plenty weird. Eventually though, her eyes caught figures from where they were running through the trees. Naruto-kun, look. Both of them came to a stop before feeling a touch of relief at what they saw, making their way in that direction as they caught sight of a squad of 24 Konoha ninja on the road through the forests. Hey! Naruto called out to them, getting their attention as he and Yujito landed on the ground behind them. You guys wouldn't happen to be heading up towards the line, would you? The Konoha ninja looked amongst each other before nodding and shrugging nonchalantly. Sure. Come with us. That's where we're going right now, as a few squads of reinforcements. This sat very well with Naruto and Yujito, as traveling in a group kept them feeling more secure than moving on their own. The two of them were noted high-priority targets as Jinchuriki, and that was the way it was. With that, the blonde duo fell into step, running with their new escorts towards the Uno Kuni and Shimo no Kuni border where their destinations lay. Naruto and Yujito were unable to see the smirks of some of the ninja that were out of their fields of vision as they looked at each other smugly. XXX. Tsunegakyo no Sato Gaara vs. Pain. How brave of you to face me outright. Pain commented, his bodies in their battle positions as Gaara stood a distance away from them on flat ground. I take it you know who I am, what I plan to do with you, and you're still here to fight me yourself instead of fleeing. Thus comes with the title of Kazekage. No. Gaara replied emotionlessly in return, this isn't about me being the Kazekage and you threatening my village here today. Look around you. There isn't anything left to destroy. This is about me, and my anger towards you. A friend of mine kept me from foolishly storming straight to Amigakyo to try and end your life, and here you bring yourself right to me. I'd thank you if I weren't about to end your life. Without warning, the Asura Path raised a hand and fired off its fist like a rocket, complete with propulsion from behind, Kaiwan no higher, flaming arrow of amazing ability. Like clockwork, Gaara's ever-strengthening sand defense got up and blocked the fist, keeping it from ever getting through to harm him. In return, Gaara sent out a testing wave of sand directly at the Deva path, which seemed to be the main body since it was the one that Pain spoke through most of the time. Instead, the burly-looking Prita path jumped in the way and seemingly absorbed the chakra from the sand, rendering it useless. Gaara wordlessly clicked his teeth in exasperation, so that's the one that can negate all chakra techniques. What a terrifying ability. It turned his sand useless whenever it touched the Prita path. This is not good. No hand seals or anything were required. When anything chakra-related touched it, the chakra was absorbed. What in the world was he going to do? His entire battle style centered around using his sand control. Without missing a beat, the other paths of Pain were not about to give Gaara any time to analyze his situation and think of a plan, attacking the stationary ninja. The human, Asura, and animal paths began trying to plow their way through Gaara's defense, but the sand was simply too fast. Gaara's ultimate defense was alive, well, and had never been stronger. Threatening away the human path and swatting back the Asura path, Gaara noticed the animal path trying to summon within the confines of his defenses and did not allow this to happen by snatching the man formerly known as Danza up. His only hope was to hit them hard and fast, picking off any weakness left open for him to take advantage of, and that was just what he did. Sabaku Suzu, Sand Waterfall Funeral. The animal path was crushed by the sand and tossed aside as useless as Gaara turned his attention to the Asura path that was charging him again, ever dangerous with its destructive power. It was a feint though, as the Deva path was able to sneak a good peek at Gaara's adjustments to try and do his best to ignore the Prita path that would merely shrug off anything he could do to it with his sand. Picking off the other paths first was not a bad idea at all, but he couldn't let him just do as he pleased, futile though it may have been. In a rather gutsy approach, the Deva path stormed forward directly towards Gaara's range of sand protection and allowed it to cloud his view and surround him just close enough for him to make his move, Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. The sand was suddenly forced away and this left Gaara clear and open for an attack before the Deva path stopped short. Nice try with the replacement technique, but I can see anything that you do. Three other paths, the human, Asura, and the Prita paths, bore witness to Gaara switching himself out with a sand clone when the Deva path had blown his sand away. Showing no holes in their overpowering attack, they went right for Gaara, with the Prita path leading the way and negating all of the sand swarming at the two of them with its mere presence. Gaara focused intensely on their approach before reaching his hands up into a ram seal, Gokuza Meizu, prison sand burial. A sinkhole instantly appeared beneath the two paths, and despite the Prita path and the ability to negate chakra that came with it, at that point it didn't matter as they still fell into it. It was a long way down, and even if Gaara couldn't crush them underground to finish them thereafter, they were non-factors in the battle as far as he could see. Perfect. 3 down. So young and so skilled. The Deva Path of Pain commented after watching Gaara handle the conundrum of the Prita Path's ability in his own way. You managed to defend yourself even with the abilities of the Prita Path renting space in your mind, and then you put that plan into action. I don't need your praise. Gaara replied, swirling sand all about his body. Without the Prita Path to block any offense he tried, there was no need to hold back any longer. From what he had seen from the Deva Path, it had been the body that had pulverized Tsunagakure with one move. He needed to take great care as he focused his fury on it. Like a snake coiling to strike, Gaara's sand formed a band in front of his body before it began firing dozens of shots of sand, rapid fire at the Deva Path, Rendan, Tsunashiga, successive shots, sand drizzle. The Deva Path's instant reaction was clear: Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. Another force of repulsion sent the sand projectiles flying away, but Gaara refused to let up, continuing on with his barrage to try and force Pain into dire straits. This forced Pain to actively dodge the attacks once the Shinra Tensei faded. As he observed Pain avoid his best attempts to peg him with a shot or several, Gaara idly wondered why he didn't try another Shinra Tensei again to rid himself of the attacks. Shinra Tensei, heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. There went another one. But why didn't he do it any sooner? Why then? He didn't maneuver himself into a better position to try it. He hadn't gotten any closer to chance hitting Gaara with it. He was just dodging until he decided to try it again, and he waited for a few seconds to do so, not willing to follow up immediately with another to protect himself. Bansho Tenin, heavenly attraction of all of creation. Again, he waited for more time to pass instead of following up immediately with his attraction jutsu. Gaara was pulled off of the ground and started to move towards him until his sand caught him like a glove and blocked the jutsu well enough so that when he was pulled through the thick wall of grains he landed on his feet as it had faded by then. Again, no follow-up. Gaara didn't have that problem. But before he could even finish his chain of hand seals to literally try to bury his opposition, he heard something that he thought he had put a stop to earlier in the battle: Kukio's no jutsu, summoning jutsu. Gaara turned towards the sound of the jutsu call to see not only a fully functional animal path, but the only path that he hadn't engaged in battle, the Naruto path, and a large, demonic-looking head that was sinking into the ground, its job apparently finished. It was healed. But he had crushed it like a grape and now it looked as fresh as it had at the start of the fight. And the newly revitalized animal path had just summoned the Asura path, the human path, and the vaunted Prita path from where he had buried them, as if he had never submerged them underneath the ground with that tactical sinkhole. Do you see now that you can't defeat God? The Deva path stated as the 6 paths of pain got themselves back into their standard battle formation: you can destroy my bodies, but they can always be resurrected in the end. Restoration ability doesn't make you God. Gaara said, sweat caking his brow as this battle was testing him in multiple ways. He knew without a doubt now that if he had attacked in Amigakure he would have been defeated. The rain would have only made things so much more difficult on him. But now he was learning so much more. No wonder the Naruto path hadn't fought him thus far. The healers in a battle didn't ever fight directly. That was day 1 stuff. The Asura path stepped forward and proverbially flexed its muscles again as its head opened up to reveal a cannon that blasted pure chakra at Gaara. His sand defense held up in a smoky explosion that Gaara slipped out of swiftly, his sand armor singed and pieces flaking off of him. The Pratapath used that opportunity to try and grab him, but instead of allowing his sand defense to kick in, which would have been useless in stopping the Pratapath, Gaara took to the air with a platform of sand beneath him. Distance was what he needed. To get as far away as possible, out of the range of the Deva path and his attractive and repulsive capabilities, and the other incredible abilities of Pain. But Pain didn't seem to be willing to let him go so easily. The summoning of a large and odd-looking bird with a drill of a beak was used to carry the animal path and the Asura path into the air. A brutal assault of the Asura path, being ferried by the animal path, occurred with him firing blast after blast of chakra through the air at the Kazekage. It was hard for Gaara to focus on his counter-move, flying and trying to coordinate his attack efforts while dodging his enemy's ranged aggression. Eventually though, he felt the pull that he needed and lifted and moved his arms around accordingly in the motions that he needed to make things work. With the viewpoints of the other paths from the ground, Pain was able to see that Gaara had managed to bring up an extraordinary amount of sand from the ground and had maneuvered the animal path and the Asura path so that he could encase them on all sides with no room for escape as it closed in, airtight, Sabakuru, sand-binding prison. Keeping a wary eye on the ground and the other paths as he secured his capture, Gaara saw the Pratapath disappear in a puff of smoke. The animal path had summoned it within the prison. He would never crush them within now. Any sand that got within enough range of the Pratapath to do so would be rendered useless. So he did the next best thing. With all of the might that Gaara could muster with his control, he turned and swung his arms, violently casting the sand prison over the valley walls of Sunagakure and out of his domain before the Pratapath could allow them to escape. Breathing heavily at the effort exerted in hurling the large sand prison away, Gaara directed his attention back down to the Deva, human, and Naraka paths. 3 against 1 seemed like a dream compared to the 6 against 1 conflict he had started with, next. Without warning, 2 of the paths dropped to the ground as they seemingly deactivated before vanishing in puffs of smoke, summoned away to wherever the animal path had landed with the others, leaving the Deva path as the remaining entity to face Gaara. How clever of you. It seems Jiraiya-sensei's information was useful enough to allow you to work out even more on my abilities. Like I said, you won't take Shukaku from me today. Gaara stated firmly, and Sunagakure will not fall. No matter if you destroy the buildings. No matter if you take some of our lives. Our village is like the land that surrounds it itself, harsh when it is supposed to be, yet unconquerable by those that do not understand its nature. Trying to deplete our forces is like trying to take each grain of sand from the desert. The Deva path narrowed its eyes at Gaara from its place on the ground. This is far from over. Do not consider this to be your victory. I will be back. Pain threatened, Sunagakure's sands will be stained red once more. You haven't felt true pain yet. Gaara simply stared down at him, unshaken by the attempt to intimidate or infuriate him further. Get out of my village, get out of my lands, and take your army with you. What's left of it that you can retreat with, that is. Glaring at Gaara with those chilling Rinnegan eyes, the Deva path finally vanished in a puff of smoke as well. That fight, while exceedingly difficult, was not as cataclysmic as Gaara thought it would turn out to be. He was exhausted because of the huge amounts of chakra that he had expended to eject the massive sand prison far outside of his village, and that wasn't counting his constant interference in the real battle going on outside of his village's walls. Speaking of which, it was still going on. He might have been feeling the strain of combat, but now was the best excuse possible to interject himself directly alongside his comrades. He hoped that Baki could deal with running the battlefield for a bit longer, because he wasn't going back until the invasion was repelled. XXX. Pain's Temporary Battle HQ. A massive tower comprised of Kanon's paper ninjutsu that resembled his control tower in Amigakyo housed Pain for the time being as his forces attacked Tsunegakyo. Damn Gaara. He couldn't use excessive force and kill him, or else he would lose Shukaku until it reformed elsewhere, and who knew how long that would take. He had almost made the mistake of killing Naruto back during his intrusion into AME. It was actually lucky that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was infamously absurdly difficult to beat down, or else he would have ended his life and his plans would have been set back for years. Kanon. From his mechanical chair in the tower where he could clearly see Suna and the battle going on in the distance. The tide had steadily been turning. Had he been able to capture Gaara and make a show of exiting Tsunegakyo with the Kazekage visibly in hand, the spirit to fight would have been lost. When the Sundame Kazekage had disappeared at the secretive hands of Sasori almost 2 decades ago, Suna had notoriously almost fallen apart. That was not going to happen here though, not today. Signal for the retreat. Well aware of the fact that Nagato was in no mood to converse at the moment whatsoever, a simple nod came from the blue-haired woman as she formed a set of origami birds that took to the skies all over before bursting in large, bright red colors, the signal to withdraw. Nagato formed the ram seal from where he was sitting in his chair to allow him to build up chakra as the astral projection outline of the Deva path and his Rinnegan eyes appeared across the sky wide and large. This is not over, Tsunegakyo. You and the other villages like you will pay for the pain you've inflicted upon the smaller of your ilk for decades. We outnumber the 5 great shinobi villages 10-1, and unlike our comrades who stand beside us as brothers in our cause, you are all about to face the true wrath of God. With that the image fizzled out of existence. It took a moment before figures from the rear line were spilling back across the desert in full retreat mode as the front line tried to hold them back and move away as well, trying to avoid as much of a rout as possible. This was made all the more difficult when a gigantic colossus comprised of sand in the form of Gaara rose up and began stomping forward, terrorizing the retreating CNF ninja. Kanon prepared to go down and assist in helping out with the retreat by destroying the Gaara Colossus if nothing else, but Nagato's calling out to her kept her from doing so. No. Let's return to AME immediately. There's no time to waste and this war isn't close to being over yet. Suna is still weak and won't attack anytime soon if at all. We should be more worried about Konoha's force in Kusa-held grounds. Prepare to dedicate a division to help them deal with that. How much had Nagato really changed over the years? Did he even see what was occurring anymore? What was the eventual goal worth if they were so far gone from their original values that they seemed like completely different people? So much so that he was unwilling to allow her to assist in helping their own shinobi retreat safely. He would rather let them leave on their own so that he could have more time to plan his next move, even if it would only delay that planning by mere minutes that could have saved dozens if not hundreds of lives. Still, he was the leader. And she broke the paper tower down into multiple sheets of paper as she created a large paper bird that proceeded to carry them both off into the distance back north towards their lands through the sandstorm that in a way despite its harsh nature covered their retreat. Battle-weary and emotionally strained to their limits after the last few weeks, it was like a valve was released and emotion spilled out freely as Suna was allowed the time to cheer and shout and cry. There was still much work to do in regards to their home, but for the moment the knowledge that they had held strong alongside their Konoha comrades was more important to them than anything else. XXX. Later that night, wilderness of Kuni. Traveling with the Konoha contingent to the Kuni /Shimo Kuni slowed them down despite the added security it provided. Naruto and Yujito were forced to pretty much stop with them for the night as they didn't share the speed and the stamina of the two blonde demon containers, and they already had a beaten route they were taking instead of trying a straight shot through the forest the way they had been doing. Apparently ambushes occurred because of that easy-to-predict method of travel, which was why the squads had been taking roundabout routes. It ground their gears, but ridiculous stamina wasn't commonplace amongst most of the ninja in the world. Thus they stopped and made camp for the evening. With Yujito being Naruto's client for the duration of his mission, she stayed in his tent along with him, for security's sake of course. Said young woman sat on her side of the tent rubbing her neck as she tried to calm down and relax. There were over 30 Konoha shinobi outside and others were keeping guard of the premises along with Naruto's clones that were secretly created and distributed about. If anything went wrong, she'd know about it in well enough time to react accordingly and get herself back into emergency battle mode. We made such good time on the first day, even if we did get slowed down when we found your Konoha comrades. Do you know any of them very well? Yujito asked, trying to spark some conversation to alleviate some boredom. Naruto shook his head as he perused the seals that adorned his arms and torso through his open root top, each with their own uses and purposes for being on his body. I don't know any of them actually. We've never met until today. It's really hard to realize just how many people in hidden villages are or used to be ninja. Yujito let out a hum of agreement before smirking as she made a comment to try and raise his hackles. Kumo has more shinobi than Konoha. She teased, trying to spark a debate or a mindless argument as she took off her headband and let her hair out of its bandaged bindings for the evening. Do you know how many Kumo ninja I've kicked the crap out of? Do you know how many Konoha ninja I've kicked the crap out of? She returned, grinning at getting the better of him thus far. I'm older than you, remember dear? She didn't get another verbal rise out of him and chuckled silently to herself as she sidled up behind him, setting her chin on his shoulder as she noticed him taking stock of the seals on his body. What do all of those do? Applying Fuwa Injutsu to oneself was incredibly dangerous. Relaxing himself around Yujito, Naruto set his head against hers as he continued to more or less run inventory on himself, some of this and that. Storage, one for communication. Those were just the ones that everyone knew about though. He had one for storing the Amaterasu he had sealed away during his battle with Itachi and Saju Uchiha, one worked into a contact lens that covered his Sharingan from anyone's view, and he had a dead man's switch somewhere on his body to activate in case he was captured and was conscious to do something about it. Nobody needed to know about that one though, because they would just bitch him out over it and try to get him to remove it. Yujito found it rather interesting to use her fingers in order to trace the seals that were actually visible for her to see on his arms and chest, trying to deduce what they could be with what limited information she knew about sealing techniques for fun. It seemed to calm Naruto down too, so that was an added bonus. She seemed to have a bit of a knack for that apparently. Back when he was freaking out over how prepared he may or may not have been in regards to truly battling against Akatsuki, she was the one that actually got him to settle down and ease his mind better than even Jiraiya's advice happened to. They got along very well, even before the war started or Akatsuki became an issue to them both. Matatabi thinks you're a weird kid, but it respects you for some reason. Matatabi? Naruto said questioningly, finding himself feeling more and more peaceful in Yujito's presence. Who's that? Oh, that's the Nibi's name, Matatabi. Yujito explained casually with a shrug, Nibi's just easier to say. That made some sense to Naruto. The Ichibi was called Shukaku interchangeably because one wasn't any more difficult to say than the other. Wait, something about that didn't make sense. They both had names. But then Yujito continued, yeah. I can only imagine what the Kyuubi's name could be if you'd rather call it Kyuubi instead of its name. Kyuubi has a name? Naruto asked with his eyes jolting back to being wide awake. Kyuubi doesn't have a name. You don't have another name, do you? He asked inwardly, hoping that the Kyuubi was not asleep from the boring run from Konoha. Yujito wasn't aware of the questioning thoughts going on in Naruto's head though, finding more satisfaction in making herself comfortable with her bodyguard. Of course Kyuubi has a name, dummy. Do you really think the Rakuda Sennin was that much of a lazy ass that he didn't name them when he made them? She finished with a yawn. Calling all of them by their number of tails is a terrible way to address them directly. I thought he was dying when he broke up the Juubi and made them. Naruto returned verbally as he let Yujito snuggle against him, allowing her to do so as he mentally called out to his chakra beast of a life partner, you have a name. Why the fuck didn't you tell me you had a name? I thought we were at least partners. You never asked, genius. In 11 years of knowing of me you never asked, so I assumed you didn't care. And I was right, because you never asked. Just like every other human he'd been saddled with or had come into contact with since the Rakuda Sennin died. Aside from the people trying to capture it and use it, after people realized that the 9 Baiju were all related they just labeled them by tails more often than not. Very few people took to care about their names. No one knew the Kyuubi's name at all. Because I thought I knew your name already, you big orange jackass. You never said your name once. Ever. How is that even possible? There were all of those times when it knowingly referred to itself by its title instead of this name that he was just now hearing about, so that made the Kyuubi a facilitator. So what's your name? Screw off, kid. I'm going back to sleep. Don't ignore me, goddamn you, we aren't done with this yet. What are you going to do, Sharingan it out of me? You know I don't know how. Besides, I told you I wouldn't ever do that even if I found out how I did it. He didn't hear any response from the Kyuubi except for intentionally exaggerated obnoxious snoring which pretty much told him that conversation was for all intents and purposes over. And it was timely too, because Yujito started pulling on his cheek from behind. Ow. What, Yujai-chan? You were spaced out and ignoring me. Yujito deadpanned, still draped around Naruto's back. I asked you how bad you think the battlefront will be when we get there. I've heard some things about it, nothing nice either. I don't understand how this could have happened. Pain did it. Naruto said, glaring a bit at recalling the man in question. Everyone is scared of those eyes of his, and the powers they've heard he can use. For the minor villages they could either fight us together or fight him alone. And after what they've heard that he did to Suna, and me and Erokyofu at the same time when we fought him. A frown crossed Yujito's face at hearing Naruto's tone of speaking change. You're not afraid to fight this guy again, are you? We've been through this already back when you were stressed about Akatsuki the first time. I'm not afraid to fight anyone anymore. Naruto assured, keeping her from fretting over him or admonishing him, one or the other. I want to fight him again. That guy really pisses me off, talking out of both sides of his mouth like some kind of divine hypocrite. I'll show him God if that's what he really wants. Cult leading piece of dot. Yujito's hand covered his mouth before he could finish calmly cursing pain out from hundreds of miles away. Shush already. Pain's not here. I'm here. Focus on me. I'm your mission, right? You're supposed to be keeping me safe until you get me back with my own village. With a roll of his eyes, Naruto pulled Yujito's hand from his mouth so that he could speak. I am focused on you. He then found that Yujito had maneuvered herself from sitting behind him to sitting directly in his lap. You are hot. She was teasing him again. The look on her face was an absolute dead giveaway, playfully predatory in its manner. You're not as focused as I want you to be. So if you don't mind, Mr. Big Bad Jounin Man, I'll ask you again. Focus. All. On. Me. With each of the last 4 words she said, she edged her head closer to his until their noses touched. Don't get me killed tomorrow either. Right back at you. Naruto returned fire in the little verbal spar before finding his face moving forward of his own volition towards Yujito's lips. He could actually feel her grinning through the kiss. It didn't take too much longer for Naruto to shift the little impromptu make-out session with his fellow Jinchuriki to laying her down on the ground covering of the tent as they continued to duel tongues. Yujito had a hand running through Naruto's hair as she held him down on top of her and shifted herself beneath him to anticipate things going further. She started guiding him to grope her, but before things could progress any further, Naruto abruptly jumped up onto his knees, looking around suspiciously. A very confused and flustered Yujito simply remained laying on the ground, blinking in surprise before tilting her head towards Naruto, who had a grave look on his face. What's the matter? Was it her? They'd done something like that before, but they'd been interrupted the last time before anything more could happen, thankfully, because it was in a hospital. Maybe he was having second thoughts this time. It wasn't her at all though. It was something his clones keeping watch in hiding picked up on going on outside of his tent. And he had just received another one. Naruto suddenly covered Yujito flat with his body, pressing her to the ground as many light green spikes stabbed through the sides and the top of the tent, intending to cause great harm to the 2 of them if not to kill them. Toby said not to kill them. Outside of the tents, what looked to be a multitude of Zetsus stood around the thoroughly punctured canvas structure as it fell to the ground, its foundations destroyed from the attack. If you kill the Jinchuriki, then its Baiju dies with it. It takes time for them to resurface in this plane of existence, so take them alive. They rushed the tent that they saw fall on Naruto and Yujito, only to find a pair of wooden dummies in their place from use of a kawarimi. Having been unseen the entire time, Naruto's shadowy clones in the branches and leaves above dropped down with their swords held in downward stabs, mercilessly running those that had attacked the original Naruto and Yujito through from sky. The threat ended for now, the clones dispelled in puffs of smoke as Naruto and Yujito appeared from where they had been hiding. The Kumoku no Ichi kneeled down by one of the dead Zetsus that happened to be solid light green in color instead of half and half. They had never seen Zetsu though, so they wouldn't have recognized this as being important. What the hell? What are these things, plants or humans? They bleed like humans. Naruto observed as their life fluid stained the ground. Maybe if they hadn't been bickering about having to capture him and Yujito, one of the several around would have noticed that they weren't alone. I had a clone dispel when he saw them drop some kind of transformation jutsu. These are the Konoha ninja that were with us today. They were going to slip into Konoha's camp behind the lines and terrorize us once we got there. Then they saw us and went to capture us. So that's why they weren't around at that moment. In the heat of the ambush there was no time for Yujito to really think about that. But now that there was, She had something to point out, but no one's henge is that good. Even if they got that far, any half-baked sensor ninja in your ranks or anyone that knew the real person that they transformed into would know that they were fakes. Unless there was something different about the transformation, something more advanced than a henge that wouldn't register to a sensor. Otherwise those plant men were just going to get themselves turned into salad. That still lent curiosity to the question of what the fuck these things were. There wasn't any time to deal with that at the moment though, as there was still the fact that the entire squad was comprised of plant men body snatchers of some sort and they were still in danger. Alright, remember we need one of them alive to interrogate, Naruto said as he drew his own heirloom ninjato from his back. They could hear more coming their way as he continued to speak. This whole thing really stinks. Aha! Yujito's fingernails grew into long and dangerous-looking claws for her use in melee combat. You capture one. I'm not really the capturing type. She was the pissed-off type. They couldn't have waited a few minutes to try and kill them. Naruto chose to edge a few more steps away from the angry Miss Yujitoni as he could feel that she was rather angry, and he could imagine why. It was kind of ironic that the only mercy any of these plant men were going to see on this night was going to be from someone originally trained in Root. And that the ending of this part everyone. Hope you like the video. Like, share and subscribe the channel and also tell me your recommendation in the comment section down below. Thanks for watching.